21. Disrespecting your elder. Harry Crow disclaimer. JKR owns Harry Potter. I write purely for fun, and it's free. Anyone wishing professional standards of writing should go and buy one of her books. Poe is my favorite. Chapter 21. Albus was in a foul mood as he entered the Wisengamot chamber. His Christmas had been anything but merry. He tried to use the holiday to sway Hogwarts staff over to his way of thinking about the boy who lived, with absolutely no success. All had robustly rebuffed his ideas, with Professor Hobson getting so angry she began shouting at him in Swedish. Even Severus had point-blank refused to put his fledgling relationship with the boy in jeopardy for the sake of the greater good. Now the chief warlock found himself summoned to a meeting with not the slightest idea what was on the agenda. This was adding to his bad mood, a bad mood he intended to lighten by sharing it around. It was way beyond time that Albus reminded people he was the most powerful wizard in the country. The most powerful wizard in the country was ready to blow his top after spotting Harry and his father sitting in the front row of the public gallery. Watching Miss Bones join the pair left Albus feeling that he wasn't going to enjoy today either. If Cornelius had started listening to Amelia Bones, then Albus anticipated trouble. There was just no give in the stern witch. She tended to see things in terms of black and white, or even worse, lawful/unlawful. Seeing Amelia arrive in the chamber, alongside the minister, just seemed to confirm his worst fears. Albus decided to get this show on the road. He stood and banged his gavel to bring the chamber to order, not even trying to hide his displeasure at the situation he found himself in. Fellow Wisengamot members, I bid you welcome to this emergency meeting. Normally I would now announce our agenda, but since I haven't been informed of why we've all been ordered here, I must now pass you over to the one who called this meeting. Please take the floor, Minister Fudge. The minister slowly rose, knowing every eye was now on him. Cornelius understood this was his moment to shine, and intended to make the most of it. Fellow Wisengamot members, I would first like to apologize for disturbing your holiday and for the secrecy that surrounds this meeting today. I can assure everyone of the necessity of both, and I am confident you will agree with me when you discover why we are here. This emergency meeting is all about justice, and that's what I intend to see carried out here today. Auras, bring in the prisoners. Senior Auras, Shacklebolt, and Robards led both father and son Bartemiuses into the chamber, a chamber that had descended into uproar. A cannon blast noise spell from Amelia got everyone's attention. We will have order here, and we will see justice done. This ministry has nothing to hide, and all your questions will be answered before we even consider passing sentence. I think the entire chamber recognizes that one of these prisoners has already been convicted of heinous crimes. I feel no need to rake over that painful ground again here today. That judgment and sentence still stands. Amelia watched as Augusta Longbottom regained control of her emotions and nodded her thanks for that. This would be painful enough without having to relive Frank and Alice's torture. That nothing was going to be swept under the rug seemed to appease the Wisengamot. For now, they would wait and see how things went before passing judgment on the Crouch family. Shaq applied the truth serum to Barty Sr. and led him through the story of how his son came to be chained into the seat beside him. The chamber listened, enraptured as the tragic tale of an embittered man and loving mother descended into criminality. Barty brought his story right up to date by informing the chamber about Amelia Bones jumping through his destroyed window on Christmas Day before stunning him. Susan was sitting there feeling 10 feet tall with pride at her aunt's deeds when Harry leant over and whispered to her, "Sorry for ruining your Christmas. It couldn't have been any fun on your own." "Oh, that's all right, Harry. I was with Hannah, and this is what Auntie does. I wouldn't have it any other way." Amelia now opened the questions up to the chamber, though Shaq would still be asking them of the prisoner. Hearing that a couple of people had stumbled on the secret over the years, only for Barty to obliviate them, was a discovery that stripped any last semblance of sympathy away from the man. That he'd kept his son under the imperious curse for the last decade meant Barty Sr.'s fate was well and truly sealed. Barty Jr., having been held under an unforgivable curse since stepping out of Azkaban, didn't really have anything to add to the proceedings. As no one really wanted to hear him spout Dark Lord dogma, he was sentenced as an escaped prisoner from Azkaban. Both he and his father were to have a kiss by a Dementor administered before nightfall. This time, it was Susan's turn to lean over and whisper to Harry, "I think I would rather be thrown to a dragon than face a Dementor." At least with the dragon, it would be over with quickly. As the father and son were being led away to face their sentence, one of the members asked Amelia a question the head of the DMLE wasn't sure she wanted to answer. With Barchoke and Harry sitting there, though, she was trapped into providing one. "Madam Bones, how did you come by the information that led you to raid the Crouch residence on Christmas Day?" Our friends from the Goblin Nation provided some quite compelling proof of just what was going on in the Crouch residence. Albus was on his feet, knowing that goblins always expected to be paid. "Can I ask just why the goblins were interested in wizarding affairs?" Actually, that leads us nicely on to the next part of our proceedings. It has come to the Ministry's attention that Barty Crouch was the main force behind a wizard being sent to Azkaban without a trial. We intend to right that wrong here today. Dumbledore needed all his experience not to let his dismay at this development show, knowing at once exactly who the wizard was Amelia referred to. On a point of order, I must advise that this emergency session doesn't currently have a mandate to. Harry didn't need the spell the director used on the steps of Gringotts, the anger in his voice clearly discernible as it reverberated throughout the chamber. Point of order. Where was this love of the law when you ordered Hagrid to deny my godfather his rightful possession of me? When you left a baby on a muggle doorstep? When you employed Voldemort to teach at Hogwarts? Harry ignored the shouts and gasps at his use of that name. Where was this love of the law when you attempted to blackmail my new defense tutor? Harry then addressed a chamber that was agog at these accusations. Sirius Black is my godfather, yet this is the same man that supposedly served both me and my parents up to the Dark Lord. I demand the right to know if this is the truth. Who in here would deny me that right? Dumbledore was aghast at Harry's knowledge and the ferocity of his verbal attack. He tried to stall for time. "Harry, this is not something a child needs to hear. Sirius Black is. My name is Centurion Crow, and I am no child old man. If Sirius Black is found to be guilty, I would have no hesitation in demanding satisfaction and killing him myself. Now, as Chief Warlock, aren't you the one charged with seeing justice done, or like Headmaster of Hogwarts, is that just another title you hold but have no intention of fulfilling the job requirements?" The minister stood at this point and took over. "I personally invited young Harry and his father here today to see justice done. Regardless of his crimes, Sirius Black should still have been afforded a trial. When pureblood wizards can be thrown in Azkaban, with no hearing nor any right of appeal, it begs the question of who could be next. Cornelius knew he had them now. If this fate could befall one pureblood, what was to stop any of them being the next victim? It was time for the minister to do a bit of grandstanding, especially since he made sure the press would be here. "My ministry were not involved in this injustice. Furthermore, it will never play a part in a witch or wizard being sent to Azkaban without a trial. If that is the kind of minister you want, then you got the wrong wizard when you elected Cornelius Fudge. Auras, bring in the prisoner." The same rules apply as last time. We will allow questions from the chamber once the truth about that evening has been established. Mad Eye and Tonks led Sirius into the chamber, ensuring he was secured to the supplied chair before administering the Veritasirum. Albus was desperate to object on any grounds possible, but Alistair Moody's presence robbed him of all the opportunities he could think of. It would be an incredibly stupid person who brought Mad Eye's honesty into question, especially where supposed dark wizards were concerned. The chamber expected someone who had spent the last decade in Azkaban to be rather the worse for wear. In that sense, Sirius didn't disappoint. What did surprise them was the wide smile and manacled wave of greeting in the Boy-Who-Lived's direction. Sirius proclaiming under truth serum that he was neither the Potter's secret keeper nor a Death Eater fairly got the chamber talking, and the press offering thanks to DeSales that they were present here today. The entire chamber sat enthralled as Sirius was led through his story, of how he became uneasy that Halloween evening, and that unease turning to panic as he couldn't find Peter. Panic becoming horror as he arrived in Godric's Hollow, to discover the closest thing to family he had in the entire world murdered. His world shifting out of kilter when Hagrid refused to hand his godson over, and his need for revenge on the betrayer, eventually leading to him being illegally incarcerated in Azkaban. The chamber had listened earlier as tragedy saw a wizard, trapped by circumstances, continually break the very laws he once so passionately championed. Now circumstances appeared to have colluded to see this innocent wizard lose a decade of his life. No one knew quite what to say. Harry, though, had a question he would like to hear Sirius publicly answer. Minister, would it be possible to ask my godfather just who cast the Fidelius charm on my parents' home? Cornelius was not the only person who wondered why Harry was asking that particular question. He was the one who voiced his puzzlement, though. Simple, Minister, our research shows that this charm is extremely complicated to cast and requires a lot of power from the caster. I doubt if there are many in this chamber who could successfully perform the charm. This appeared to upset a toad-faced woman who let her displeasure be known. I would like to know what you're implying by that remark. I would also like to know why this chamber is allowing goblins to interfere in the affairs of wizards, something I'm sure was against wizarding law the last time I looked. Harry took umbrage at this witch's attitude. You clearly don't know anything about goblins, madam. We never imply, rather ask questions and investigate until we get to the truth. On the Halloween evening of 1981, despite being protected by a Fidelius charm, my parents were murdered. My godfather was soon placed in Azkaban, while my godmother now resides in Ward 49 of St. Mungo's. I ended up being abandoned on a muggle doorstep by Albus Dumbledore. Cornelius was watching this and thinking how right Amelia was. The boy obviously considered Albus poison, and the minister would have to be careful not to become tainted by association with the Hogwarts headmaster. Now, you may think that's a lot of hard luck for one person to have, but here's where we hit a problem. My godfather was in Godric's Hollow that night, yet clearly denied his rights by Dumbledore's orders. My godmother was one of the most respected auras the ministry had at the time, yet again her rights were ignored. Both my godmother and godfather were available to me on that evening, yet Albus Dumbledore took it upon himself to decide what was going to happen to me, and you all stood back and let him. This was met with utter silence, as Harry held them all accountable for what had befallen their savior. He then turned his attention back on the witch who'd asked him the question in the first place. We are well aware goblins are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of wizards, but we are allowed, and certainly intend, to investigate fully wizards who commit crimes against goblins. Does anyone here doubt crimes were committed against me? On discovering my godfather was innocent, yet received no trial, we began investigating the people who put him in Azkaban. It was as simple as a B, C, Albus, Bagnold, and Crouch. It was this same investigation that discovered Crouch's deceit and allowed my godfather the trial we've just witnessed here today. Mad Eye then asked Sirius the suggested question, only to be disappointed when he didn't know. I was more concerned with making sure the rat would be well hidden. I wasn't there when it was cast and never thought to ask. The witch was back at her snarkiest, her attempt at a sweet, innocent voice fooling no one. I hope that answer satisfies our goblin friends. She actually managed to make the word friends sound like the worst contagious disease in the world. Absolutely not. I am very suspicious of the supposed coincidences that happened around me that night. Just like I'm suspicious of Flamel's stone being hidden in Hogwarts and Voldemort being employed to teach there the very year Harry Potter was scheduled to arrive. I can also assure the honorable lady we will get the answers we require, and that I applaud Minister Fudge's tough stance against those breaking the law. Harry sat down at that to mixed reactions. The toad-faced witch was fuming. Quite a few others appeared concerned at what these goblin investigations might unearth. The minister, though, wore a wide smile as he continued the proceedings. Is there anyone in this chamber who has the slightest doubt Sirius Black is an innocent man? Cornelius was well aware by asking the question in this way, anyone objecting would have to publicly declare themselves. In a vote, they could have cast their opinion in secret. Since there are no objections, I declare Sirius Black a free wizard. Madam Bones will investigate this matter further, including a recommendation for recompense over wrongful incarceration, and report back to this chamber at the first meeting of 1992. A warrant shall be immediately issued for the arrest of Peter Pettigrew. His order of Merlin is of course revoked. I declare this emergency session over and would like to thank everyone for attending during this holiday period." The manacles were removed from Sirius, and he stood as a free wizard for the first time in a decade. He looked toward his godson, who quickly got the nod from his father. Susan giggled at Harry's visible glee. He actually vaulted over the balustrade, separating the spectators from the court, and was soon wrapped in Sirius' arms. Here was a belated Christmas present for the press corps. A picture of the boy who lived hugging an innocent Sirius Black was a sure thing for the front page. It might even rate a special edition all on its own. Albus had skin that would put Teflon to shame. He really believed none of the allegations that Harry had just made could possibly stick to him. While the rest of the chamber bore witness to a touching reunion, Albus just saw opportunity knocking, an opportunity he intended to exploit at once. He quickly made his way over to the celebrating pair. "Good to see you free, Sirius. I will certainly support any measures you take to regain custody of your godson." Sirius was nowhere near his peak physical condition, which was probably just as well. If he had been, the punch that hit Albus Dumbledore would probably have killed the old wizard. Even in such poor shape, though, there was 10 years of hate and anger behind the blow. The physical blow was totally unexpected and caught Albus unawares. He stumbled back a couple of steps before falling on his bum, sitting there with his nose gushing blood. An enraged Sirius Black was towering over the downed Dumbledore. "You sanctimonious, conniving old bastard, stay the fuck away from my godson, or you'll have me to deal with too." The flash of the photographer's camera was the spark that finally ignited Albus' temper. Who did this ungrateful whelp think he was shouting at some stray mongrel cur? The indignity suffered sitting here on the floor was even more painful than the nose he was sure had crunched under that fist. His wand was out and moving before really registering with the chief warlock what spell he intended to cast. The surge of light that followed made the photographer's flash appear like a mere twinkling Christmas tree bulb, temporarily blinding nearly all of the chamber's occupants. As their vision returned, the sight that greeted them left most of them wondering if the flash had affected their minds too. A golden boy who lived was currently standing over Albus Dumbledore, with a glowing sword point pressed against the older wizard's chest. "You'll have to excuse my godfather's abruptness. You see, unlike me, he doesn't think the great Albus Dumbledore would actually curse an unarmed man. I know you better." Albus had no answer. He had no words. The stump of wood he was holding in his hand was also telling him he now had no wand. His brain, though, refused to process that information. The Elder Wand could not be destroyed. It just couldn't. The flash when Harry sliced through Dumbledore's wand was unexpected, as was his sword glowing for a moment. What was familiar, though, was the feeling of power now running through the blade. It felt similar to his beloved knife. If Harry could cast a spell with his sword, he would see Dumbledore tied up in restraints like that incarcerous spell Cursebreaker Weasley was teaching them. No one was more surprised than Harry when thick ropes shot out of the sword of Gryffindor and secured Dumbledore's arms to his torso. He certainly hid his surprise better, though. Mad-Eye had seen the lad prepare to take action and was moving until that flash sent a pain right through his skull, his magical eye not reacting fast enough to the sudden tremendous increase in light levels. As both his eyes recovered, Alistair discovered he couldn't move. Well, not without taking a goblin blade through his right kidney. "Take it easy, my warrior friend. Both of us have seen more than enough bloodshed. Let us carefully weigh up our options before allowing another precious drop to be unnecessarily spilled." This was said so quietly that only the two of them could hear it. "What are you proposing, sir? My son will not harm anyone who doesn't attack him first. Let us see how this plays out and then shake hands warrior to warrior." Mad-Eye was unsure about this. "You've got the drop on me. Why would you give up that advantage? Neither of us are fools. We wouldn't have lived this long if we were. I also think you are a man of honor, though if I'm wrong, I'm positive my son will avenge me." The grizzled old Auror was left questioning both his eyes as the lad cast a spell, wordlessly, and with a sword, wrapping Dumbledore up like yesterday's leftover turkey. As Harry turned to talk to Black, Mad-Eye slowly raised his empty hand. That's quite the boy you've got there. No one gets that good without a massive amount of training. Barchoke's blade had disappeared as he shook the aura's hand. My son is a dedicated warrior. His appointment to centurion status was earned entirely on merit. Moody kept his ear to the ground and had heard of this lad's feat of taking down a fully grown mountain troll. There were also whispers circulating regarding his encounter with Lucius Malfoy. Alistair was honest enough with himself to admit he'd taken both stories with a pinch of salt. Not anymore. The lad's movements had been fluid and lightning quick. He could have sliced Albus open if the lad wanted to. Yes, he was undoubtedly young, but clearly carried himself with a maturity that was way beyond his years. With Bones influencing that idiot Fudge and this lad on board for the fight, not forgetting that sneaky goblin father of his Moody felt better about their chances than he had in years. Shit, he was almost optimistic. His glance at Albus filled him with regret. The old wizard's time was over. He just didn't know it yet. Albus Dumbledore's policy of blanket forgiveness really stuck in the ancient Aura's craw. Burying your people while letting the murderers walk free was no way to win a war, and Alistair had always known their war wasn't over. Sirius made his way over, with his arm on his godson's shoulders. A godson who'd sheathed his sword and lost the golden armor. The now free wizard had known at once what Dumbledore was attempting, and had enjoyed slamming that door and his fist firmly in Dumbledore's face. He now intended to publicly end any speculation on the matter. The knowledge that Harry and his adopted father already had it covered just added spice to the mix. It was great to be free and be a marauder again. Barchoke, I would like to thank you for the wonderful job you have done in raising my godson. I would also like to say publicly that I have no intention of disputing your position as his parent and guardian. I do hope you will allow me to play some part in his life, though. The goblin bowed to the ragged figure before throwing something else into the mix. Lord Black, our door will always be open to you. There are things I am ill-equipped to teach my son. I'm sure he would rather learn them from his godfather than some tutor I hired. Amelia and Susan joined the conversation at that point. Not if all his tutors are like the one you arranged to teach history at Hogwarts, Miss Hobson. I understand the young professor has made quite the impact since arriving at the castle. Harry, I was really impressed by your armor. I've never seen anything like that before. Susan spoke before realizing what she was saying. I now see what you mean about your tunic adapting. The red-faced young witch was then left to explain her comments to a group of smirking adults. Harry showed us his armor in Miss Hobson's class. He had to loosen his shirt, or it would have been ruined. This was like manna from heaven for Sirius. Discovering that his godson's life wasn't all training fairly put the twinkle back in his eye, as did noticing how this young witch was eyeing up his godson. Let me see if I've got this right. You got your shirt off in front of a hot young teacher and all the girls in your class. Your dad would be so proud of you, while your mum would probably give you a clip round your ear. Sorry to disappoint you, Sirius, but I kept my shirt on. I did offer to duel while in full armor, but the bell beat us. I have improved my speed since then. It was Amelia who came back for more. I was wondering if that armor was commercially available. It makes a dragon hide vest appear pretty lame in comparison. Harry was well used to dealing with inquiries like this from his friends. He understood there was no insult intended, although Madam Bones had practically stumbled into one. Centurion armor is exactly that, ma'am, armor for centurions. It can never be bought or handed on to someone else, but must always be earned. For someone not of centurion rank, to wear this armor would be an instant death penalty, much like you have set penalties for witches and wizards who use unforgivables. I understand your interest, Madam Bones, but centurion armor is sacred to our nation. My son is quite correct, Madam Bones, though slightly modest. I don't believe the ministry has similar positions to that of a centurion. It's almost like a cross between a warrior and an ambassador. In any war, you will always find centurions at the front of our nation's warriors. In times of peace, leading by example and promoting goblin values is one of their main roles in life. Sirius still had his arm on Harry's shoulders and could feel his godson stand that little bit straighter at his father's words of praise. Well, I have to say this is bad planning on your part, Harry. If you got me out a couple of days sooner, There would have been an extra Christmas present for you yesterday." Barchoke could see the twinkle in this wizard's eye and thought this was the kind of person his son needed to be around more. Harry needed to learn to relax a little. Since he's spending Christmas with two girls, Sirius, I don't think he would have missed a present from his godfather too much. Speaking of those girls, I'd better get him back there. Hermione and Padma are sure to be waiting, dying to know every detail. He chuckled to himself, watching Harry now squirm under his godfather's gentle teasing. "Sirius, with Harry spending the holiday at the Grangers, you are more than welcome to stay with me. I would also prefer if our healers could have a look at you. If nothing else, they have excellent nutrient potions you could certainly benefit from." Sirius readily agreed to that suggestion. Anything would be preferable to Grimmauld Place. He didn't know it was possible to feel elated and exhausted at the same time. Today had already taken a lot out of him. As the trio were making their way out the chamber, an idea hit Harry. "Sirius, how would you like to give your godson the best present ever?" This intrigued both adults until Harry very quietly explained what he wanted. Sirius' loud roar of laughter was the first to pass his lips in over a decade. Dumbledore sat and watched as the goblin effortlessly accomplished what he could not. Black left in their company, clearly more than happy to go along with them. Calling Sirius Lord Black would also halt any other attempts to remove Harry from Gringotts. A pureblood lord in their corner just legitimized Barchoke's claim on the boy. He'd been released, while a healer had repaired his nose and cleaned away the blood. Albus was beginning to wonder if the stain on his reputation would last a lot longer. He'd known about those deadly blades of Harry's, yet made the same mistake again of letting the boy get too close, and paid a very high price. He didn't even want to think how a picture of a golden-armored / snow-white tunic wearing boy who lived standing over him with a sword would look. All Albus' thoughts were centered on the two pieces of wood that were now just that, two pieces of wood. The Elder Wand had been his ace up his sleeve when facing Voldemort. Now their entire world was resting on the boy being able to take down the darkest wizard in centuries. Albus was glad there was still most of the holidays yet to go. He reckoned it would take him longer than that to figure out where he went from here. In stark contrast, Cornelius was prancing about like a peacock. The ploy of being open and telling the truth had drawn public praise from the boy who lived. Now there was a Christmas present gold couldn't buy. Ooh-oh, with Harry gone, Emma shooed Dan away to watch some sport on the telly so she could spend time with the girls. It was heartening to see Hermione and Padma so close. Their daughter never had a close friend before meeting Harry. They both obviously missed him, but Emma was beginning to understand the dynamic in the group, especially as Padma told a few tales from Hogwarts. Both Hermione and Harry were pretty serious kids. Padma seemed determined to lighten the pair of them up a bit. Hermione had been teased before, of course, but not like this. There was nothing malicious about Padma's teasing. It was more gentle barbs in an attempt to get her friends to blush. Hearing that Hermione was now teasing back was practically a relief for Emma. Her spending the night with Harry jibe had her laughing out loud. Padma's story of how some of the witches had turned their attention onto Neville and how they dealt with it had Emma laughing once more. It did raise some concerns with the mother, though. "I just don't understand what all the rush is to find a boyfriend. Kids who are not even into their teens shouldn't be worrying about potential husbands." While Hermione agreed with her mum, she tried to explain what Padma had told her in a way that might make sense. "Mum, you and Dad met at university when you were studying dentistry. How many universities in Britain offer that course?" "Oh, at least a dozen." "Why? In magical Britain, there are no universities. No primary schools, just Hogwarts, nothing else. Apart from a few who might be homeschooled, the students that we meet there are the total population of witches and wizards our age." Emma now had a new concern. No further education. Where do the doctors, lawyers, and the hundreds of other people you need come from? When you decide on a career, it's almost like an apprenticeship program. You learn the basics for owls, then you have newts to qualify for whatever career apprenticeship you want. St. Mungo's trains its own healers. The Ministry of Magic has a wide variety of jobs, and there's always private firms too. Even Gringotts employs and trains a few witches and wizards. Emma was starting to get some idea of just how rare it was to have a witch in the family. She now understood that Hermione's year group had been conceived and born during a war. a war the Grangers were thankfully unaware of at the time, thus resulting in their smaller than usual number of students. That there was only one magical school for the entire country was mind-blowing. One hospital, one government building, one center of commerce, and only one magical village. With families living practically in isolation, was it any wonder they went a tad mental when they all got together at school? It still sounded a bit like a cattle market to the mother, but she was learning from her daughter not to voice those thoughts. What do you think of this, Padma? She took a moment to ponder before answering her friend's mother. I think being friends with Harry has had a big influence on all of us. We know he has a big decision to make before he turns 17. I know the way he's handling it has certainly had an effect on me. Harry's determined to see what different cultures have to offer before even considering making a decision. That's not something I had thought possible before. There's an entire world out there I know nothing about, and I'm in Ravenclaw because I love to learn. Maybe in a few years, I'll start worrying about finding a potential husband before my father finds one for me, but I intend to enjoy myself with my friends until then. Would your father really do that? Emma realized that was a stupid question straight after she asked it. Her father had already tried to arrange a marriage for both twins to Harry. If there isn't a wizard my father approves of at least dating me by the time I'm 17, then he will take the matter out of my hands. That's assuming he hasn't already offered me to someone else. That this was totally alien to the Grangers went without saying. Hermione had already stated, though, that she had no intention of losing her friendship with Padma over the matter. Mum, I've noticed in the magical world that couples seem to marry younger than non-magicals probably would. Harry's parents married right after graduating Hogwarts, so did Neville's. My father was almost 30 when his parents arranged a marriage contract with my mother's family. She was 17. Padma's casual acceptance of the situation was something both Granger girls were really struggling to deal with. Harry's arrival soon had the girls racing to meet him, desperate to find out how the trial had gone. His detailed and lengthy explanation had the rest of them waiting on tomorrow's prophet being delivered. Amelia was sitting with her niece, enjoying a lazy breakfast and smirking at the prophet. The theme their two front-page pictures appear to have in common, apart from Harry being in them, was that both would have been considered unbelievable less than 24 hours before. It was hard to decide whether the boy who lived hugging Sirius Black was more shocking than a golden Harry holding his sword on a bleeding Albus Dumbledore. The newspaper then went to great lengths to explain the history behind each picture, accurately and honestly reporting exactly what had been said in the courtroom. Amelia wondered if this new standard of journalism was as a result of goblin complaints about their catastrophe in the cemetery story, or simply that yesterday's events didn't require any sensationalizing. The actual facts of the matter were easily sensational enough on their own. Amelia was about to discover that, as far as her niece was concerned, the answer was neither. The white owl that flew to Susan was easily considered more sensational news by the young witch than anything the prophet had to say. That's Harry's owl, Irgit. Her hands were trembling as Susan removed the note from the gorgeous owl's leg. Her eyes nearly popped out her head, and she was almost hyperventilating as Susan explained the note. Harry was sorry I didn't get to spend Christmas Day with my family. He blamed himself for you having to work. Harry's offering to make it up to me with a Muggle shopping trip, with Hermione, her mum, the Pattle twins, and Hannah's invited too. Can I go? Just looking at how excited her niece was over this opportunity meant there was no way Amelia could say number. Susan squealed before diving for the flue, only to come rushing back to speak to the owl. I'm just going to check if my friend can come too. I'll be back in a minute, and then could you take my answer back to Harry? Amelia smiled as her niece shot back out the room to contact Hannah. Mrs. Granger was certainly going to have her hands full taking 5 young witches shopping. The burrow may have been full to capacity, but it was unusually quiet. That was a situation that could never last for long. The Daily Prophet was laid flat on the table as the entire family crowded around, all trying to read it at the same time. In the hubbub created by 9 Weasleys, all then attempting to get their opinion across at the same time, no one noticed the rat slipping out of Ron's pocket. The Prophet was also being devoured, along with breakfast, at the Granger household. Both activities were disrupted by the arrival of a Gringotts owl. The majestic bird flew straight to Harry. His reaction on reading the note was even more extreme than the young witch who received a letter from him. Harry was on his feet, jumping up and down while punching the air in loud celebration. Not even Hermione had seen him this demonstrative before. Good news, Harry. The best, Hermione. Simply the best. Harry had to take a couple of deep breaths to calm down slightly before he could give his best friend a proper answer. Remember, I told you Sirius inherited a house from his family and wanted us to spend some time there. His family were rather dark, so my father offered Gringotts services to sweep the house for any dark items. I can't quite believe it, but they found another item tainted like the diadem. That taint has also been dealt with. That's good, but I don't remember you being this excited when we found Ravenclaw's diadem. Oh, that's not why I'm so happy. Sirius was apologizing for the lack of birthday or Christmas presents while I was growing up. I gave him a suggestion of how to make up for it. He's giving me the best present I could wish for. Everyone now wanted to know just what that present was. Harry didn't keep them waiting. My godfather can do something for me my father can't. Lord Black can officially refuse all the betrothal contracts on his godson's behalf. Sirius is going to wait until after the holidays to send out the letters, just in case Padma's father decides she should then have to go home. This news was met with 4 blank faces, leaving Harry to wonder if he'd done something wrong. Hey, is that okay? Padma and Hermione sprang out their chairs and were soon cuddling a relieved Harry, leaving Dan to chuckle. I think that means it's okay, Harry. Ren, thanks for reading. 22. Shooting, shopping, and shit happens. Harry Crow disclaimer. I write purely for my own enjoyment, making no money from this venture, and claim only my imagination as my own. I always strive to be original, but given the amount of HP fanfiction out there, almost everything has probably been done before. Chapter 22, the group portkeyed into Gringotts, where Barchok warmly greeted them. They were also welcomed by a bathed, barbered, and certainly more becoming Lord Sirius Orion Black. It's a pleasure to meet you all, especially Harry's friends. It was difficult not to tease his godson, since he was standing there holding a witch's hand, but Sirius managed to resist. He'd spent hours chatting with Barchok about their favorite subject, and had quickly discovered how close Harry was to a certain Miss Granger. Sirius was desperate to discover more about his godson. I understand you all have plans for today, but was wondering if we could have dinner together tonight. I've hired a private room from Tom in the Leaky Cauldron, and we could spend an hour or two getting to know one another this evening. Dan and Emma thought this was a brilliant idea, with the 3 kids all showing great enthusiasm for the plan too. It was quickly confirmed as a date. He then addressed his godson. I know you're meeting more of your friends today. Harry, please invite any of them along that want to come too. The more the merrier has always been one of my mottos. Barchok then handed Emma an envelope thick with cash. Harry wanted the shopping trip to be on him. I know you already bought my son practically a new wardrobe, and both of us are really grateful for that. Today, though, we'd like it to be our treat. Emma was left with no other option but to graciously accept before they headed off to the Leaky Cauldron, where the rest of their friends would be joining them. Neville and his gran, the formidable Lady Longbottom, resplendent with her signature stuffed vulture hat, were already in the pub. That their friend didn't rush straight over to greet them alerted the other 3 there was something else going on here. His gran marched over and bowed to Harry. Centurion Crow, the House of Longbottom would like to thank you, your father, and the Goblin Nation for righting a great wrong. Our house is in your debt. Harry understood it wasn't polite to interrupt someone in a situation like this, but he felt compelled to do so. Madam Longbottom, please don't. I told Neville back in September he was the nearest thing to family I have. There can be no talk of debts between us. That was also my godmother the Death Eater attacked. Goblins look after family, Madam Longbottom. My friends and family call me Harry. I would be honored if you would do the same. There was a hint of moisture in the proud old witch's eyes as she stared at the young man in front of her. Thank you, Harry. I can see Neville has made some good friends in his short time at Hogwarts. My godfather has invited us all to dinner here tonight. We would certainly be delighted if you and Neville could join us. One glance at her grandson was all she needed to know this was something he really wanted her to say yes to. Neville had been missing his friends, so Augusta quickly agreed. This seemed to be the cue that Neville had been waiting for. He dashed from behind his grandmother to greet his friends. Ramrao Patel exited the flue to see one of his twin daughters in the company of potentially two of the most powerful young wizards in Britain. That his other daughter, still wearing her gift from Harry, was also joining the group for today pleased him greatly. Hearing that they were invited to meet Lord Black for dinner tonight was a golden opportunity that couldn't be turned down. He and Smeeta would certainly be taking up that offer. Discovering mere minutes later that Madame Bones and her two charges would also be joining them had Ramrau's head in a spin. Since their move to Britain, the Patels had constantly faced hostility from the country's pureblood elite. They guarded their patch jealously, and it had been made very plain that he and his beautiful wife were not wanted. Their twins were like both halves of his beloved wife. Smeeta was as serious as Padma or as flighty as Parvati, depending on her mood and the circumstances. That they didn't get invited to parties and balls because they weren't British was just another form of bigotry as far as the Patels were concerned. That his wife loved parties and dancing was the only reason that their snubs bothered him. Every day, Ramrao woke and thanked both their families for bringing Smeeta into his life. He loved his wife more than life itself. He also loved his daughters, and that was the main reason he had offered the betrothal contract to Harry Potter. The wife of Lord Potter could be of any descent or blood purity. The Lady Potter would demand respect. That both his girls now owed this young man a life debt was something that he might bring up later at dinner, but not before talking it over with Smeeta first. He may be the voice of the Patel family, but only a fool didn't listen to good advice, and his wife always gave good advice. That Padma's friendship with these people saw the Patel family invited to dinner amongst this exalted company was not lost on her father either. That his daughter was clearly very happy was also something he wanted to encourage. He wished everyone well before heading home to talk over these developments with his wife. That there would also be muggles, and perhaps even goblins at this dinner too, bothered the head of the Patel family not a jot. Outside the pub, the group split along gender lines. Dan was taking both boys to his club for a few hours, while Emma loaded the girls into a Harrods-bound taxi. Emma decided it would be better containing the young witches to the one store. In London, that meant Harrods. They could easily spend the day there, with the menfolk meeting them later for lunch. The instant the group entered the store, Padma had to take her twin aside and try to talk her down. Parvati was so excited, there was a real danger of her releasing accidental magic. But Padma, just look. I see it, Pav, but you need to calm down and then we can both enjoy it. We've got hours to shop before meeting the boys for lunch. Then more shopping before heading back and having dinner with everyone. It was really comical to watch her sister's eyes almost bulge out her head. You mean we can actually buy some of this stuff? Padma, I don't have any of their money. This drew a smile from her twin. I do, and Harry's father gave a pile to Emma for our shopping too. I was going to get some perfume for Mum and maybe slippers for Father. Will you help me choose? This was exactly the right thing to say. Parvati had Padma by the arm and was dragging her deeper into this Aladdin's cave of treasures. Hannah and Susan's jaws were practically on the floor too, drawing a giggle from Hermione. Probably just as well Parvati doesn't know this is only one floor of the store. It was Susan who recovered first. You mean there's more? There are 7 floors. Mum, we're going to head up to the fashion section. Will you keep your eye on the twins? Hannah was also recovering from the shock. Mrs. Granger just mentioned fashion section to Parvati. She'll be along to join us in a flash. Hermione led both girls over to the escalator, drawing another comment from Hannah. Now this is what I call a moving staircase. Why can't we have these kind at Hogwarts? Hey, you should give being in Ravenclaw a try. We've to climb up to the top of that tower umpteen times every day. Hermione led them unerringly to the right department and watched their chins hit the floor again. Harry's father gave my mum cash to pay for this today, so anything you see you like, just sing out. This was way too much for Susan. What if you like it all? Hermione's giggles once more rang out. Let's go and have a look at some tops, unless you want to check out the lingerie section before the boys get here. Dan led Harry and Neville into the child-friendly diner on Harrod's 4th floor, only to be mobbed. Well, only for Harry to be mobbed by 3 exceedingly happy young witches. Parvati had her arms wrapped around Harry and kissed him on the cheek before passing the bewildered boy onto the redhead. "Thank you, Harry, thank you. This place is simply amazing." Neville was chuckling at his friend's discomfort that was before a hyperexcited Parvati gave him the same treatment. "What was that for? I didn't do anything. I didn't want you feeling left out." Following that same logic, Susan and Hannah hugged and kissed Neville too, after Harry though. Emma slid out the booth to the table next to it where Dan joined her. Harry was soon sitting between Hermione and Padma, while Neville found himself squashed into the other bench seat between Parvati and Susan. Both were sitting very close, using the excuse they needed to squeeze up so Hannah could fit on the seat too. Hermione asked Harry how he got on at her father's club. His frowns signaled not too well. "It was okay. We spent ages learning safety protocols, then had to wear earmuffs and special glasses, all to put a few holes in a piece of paper. I was kinda expecting more. If that makes sense." Hermione realized that, after some of the spells they had been learning from Professor Weasley, shooting paper targets would seem a tad tame. "I'll ask Dad to give you a demonstration of just what guns are capable of before we head back to Hogwarts. It's not just paper targets you can put holes in, and from a far greater distance than you can cast a spell." Harry left that for now, keen to discover how their morning had gone. He'd loaned Hermione his bag, and that was the only reason they weren't currently drowning in shopping. He'd actually thought about getting Hermione a bag of her own for Christmas. He liked carrying her books, though, so scrapped that idea. Emma ordered a range of starters, burgers and shakes all round. Both parents couldn't contain their smiles at the sight of their daughter sitting, eating lunch, amongst her friends, as they all caught up with each other. That they were witches and wizards didn't matter to the two dentists. That they were Hermione's friends was all that counted. Neither would admit that they had practically given up on this ever happening for their daughter. It was a blessing Sirius had hired a private room. The youngsters hit the leaky cauldron like a tsunami, their excitement and exuberance sweeping everything in their path. It was a knackered and somewhat relieved Emma and Dan who trailed on behind them. Of the 7 kids they'd been in charge of, 4 of them had never set foot in a muggle shop before, with Harry and Padma faring only slightly better on the experience scale. The Granger parents felt a bit like a sheepdog must at the end of a hard day working in the hills, ready for their dinner, and then curling up to sleep. Seeing everyone else was already in the room, Emma attempted to apologize. "Sorry for being late, everybody. The store was still open, and we practically had to drag this lot out." It was said with a smile, as all the guests could see their charges had really enjoyed themselves. Amelia Bones headed straight to Emma and offered her a chair. "You have the look of someone who could use a drink before dinner. What would you like?" "Oh, a glass of red wine would be lovely right about now." The words had hardly left Emma's mouth when her requested drink appeared on the table right in front of her. While she was contemplating how that happened, Amelia had more to say. "I want to thank you for what you did for the kids today. It's easy to see they all enjoyed it. I don't know how you managed to keep an eye on them all day." "It was easy, Auntie. We were only in one store, providing we didn't leave it, and trust me, we didn't want to leave it. We could look about at all this amazing stuff." The information Susan had missed telling was supplied by Hannah. This one store was bigger than all of Diagon Alley put together. It was 7 stories high and sold everything from entire kitchens to pairs of knickers. I've never seen a shop sell a complete room before. At this, Emma had to intercede. "The girls did hit the lingerie section. I tried to ensure their purchases were all age appropriate, but don't know if things differ in your society. You might want to check what they bought first." A stunningly beautiful Indian woman, wearing a gorgeous pastel green sari, was now beside them. If there was even the slightest doubt of her identity, this was dispelled when Emma spotted the gift in her hand that she'd seen Padma and Parvati pick for their mother. "Hello, Mrs. Granger. I'm Smita Patel, and I would like to thank you for what you've done for my girls. I know Parvati likes to push the boundaries, so I will be checking her purchases. Please don't think this in any way reflects on you. Padma can't speak highly enough of both you and your husband, and I really am so grateful for the opportunities you've given her and Parvati." Emma was up and shaking her hand in greeting before they were then joined by Augusta. With Hermione currently unloading and distributing the day's shopping amongst their charges, the 4 ladies were taking this chance to chat before dinner. Ramrau had been chatting with Lord Black and Barchoke. That was until the main party arrived. Sirius instantly made a beeline for Dan Granger. The twins' father then heard the impossible, a goblin chuckling with laughter. "You'll have to excuse Lord Black. He's not quite himself yet. Since gaining his freedom, he's been beside me at every spare moment, desperate to find out more about his godson. This is the second time Harry has stayed at the Grangers, and he really couldn't wait to talk to Dan about it. Both Hermione's parents are fond of my son. That makes them people Sirius absolutely wants to get to know. I'll need to see Hermione about adding him to their wards." Recognizing that no snub was intended, Ramrau asked a question that had troubled him. "I wondered about those wards when Padma told us we would have to contact her through Gringotts. Can you ward a Muggle house? The director made Hermione a friend of our nation. That, and my son staying there, allows the building to be warded. As you will appreciate, Dan and Emma would be helpless against even something as simple as malicious mail. Normally this would not be a problem, but this is not a normal situation. Hermione's friendship with my son is now known nationally. My son also has enemies from the last war that the Ministry didn't deal with. Neither of us were prepared to take the chance that those enemies might go after a soft target." This was a development Ramrau had not thought of. As he watched his wife standing chatting with the other women, and his girls gathered with their friends, it was almost as if the goblin read his mind. Padma and Neville may not have appeared at his side in the Prophet, but you can bet the wrong people will know how close they both are to my son. Longbottom Manor sits behind strong and ancient wards, but I am unaware of what level of protection you have on your home. I really never thought about this, and our home just has a very basic set of wards around it. If my family is in danger, then it's not a matter of cost. More important to me is how quickly a secure set of wards can be arranged. As I said to Dan and Emma, this is more of a precautionary measure. If Harry were to stay at your house, my daughter's friends are welcome to stay any time. This was all Barchoke needed to hear. Let's go and have a quick word with Dan and Sirius. There was something about Dan Granger that Sirius instantly liked, apart from the fact he was looking after Harry. There seemed to be an ease about the man, an ease that disguised a steely center. As an aura, you needed to know your partner would stand by you and have your back when trouble called. Sirius was getting the impression here was a man you could count on. That he was also giving the marauder teasing material to use on his godson was another big plus in Dan's favor. Sirius had heard from Barchoke that Harry had been pretty broken up when discovering he was innocent, yet still had to stay in Azkaban. Hearing that his godson spent the night cuddling into Hermione for comfort was ammunition that was begging to be used. That the girl in question was also this man's daughter granted Harry a stay of execution for now. Barchoke and Ramrau's arrival saw the goblin's proposal quickly agreed upon, though that wasn't quite correct. Ramrau did object until Dan's laughter stopped him. "Good luck with your argument. Emma and I tried the same, and lost, the argument that is. I certainly sleep sounder with the knowledge my family is safe behind these wards." This ended the argument and arrangements were made, though both married men inserted the proviso that they would need to speak with their wives first. The kids finally had their shopping sorted into piles of those famous green bags. The size of those piles surprised even Emma. "I suppose that is the only downside to a magical bag. You don't realize just how much you've bought." Was a flabbergasted Amelia who summed up the other parents' mood. "I can't allow you to pay for all that. Please let me at least make a contribution." "Amelia, the only thing Dan and I paid for today was lunch. Harry wanted the day to be on him, and his father gave me the cash. I still have some left to hand back. I just needed a seat first." Barchoke waved her attempt to return anything away. "Please pass anything left to the three of them. They can spend it over the rest of the holiday." This was a golden opportunity for Sirius to solve another of Harry's problems. He didn't hesitate. Living up to his more the merrier motto, the marauder waded right in. "Speaking of holidays, as Harry's godfather, we can now access the Potter properties. His father and I are planning on seeing Harry spend most of the coming summer exploring some of these, with the Grangers, of course. I would like to invite you along for part or all of the holiday period." The large smile on Harry's face was all that Sirius was focusing on. He didn't notice anything else. "Harry, Hermione and Padma are currently working on a summer itinerary. Once that's settled, we can then sort out details of who's interested and when. It was an even more excited bunch who sat down to dinner, all the younger members clearly wanting to spend some of the summer together. Sirius was sitting across from Harry. Watching his godson be happy with his friends was helping Sirius recovery almost as much as those wonderful goblin potions. It also wasn't hard to spot the hierarchy within his group of friends. Harry clearly thought Hermione was in a class of her own and treated her as such. Barchok had said they were inseparable. Sirius now got to see this phenomenon firsthand. Padma and Neville obviously came next. Again, his information gleaned from Harry's father was that they had been friends since their first week of Hogwarts, and only gotten closer since. The Marauder reckoned their friendship with Padma must be really important to them. He could see no other reason for Parvati being there. Perhaps being in this company might eventually round off some of her more annoying habits, like emitting nerve-jangling squeals of joy at the smallest thing. Sirius was sitting next to the girl's father, a man who clearly had something on his mind. If you don't ask Ramrow, I won't know what answers you're looking for. Forgive me, Lord Black. I realize this is not something one brings up at the dinner table. I was wondering if there were any other duties you were taking over concerning House Potter. Ah, I see. Ramrow, I will give you the information you're looking for if you can promise it won't leave House Patel. That promise will apply until I get around to dealing with the entire matter, probably about the end of January should do it. Receiving a quick agreement, Sirius told the concerned father the truth. My godson has been raised as a goblin, and while I would much rather not have spent the last decade in Azkaban, I have absolutely no problem with Harry's upbringing or his father. Goblins don't use betrothal contracts, believing their children should choose their own spouses. Harry has asked me to give a negative reply to every betrothal contract with his name on it. As his godfather, I aim to respect his wishes. It wasn't hard to see the disappointment in the father's face. Sirius attempted to make up for it. I found that the friendships I made at Hogwarts were the strongest of my life so far, and a blind man could see those four are close. I have no way of knowing what will happen as the years go by. I just know it won't include a betrothal contract. This actually did cheer Ramrow up. A blanket refusal meant his girls were being treated exactly the same as every other witch, and Padma was clearly close to these two boys. It was strange to see the quieter of their girls being the one who was the center of attention, something Parvati was clearly struggling with. He was sure Smita would have picked up on this, and would be having a chat with her when they got home tonight. Sirius, though, wanted there to be no misunderstanding of his role in Harry's life. Ramrow, I'm Harry's godfather, but it will be to his father he will look for advice first, and that's the way it should be. I'm trying to build a role for myself here. The best that I can hope for is a favorite uncle, something along those lines. My role will be to assist Barchok and Harry in any way I can. This is Harry's decision, backed by his father and carried out by me. Thank you for explaining that to me, Lord Black. It also helps explain something I have been struggling with. Your godson saved both my daughters' lives, yet refused to acknowledge a life debt. Padma explained that goblins always help their friends and family, therefore there could be no debt. I am finally beginning to get my head around this extraordinary young goblin. Sirius let out a sigh. If you've done that, then you're way ahead of me. It seems no time at all from when I was berating James' attempts to change Harry's nappy. I went from that to the young person we see before us. It's not the time locked in Azkaban I mind so much, more the years it cost me with my godson. Dan was sitting on Sirius' other side, and had heard every word. Why don't you come and stay with us over the new year? It would give you time with Harry, and allow us all to get to know one another better. Since moving all our banking to Gringotts, we can now afford to take a longer holiday at the summer. Dan glanced knowingly across the table. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of each other over the coming years. Sirius was overcome at the kindness he was being shown here, and since being set free, that this kindness was not related to him being the new Lord Black, rather because he was Harry's godfather, just made this kindness that little bit more special in the Marauder's eyes. He nodded acceptance before his voice would work again. I'd like that, Dan. I'd like that very much. The dinner guests had graduated into 3 groups. The 7 kids were easily the largest and the loudest. The ladies all formed another group, the occasional bout of laughter informing the room that they were having a good time. The menfolk stood back, surveying the room while chatting about Sirius' day in court. Both Dan and Ramrau were desperate to hear every detail from Barchok and Sirius. Those prophet pictures were iconic. It was almost 10 before goodbyes were said, and everyone headed home. Uo getting ready for bed, Dan could see something was troubling his wife. Like husbands the world over, Dan hoped it wasn't anything he had said or done. "What's the matter, love? Are you angry at me arranging Hermione and Harry to stay a night at Padma's, or asking Sirius to stay here?" "What? No, why should I be? That will allow the Pattle's house to be warded like ours, and Sirius is clearly desperate to get to know Harry better. It was just meeting Simta Pattle." "Why? What's wrong with her?" "That's my problem. Absolutely nothing. I was all set to dislike a woman who could allow her daughters to be traded away, only to discover I couldn't find anything to dislike. She is a charming, witty witch who loves her husband and adores their girls. That shouldn't be possible. Her parents chose Ramrau as her husband, yet they're as happily married as we are. I don't know how Hermione copes with this every day. It's just so different." "I know what you mean, love. I enjoyed Ramrau's company too. I noticed he was studying Harry and Neville, but as the father of two girls both boys are friendly with, who can blame him? I overheard a discussion where Sirius told him Harry will be rejecting all those betrothal contracts. I must say, Ramrau seemed to take it well. This led to Emma shaking her head. Discussing the possible marriage of your 11-year-old daughters is not a conversation you expect to hear at dinner or ever. He tried to cheer his wife up with some gentle teasing. "So you don't want me to start negotiating with Barchok and Sirius to get Hermione betrothed to Harry?" "Ha ha. That might actually be funny if I didn't think our daughter would suddenly change her mind about betrothals, and can you see Harry turning her down?" Dan achieved his aim of cheering his wife up. The fact she was now laughing at his pained and panicked expression was an entirely different matter. Uo Hermione was having her best holiday ever. She'd never had friends before, never mind have them stay over. Sirius' arrival had also brought a lot of laughter to the Granger household. The man was a bigger kid than his godson. That same godson was currently holding her hand as she showed both Harry and Padma around Crawley. This was something else she would normally avoid like the plague, going into Crawley without her parents. She had put those dark days behind her, though, and was enjoying showing the local sights to her friends. It was now time for Harry and Padma's first trip to the cinema. Hermione thought they would both get a kick out of the Addams family. As they waited in the queue, the hated voice that Hermione hadn't heard for 6 months was like a hard kick to the gut. She should have known things had been going too well. "Oh, look, Granger's parents must have gone to rent a friend for her Christmas. A packy and a poofter. I suppose that's all you're worth." The despised chorus of derogatory laughter that followed these witty insults triggered an automatic response from Hermione, sending the young witch straight into her shell. That was until Hermione felt Harry squeeze her hand and remembered she was no longer that lonely and scared little girl. "Who's the comedian, Hermione? Clearly not someone who knows you very well." This stopped the laughter of the 5 boys who had approached them, though one had a comment to make. "Oh, look, Big D, it can talk, and I didn't see Granger pull the string at his back." Harry had never seen the acne-cursed boy before, but recognized the type. In any gang, there was always one who would instigate trouble, usually while standing safely behind others. The sarcasm was fairly dripping off Padma's answer, not intimidated in the slightest by the odds they were facing here. She wasn't about to take that particularly hated insult from anyone. "Oh, Hermione, why don't you introduce us to the local wildlife? Do they actually have names, or just numbers on their collars?" Hermione was drawing courage from having her friends beside her. She was finished giving in to bullies. "Padma, Harry, meet Dudley Dursley and his friends. I used to go to school with them, and they make Ron Weasley seem intelligent." Well, coming up with the nickname Big D must have taken a lot of effort. He also looks as if he eats as much as Weasley, too. Hermione was delighted by the support Padma was giving. Something about this, though, had made Harry stiffen beside her. Hermione looked at her best friend to see his eyes boring into Dudley. She'd seen that look before. It was usually followed by his knife being drawn as he got ready for battle. While the group of boys were figuring out if these bitches had just dared to insult them, Harry asked a question. "Dursley, your parents wouldn't happen to be called Vernon and Petunia, would they?" Hey, Big D, your fame has spread. The pretty boy has heard of you. This generated some laughter, but just increased the intensity of Harry's stare. There couldn't be too many Vernon and Petunia Dursleys with a son about the same age as him. He asked one more question to be certain. Did your family used to live in Little Whining? Oh shit, Big D, you've got your own stalker. The putz with the plooks seized any opportunity to escalate the argument. Yeah, just a pity your stalker's gay shit. His hair's longer than my sister's. Harry had never mentioned his family by name, but his questioning was just a little too specific for the Dursleys to be anything other than his hated aunt and uncle. Hermione also knew the Dursleys, and had no problem believing they would do that to a baby. Dudley Dursley had been the bane of her pre-Hogwarts life, yet his parents refused point-blank to see their son as anything but a perfect little gentleman. Neither little nor gentleman were words that could really be associated with the obese bully. At this particular time, Hermione couldn't give two hoots for Dudley and his gang. She was far more worried at how her best friend would react to this meeting. Hermione swung in front of Harry, with both hands now placed over the arm where his knife was stored. Harry, you can't. He used his other hand to tenderly tuck a lock of hair that had fallen onto her face back under her woolly hat. Hermione, you don't have to worry about me. Dudley is about our age. He had as much say in his parents' decision as I had. This eased Hermione's worries greatly, but she could still see Harry was up to something. He gently brushed past her before holding his hand out to Dudley. Lord Harry James Potter, pleased to meet you, cousin. Both girls were now looking on in amusement at the confusion on Dudley's face. He had no idea how to deal with this. Hermione also knew that the Dursleys were the worst kind of social snobs. Harry introducing himself as Lord Potter was priceless. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Dudley told his parents of this meeting. Cousin, I don't have any cousins. My Aunt Marge isn't married. Your mother and my mother were sisters. That makes us cousins. Dudley wasn't having any of this. My mother's sister married some drunken freak. They died in a car crash he caused. You're full of shit. This was a little too much for Harry. His attitude certainly hardened. Lily Potter, used to be Evans, was my mother. She and my dad were murdered when I was just over a year old. I was sent to your house to live, but your parents didn't want me. Looking at you, I have to think I certainly got the best of the deal. Please thank your parents for me. Zit Boy seized his chance. He really is full of shit. Why would a lord hang about with a loser like Granger? Are you going to let this sissy get away with that, Bigdy? This arsehole deserves a kicking, walking into our manor and trying to pull a stunt like that. Harry really didn't want this to turn into a fight. Dudley had played no part in his parents' decision to reject their apparently only nephew. This mob may be the local bullies, but he was a centurion. There was a massive difference between them. The choice was soon taken out of his hands. Dudley's growl and then speed of movement practically posted his intentions. Get him! Dudley's meaty fist swung and hit nothing. Harry had moved to the side and hammered his knee into his cousin's thigh as the fat boy stumbled past, putting Dudley down with as little damage as possible. The next boy attempted to put the boot into Harry, only to have his foot caught, while his standing leg was then swept from under him. Harry continued his spin, his still outstretched leg now catching a third boy in the groin. As the fourth decided to scram, Harry heard a scream from behind him. Turning made Harry's blood boil. The Acne warrior had whacked Hermione in the face and was now trying to run away. Padma may refuse to exercise with them, but it didn't hinder her any. She'd pounced on his back like a wildcat. Padma was spitting and scratching like one too. Harry caught up in seconds, kicking right through the back of this bastard's left knee. He went down screaming in pain, Padma's weight on his back causing his face to kiss the pavement hard enough to break his nose and some teeth. Harry helped Padma to her feet, and then they both dived back to Hermione. She had one hand on the cinema wall supporting herself, while the other was covering her mouth. There was blood seeping between her fingers. Harry's jacket was off and placed on the ground as Padma helped Hermione to sit on it. She was obviously in pain, but the shock of someone actually punching her was also having an effect. Harry was sitting next to her, wrapping Hermione in his arms. I'm sorry, Hermione. I had him tagged as the least dangerous of the bunch. I can't believe he did that, far less think he was going to get away with it. Hermione's mumbled, he's done it before, saw Harry having to grab Padma. She wanted to go and have another hit at the git. Hermione was surveying the scene of devastation displayed in front of her. Dudley was attempting to get up, but appeared to have no control over his right leg. Jake was flat on his back and groaning, while Johnny was curled up into a fetal position, clutching his groin. By far the worst was Tony. His leg appeared to be lying at an unnatural angle, while his nose was bleeding all over the pavement. The siren indicated they were going to have to give the cinema a miss. It looked like someone had phoned the police. N, thanks for reading. 23. Radioactive spiders and green-eyed goblins. Harry Crow disclaimer. I don't own these characters, and my writing certainly couldn't be considered canon. If my efforts don't fit your idea of what a Harry Potter story should be, I can only offer my apologies and a suggestion. Writing your own, really, is the only way to ensure the story progresses exactly the way you want it to. It also gives the rest of us something to read. Chapter 23. Dan opened the door to find a policeman standing there. His female counterpart was helping the 3 kids out the back of the police car that was currently parked in their drive. Seeing his daughter with a bloody cotton pad held over her mouth, had Dan moving before the constable could even speak. Mr. Granger, may we have a word? Constable, I insist you both come inside. Just give me a moment to see my daughter is all right first. Harry was standing beside Hermione, with his arm protectively around her shoulder. Dan made no attempt to move the lad, instead gently lifting Hermione's hand away from her mouth. The burst lips and damaged teeth had him practically growling in anger. He tried not to let it show as he led the group inside. The 3 kids sat on the sofa with Hermione in the middle. Her mother was soon kneeling in front of her with their first aid kit. The policeman introduced both himself and his colleague as P.C. Murphy and W.P.C. Johnstone before supplying information on what had happened. There was an altercation outside the cinema between these 3 and a group of 5 boys. All involved were around the same age. We would like to ask some questions and thought this would be a more comfortable situation, rather than dragging everyone down to the station. Your daughter also refused any treatment, saying both her parents were dentists. The WPC then took over. Counting your daughter, there were 5 injuries, one of which was serious enough to require hospitalization. Because of their age, we have asked them nothing more than names and addresses. Both Lord Potter and Miss Pattle gave this address too. Dan didn't understand why Harry had used his title or the name Potter, but was just going to play along. Both Harry and Padma are friends of my daughter's from school. All 3 attend the same private boarding school in Scotland. They are spending their Christmas holidays with us. This is Harry's godfather, Lord Black. Are there going to be any charges here? Do I need to call our lawyer? P.C. Murphy shook his head. At the moment, this is just a preliminary investigation. You are welcome to call your lawyer, but that's not really necessary at this point. As Emma was cleaning Hermione's mouth, Sirius could see his godson's barely contained rage. He would bet his fortune the boy now in the hospital was the same person who injured Hermione. Harry, can you tell us what happened? We were waiting to go into the cinema when a group of 5 boys approached us. They immediately began hurling insults. I hope you didn't rise to them. Dan would hate to think his daughter had gotten a sore face because of some taunts. No, Dan. I discovered one of them was actually my cousin. I offered to shake his hand. They took this as some kind of insult and attacked. The one who hit Hermione was behind me. I'm really sorry. W.P.C. Johnstone was noting all this down. Would the person that struck Miss Granger be Mr. Dillon? This saw Emma explode. He hit you again. We shall be back round at his parents' tonight. Mrs. Granger, you might want to leave that for now. Mr. Dillon was taken away in an ambulance. I don't think his parents will be home any time soon. Can I ask if any of the 3 children practice some kind of martial arts? It was Dan who answered the policewoman's question. Harry runs to keep fit, but the only sport I know he practices is fencing. He's also teaching Hermione the basics. P.C. Murphy then asked the question they really needed the answer to. Can you tell us how Mr. Dillon came to be injured so badly? Harry shrugged his shoulders. If this Dillon guy is the person who attacked Hermione, pure bad luck. Padma jumped on his back and I swung a kick at him. My kick tripped him up, and he hit the ground with Padma still on his back. Your kick dislocated his left knee. Can I ask how you dealt with the other 3? Witnesses are all saying you made it look very easy. As Dan said, I fence. That doesn't help you in a fight. Not one without a sword anyway, but it does really sharpen up your reflexes. I didn't use any special fighting techniques. I was just quicker than they were, especially Dursley. Hearing that name, along with the other arseholes, was enough for Dan. Constables, there is some well-documented history between my daughter and these boys, though this is the first time it has involved the police. St. Andrew's Primary School should have all the records. My wife and I were certainly down there often enough complaining about the bullying situation. With Hermione now at boarding school, we assumed the harassment problems would stop. It would appear we were wrong. Hermione now had tears rolling down her cheeks, though not from the pain in her mouth. They thought things would just be the same as before. They didn't reckon on my friends standing by me. I've never done a thing to Tony, yet that's the second time he's punched me in the face. No one doubted Harry's conviction when he declared it wouldn't be happening a third time. This brought WPC Johnston back to an earlier point. Was Mr. Dillon the boy you claimed was your cousin? No, that was Dursley. Was there any animosity there? No, not from me. Dursley didn't even know I existed, so not from him either. Well, not because of that, anyway. His parents apparently said mine died in a car crash, a crash my drunken dad caused. Sirius was ready to storm out and find the Dursleys, but Harry stopped him. Sirius, my father has already taken care of it. The documents the Dursleys signed ended any and all claim on me. They stopped being any family of mine there and then. The WPC continued her questioning. You said your parents died, yet mentioned your father. I was adopted when just over a year old. I usually go by the name of Harry Crow. The Dursleys wouldn't recognize that name, so I used the one I was born with. My adoptive father is one of the top bankers in the City of London. Please let us know if we need to contact his lawyers. P.C. Murphy didn't want to get caught in any crossfire between the police station, a couple of lords, and any lawyers a top banker would know, especially over a preteen scuffle in the street. Since there was no hint of any kind of weapon being used, and the only injury requiring hospital treatment would seem to have occurred accidentally, he was pretty confident of the outcome. I don't see our superiors wanting to take this any further. Individuals may want to press charges, but I think that then would become a matter for lawyers and the courts. What we have heard here matches statements taken from others in the cinema queue. The five boys approached and flung a few insults these three didn't physically respond to. Lord Potter here was seen to hold his hand out, just as the large boy was observed throwing the first punch. Because of their ages, all of them will be taken home by a constable and their parents informed of what happened today. They will receive an official warning over the matter and find themselves now having their future behavior would be all the action we would intend to take on this incident. WPC Johnstone put a notebook away before saying any more. Personally, I agree with Lord Potter. I can't see those boys bothering Miss Granger again. Crawley isn't exactly a large place. All their peers will soon know what happened. 4 of them ended up on the ground as the 5th ran away. I don't think they will be bullying anyone for quite a while, and we will be watching to ensure they don't. As Dan showed the constables out, Emma was going for their coats. We'll need to take you down to the surgery, love. There's too much damage for us to fix at home. I would like to thank you too for standing by Hermione again. Hermione's voice was slurred, but it was to Harry she aimed her words. This is not your fault, Harry. You've taught me to look after myself and how to deal with jerks like that. Then I went and broke the first rule. I was too busy watching you. I never even noticed him until the punch hit me. He always was the sneakiness of the bunch. You and Padma made sure he won't be doing it again. I took my eye of him too. I should have been watching out for you too. Padma was having none of that. Take extra defense lessons every week so we can look after ourselves, Harry. Professor Weasley will give us hell when he hears what happened. Hermione and I are more than a match for him. We simply weren't paying attention. The very first thing the professor taught us to guard against. Dan was putting his coat on before adding his own views. The Dillons are every bit as obnoxious as the Dursleys. They won't take you putting their little angle in hospital lightly. We can expect a visit before too long. Sirius was spoiling for a fight. Let them come. I hope they bring the Dursleys with them. Sirius, I think we should let my father in on this. Gringotts can help, and our healers will easily fix Hermione in minutes. My portkey can take us all there. Dan and Emma both knew how much work and pain would be involved in fixing Hermione's injuries. Stitching the inside of your daughter's mouth before attempting to repair broken teeth was not their idea of a fun evening. The group headed for Gringotts. Uo Albus felt as if he'd been punched in the mouth. Alistair Moody was in the castle, and he didn't even know about it. What's more, it was obvious the old Aura wasn't here to see the Hogwarts headmaster. Albus accidentally came across the group leaving Minerva's office, with Phileas clearly involved in the discussion too. Bill Weasley is a good place to start, but they will eventually need more. When they reach the stage where they're ready to learn how to fight dirty, tell the lad's father to contact me. Alistair, what are you doing in Hogwarts? Leaving. That was all the answer Albus got as the group pushed past him, leaving the headmaster to wonder just how far his star had waned. That picture in the Prophet had seriously damaged his reputation and focused people's attention on the allegations Harry had made. This situation would take a bit of recovering from, but he had one thing on his side: time. Harry was only halfway through his first term, and Albus needed to learn from the numerous mistakes he'd made since the lad entered the castle. He was also casting envious glances around him at the successes inside Hogwarts in an attempt to emulate them. Severus Gift may not have both the Hogwarts potions master and Harry on the best of terms, but at least it signaled a cessation of hostilities between them. At this moment in time, that was the best Albus could hope for from Harry. Personally handing the lad something that belonged to James Potter should at least start the healing process between them. He was also loath to admit that Hogwarts' new history professor was a stunning success. Albus may be loath to admit that fact. It didn't mean he wasn't going to attempt to copy the feat. Hiring a famous defense professor should achieve his aims on two levels. Hogwarts would have a competent professor at the defense helm, and then Harry wouldn't need William Weasley's services anymore. Albus was going to need every bit of the time he was sure he had. Easing himself into a position where Harry trusted him wasn't going to happen overnight. Albus was currently aiming for fourth year. That should still give him time enough to influence Harry the way he wanted, for the greater good, of course. Uo Emma couldn't believe the change in her daughter, and she wasn't referring to the miraculous healing the goblins had performed on Hermione. When this had happened before, she had been shattered, almost afraid to leave the house. Here she was, chatting and laughing with her friends as if nothing untoward had happened earlier today. That Harry wouldn't let go of her hand, even as the healer worked on her mouth, had certainly played a part in this new positive attitude. There was also a hint of anger directed at herself. Hermione had a strong desire not to be seen as some damsel in distress. Emma envisaged her daughter pushing their training even harder from now on. After returning from Gringotts, Emma was in no mood to cook, and none of them had felt like going out for dinner. The menus had come out once more. Sirius professing a love of Chinese food, courtesy of being introduced to the cuisine by one Lily Potter, made the decision an easy one. Emma went to answer the door and pay the delivery driver. A loud roar informed the house this probably wasn't their Chinese food arriving. An enraged Vernon Dursley burst into the dining room, his face almost purple as he sought his target, and snarled, "Where is the little freak? I'll teach Lord fucking Potter not to attack my son." Dan and Sirius sprang at the enraged behemoth, only to be brushed aside. It wasn't Vernon who knocked them out the way, though. A golden Harry smacked into the intruder so hard, he actually knocked his obese uncle over onto his back. Dursley's veins on his forehead were visibly pulsing with his volcanic temper, but at least he had stopped bellowing like a constipated bull elephant. The cause of this sudden silence, though, was currently a matter for debate. It could have been his armored nephew hitting him so hard, Vernon had no breath left in him to scream. Then again, Harry kneeling on his chest, with a golden gauntlet squeezing his obese uncle's throat, would certainly have to be factored into any calculation regarding his clearly enforced silence. Betting favorite, though, was the wicked goblin knife, a knife which was currently held rock steady by Harry's other hand about an inch from Vernon's left eyeball. Petunia Dursley then ably demonstrated that her younger sister inherited all the intelligence in their family by proceeding to start hitting Harry with a handbag. "Leave my Vernon alone, you bully. Beating up my poor little Dudekin's not enough." Thankfully, for the sake of Vernon's eyesight, Harry's armor meant she might as well be hitting him with a hyacinth as a handbag. Emma quickly pulled the skinny bitch off him, though, just as Harry asked her a question. "Emma, Did you invite them into your home? No, I bloody didn't. The fat pig just pushed right past me. The smile on Harry's face at that news was terrifying, especially if your name was Vernon Dursley. Listen closely, Dursley. I have no intention of repeating myself. You've forced your way into this house uninvited. That this house is under my protection means I can legally kill you right this minute. The only reason I don't is we're just about to eat, and it would put the others off their food. Know this, though, I was raised by the goblins you left me with. I could quite happily slit your throat and then use your dying body as a sofa while eating my chicken chow mein. The fact that everyone in the room could now smell urine was enough of a clue that Harry was being believed. This house and this family are under the protection of my people. Your fat son goes anywhere near Hermione again, he'll simply disappear. A dragon doesn't leave much of what it eats, though its dung has a wonderful effect on your garden. If you don't want your precious dudekins to become fertilizer for Emma's roses, make sure he calls his friends off too. Harry stood and actually managed to drag Vernon to his feet. Have you anything you'd like to add, Lord Black? Only that your mother would be extremely disappointed in her sister, Lord Potter. Apart from that, they're not worth bothering about. We're done, Dursley. You both made that decision over a decade ago. I was prepared to give your son the benefit of the doubt. He blew it. Like you, he charged right in and got his arse handed to him. My father only has one regret over my adoption, that he didn't gut you that day in his office. You should have seen his face when I told him your son and his gang attacked us. He's very fond of Hermione too, so the name Dylan is probably joining yours on his shit list. Dan had a final word for the now clearly frightened couple. You have no idea what you're dealing with here. Any of those kids could have wiped the pavement with your son and his gang of thugs. Take Lord Potter's advice and stay well away. His father is not a goblin you want to mess with. Dan and Emma marched both Dursleys out their house, returning to see Sirius casting cleaning charms on the carpet and that an unhappy Harry had shed his armor. Are you okay, Harry? No, Emma, I'm not. This is the shirt Hermione gave me for Christmas, and now I've gone and ruined it. The girl in question slipped the shredded shirt off her best friend, leaving Harry bare from the waist up. Hermione then took out her wand and cast a reparo spell at the garment, leaving it as good as new. This saw her hoisted into the air by a now delighted Harry. Looking at Harry's bare torso, saw a question being asked by Emma. Harry, you're clearly quite a strong young lad. How the hell did you manage to drag that fat idiot up off his arse? Harry put Hermione down, but didn't put his shirt back on just yet. When the director placed my armor bands on me, he said, "May they bring strength to your arms in times of strife." Centurion armor is known to add strength to a warrior's sword arm, but I am the first non-goblin ever to wear this armor. When it's active, I've discovered I can ask my magic to make me that little bit quicker or stronger. In my armor, I could probably hold my own arm wrestling Hagrid. His armor once more covered his body as he proceeded to demonstrate by lifting the oak dining room table. Knowing he and Sirius would struggle to accomplish that feat between them, this led to Dan shaking his head. I was already struggling with the whole wizard/goblin thing. Now I've got Iron Man and the Hulk to add to the mix. The look of confusion this comment was met with by Harry brightened Dan's evening. Oh, I need to introduce you to Peter Parker too. I've got quite the collection. Hermione and Emma's groans left Harry not knowing what to expect. The doorbell ringing saw Dan going to answer it this time, with Sirius standing right behind him. They all enjoyed a lively dinner, while Dan informed Harry about the wonderful world of comics. Hermione saw Harry lying on his bed, studying a Spider-Man comic her dad had given him to read. Their eyes met, and both voiced the exact same question. Are you okay? This saw Hermione smile and sit on the bed beside her best friend. I'm fine, Harry. Your healers saw to that. I'm more worried about how you are after meeting the Dursleys. It took a minute for Harry to put his thoughts into words. Disappointed is probably the best description of how I feel. I had dreamed of confronting those people for years. Reality didn't come anywhere near my dreams. Having already met the sun, I should have been prepared for the disappointment. Hermione's hand slipped into his before he continued. I think Sirius said it best. They really aren't worth bothering about. They are no family of mine, and I happen to think the family I do have are brilliant. You've had the unfortunate experience of growing up beside Dudley. For that I'm really sorry. That's not your fault, Harry. I agree, none of the Dursleys are worth bothering about. I also know you were holding back today. That couldn't have been easy. Actually, it was a lot easier than you might think. I'm a centurion, Hermione. That means what I do reflects on that position. I would be letting not only myself down, but the director, my father, and my friends. Being a centurion is a great responsibility, even more so for me with the background I have. There are both goblins and wizards waiting to see me fail. I hope to keep them waiting for a long time. Revenge on the Dursleys is certainly not worth that price. I think I understand, Harry. I also happen to think the friends I have now are brilliant too, and would hate to let them down. This led to some blushing smiles before Hermione changed the subject. How are you getting on with Spider-Man? I don't really understand it. What's a radioactive spider? I've never heard of that species. Do they have them at Hogwarts? Hermione held her laughter, instead thanking Providence her dad hadn't started Harry off with the Fantastic Four. Budge over, this is going to take a while. Explaining the marvelous world of Marvel to a goblin was not a 5-minute job. Dan and Sirius found Emma leaning on Harry's door jamb, a beautiful smile on her face, while tears slowly ran down her cheeks. Both men were concerned. Those concerns vanished the instant they glanced toward where Emma was staring. Hermione was snuggled into Harry, a half-read Spider-Man comic laying across the sleeping pair. Emma's voice was quiet, but still conveyed her sense of wonder. Do you remember what she was like the last time that Oz punched her? Keeping his voice as quiet as his wife's, Dan's answer conveyed a different set of emotions. She cried herself to sleep for nights after. I wanted to strangle the little shit. They look so peaceful, especially after the day they've just had. This drew an answering nod from Emma. That's what brought me here. I wanted to check that Harry was okay. It would seem Hermione had the same idea and got here first. She also seems to have done a far better job than I could have. Sirius was struggling to take his eyes off the young couple and to understand why these two parents weren't in the least angry at the sight before them. Hermione was snuggled into Harry, her head resting on his chest. His godson had his right arm around Hermione, while his left had clearly held the now dropped comic. Both looked incredibly peaceful, and Emma obviously decided she wasn't going to disturb them. The comic was placed on Harry's nightstand before she removed a blanket from a drawer, covering both of them. His father had told me how close these two were, but you really need to see it for yourself. Sirius, that is my little girl lying sleeping in your godson's arms. Don't ask me to explain it, but I'm not even concerned, never mind angry. Now perhaps you'll understand why I said we would be seeing a lot of each other over the coming years. It was strange for Sirius to see Dan smile as Emma kissed both sleeping kids. Barchoke was the first to see their connection and explained how unusual it was for Harry to reach out to anyone like that. Hermione is exactly the same. We thought it was a different girl sending those letters home with that beautiful white owl. It's clear to see their friendship is helping both of them and is something that Emma and I wholeheartedly approve of. Anything else we will deal with as they get older. I can only hope they're a lot older before we even have to think about that. Dan, I am so out of my depth here. I have absolutely no idea of what to say or do. In all honesty, though, the two of them lying there so peaceful, so content, is one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. Emma was now gently shooing both of them out the room. I agree, Sirius, and so does Big Bad Dan here. He's just annoyed about having spent years working on his protective father routine, only for some boy to render it obsolete before he even got a chance to use it. He adores your godson as much as I do. Dan's just not ready to admit it yet. Dan quickly changed the subject. Never mind that. What are we going to do about the Dursleys and the Dillons? We both know Petunia and Vernon are barely tolerated in Crawley. That obnoxious horse-faced bitch talks about everyone behind their backs. Well, I intend to make sure our version of the truth gets out there and is the one being believed. Sirius was amazed at how this woman could go from being so tender and gentle with the kids to now ready to rip the Dursleys to shreds. Dan, though, had a question. Our version of the truth? Well, it will be mostly true. How we were sick of the bullying and sent Hermione to a private boarding school, a school where she met her best friend, Lord Harry James Potter. An orphan child who the Dursleys refused to care for, despite him being their only nephew. I also intend to let it be known that Tony Dillon punched our daughter in the face for the second time and got his injuries running away. I'm sure Barchoke could provide us with receipts for the exclusive and private medical treatment Lord Potter arranged for his best friend, just to make the Dylans think twice about running to a lawyer. Okay, that's all mostly true. Dan knew how protective they both were of Hermione. Emma apparently had just extended that protection to include Harry. The marauder, though, had something to add to the conversation, a conversation that was still held in whispers. They were currently standing on the bedroom landing, and there were 3 sleeping children in the house. You may think that's enough, but I doubt if Barchoke will. I am sure the Dursleys have trouble coming their way soon, these Dylans too, if they start anything. You two were obviously concerned with Hermione, but as Harry said earlier, Barchoke was every bit as angry as his son over her injury. After quiet goodnights were mumbled, the adults then all made their way to their respective bedrooms. It was a slightly hungover and very nervous Vernon who answered the door next morning. It was almost a relief seeing an irate Callum Dillon standing there. He led the man into the kitchen where he'd just left his 3rd cup of coffee. Dudley was also there, sitting in his Y-fronts and eating his large breakfast. The reason for his lack of attire was instantly obvious. His mother was currently rubbing lotion onto a wicked bruise that spread over most of his hip and thigh. This was all Callum needed to see. He was barely containing his temper as it was. I've spent most of last night at the hospital. Deirdre is still there. Tony spent hours in surgery. They had to rebuild his knee and wire a cracked jaw, that's not counting his broken teeth and nose. My son looks as if he's been hit by a bus, and the police had the nerve to say they won't be pressing any charges. They're claiming my Tony attacked the Granger girl, and his injuries were accidentally inflicted as he tried to run away. I was planning on heading round there to give the Grangers and their guests a piece of my mind. I stopped by to ask if you wanted to come too. Vernon's large body gave an involuntary shudder at that suggestion, and he decided that the coffee wasn't helping in the slightest. He pushed it away and went for the Glenfiddich, returning with the bottle and 2 glasses. Vernon poured one for himself and indicated for their visitor to help themselves to a seat and a drink. Callum, we were round there last night. It wasn't pleasant. Vernon needed a swig of his 12-year-old single malt before he could continue. We know of the boy who did this. How could we not? He's Petunia's nephew. Over 10 years ago, they tried to dump the brat on us after his parents were murdered. We wouldn't stand for it and put him up for adoption. That was why we moved to Crawley, in the hope they wouldn't find us. Petunia and I decided last night it was time to move again. The man this brat now calls father is not someone you want to cross. He would give the Mafia a bad name. Another shudder was treated by administering more single malt. There's even a godfather on the scene as well. When we were considering moving house 10 years ago, Petunia made some enquiries about him. He was slapped in a high-security prison for committing multiple murders, yet now he's clearly out. So you see, Callum, there is more chance of me winning Slimmer of the Year than going back round to the Grangers. Your Tony actually punched their daughter in the face, a daughter whose hand this boy was holding as they walked around Crawley. Go if you must, but you might not get out of that house in one piece. Callum reached for the bottle and poured some of the liquid gold into the glass provided. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Ooh-oh at the Grangers, the house woke once more to the thwack of Harry and Hermione practicing in the back garden. Sirius was nursing his cup of coffee while standing to the side, watching these two go at it with their wooden practice swords and shields. Their concentration seemed immense, so out of place for people their age. The marauder thought this scene needed lightening up, so fired a mild, stinging hex at his godson. Sirius yelped in surprise, and then pain, as his stinging hex was reflected straight back at him. He'd spilled hot coffee all over his hand too, dropping the cup onto the decking in the process. His wand soon joined his spilled coffee and cup. Hermione had spun and whacked his other hand with the tip of her practice sword. The thankfully rounded wooden tip was now resting on Sirius' chest as a confident young witch spoke to him. Harry said that if you take away a wizard's wand, they're helpless in a fight. It would seem he was right. Sirius, though, had another trick up his sleeve. Padfoot made an appearance and was about to pounce on the surprised girl. The mutt never even got to move. Harry's knife sprayed strange-looking ropes out the blade, wrapping the big black dog up like a belated Christmas present. Harry, I was trying for a web, like Spider-Man, Cursebreaker Weasley is always telling us magic is all about intent. Looks like I haven't quite got it yet. No, Harry, where the hell did the dog come from? Is that still Sirius? I assume he's an animagus, just like Professor McGonagall, except a dog. There's not much more I know. It's a form of transfiguration goblins are physically unable to perform. Because of that, we don't exactly have a lot of books on the subject. The whining now coming from the dog saw Harry release the bindings, and Sirius was soon with them once more. That was bloody brilliant, you two. I can't tell you how impressed I am at that. You fairly and squarely disarmed an adult wizard, and I would never have tried that move against your real sword. Well done, Hermione. Sirius could see the girl stand that little bit taller. Her confidence had taken a blow too yesterday. Dan had also been watching, and couldn't help but proudly smile at the way his daughter had reacted. Here was another reason Hermione hadn't cried herself to sleep last night. His little girl could now look after herself. After extracting a promise from Sirius to tell them everything he knew about becoming an animagus, Hermione raced Harry up the stairs to take their showers. They were finally joined by Padma, and the trio were soon at the breakfast table, where they were greeted by Emma, wearing a satisfied smirk on her face. That was Martha Jenkins just off the phone, supposedly inquiring how Hermione was. The story is apparently all over town. What she really phoned for was to discover if the rumors were true, and we actually do have a lord staying with us. When I told her no, we had two. She was practically salivating down the phone. We're all invited to her New Year party. When the story spreads, and it will, I expect a few more invitations to be coming our way. You can also bet the Dursleys won't be receiving any. I may have mentioned how they placed their only nephew up for adoption. Hermione's nose was wrinkling in distaste. I don't want to go anywhere if we're only invited because Harry's a lord. This drew laughter from Sirius. I think you better get used to that, Hermione. The Minister of Magic was desperate to invite Harry to the Ministry New Year ball, only to discover he couldn't. That news generated laughter from Harry. Our nation would refuse any invitation coming through the Department for Control of Dangerous Creatures, and their own laws prevent any other department from doing so. That was why I asked Susan if her Aunt Amelia could talk to my father. With us not being at school, they don't have that option. And Sirius dropped the bombshell. Your father thinks the rules may be changed, allowing you to be officially invited to the Ministry summer ball. Won't we be on holiday? Hermione's words died in her throat as she spotted the change in Harry. He was clearly working out the implications of this, and liking what he found. Hermione, this is huge, even bigger than huge. If me getting dressed up and smiling for the minister one summer evening can change things for my nation, you better believe we will be there. This drew a wide smile from Sirius, and none of those present at breakfast had missed Harry's "we will be there" either. Just as well your father arranged a new tutor then. You need to learn all the do's and don'ts associated with being a lord. Augusta Longbottom has probably been instilling this into Neville since he was old enough to listen. We still want him to attend lessons, though. We'll need 4 when practicing dancing and such. This certainly held the girls' attention, though Harry's thoughts had gone off in a different direction. There was something fishy here. And who did my father get to teach us this? Sirius couldn't contain his smile. Me, you're getting Lord Sirius Orion Black teaching you all about wizarding traditions and customs every weekend. Neither Dumbledore nor the Ministry will dare object to this. Merlin, both would probably pay for it out their own pockets. You still get Bill in the morning for defense, and then me in the afternoon. There is so much I need to teach you. Sirius had his wand out underneath the table as the 3 kids listened intently. It was time for a payback prank to make up for getting his arse handed to him earlier. Harry could practically feel the heat generated from having a blushing witch sitting either side of him. He was struggling to determine the cause until he looked up. Mistletoe. Hermione was bright red as she asked her question. You know what that is, Harry? Yeah, a parasitic plant. Why would you want it in your house? Padma tried to help her friends. When a boy and girl are under mistletoe, it's customary that they kiss. Harry shrugged his shoulders and kissed Padma on the cheek, turning then to do the same for Hermione. Padma's blush got even deeper. Not a kiss like that, Harry. Harry already thought Sirius was setting him up. He'd drawn his knife while turning round to kiss Hermione. Hearing this decided his course of action. Will, that leaves only one option. Harry transfigured the mistletoe into a live bat, a bat that immediately chased his godfather. Sirius, not being able to fire off offensive spells indoors, had to race out the back garden before being able to deal with the creature. Dan and Emma had sat enthralled at this drama being played out before them. They now fell about with laughter. Harry leaned over and gently kissed Hermione on the lips. "Neither of you need mistletoe. You are both beautiful witches." Sirius surveyed the scene from the back door and thought Godfather 0, Godson 2. He actually couldn't be happier with that score. Clearly, he wasn't going to have to teach his godson how to woo witches. Harry may be blushing, but his godson was already way ahead of either Padfoot or Prongs at the same age in his dealings with the fairer sex. Dan had just watched a boy kiss his daughter, but still couldn't stop laughing. Harry had reversed Sirius' prank brilliantly. Anyway, it wasn't every day you got to see someone chased away from their breakfast by a live bat. The kids were only going to be here for a few more days, but Dan was willing to bet those days would be ringing with even more laughter. Uo Smeater could hardly believe the reaction they got when stepping onto platform 9 3/4. It spread like ripples in a pond. Within seconds, everyone knew they had arrived. Padma had tried to prepare her for this, but mere words didn't prepare you for an entire railway platform, stopping and staring. Harry and Hermione had stayed at the Pattle house last night, allowing their home to be warded and leaving Ramrau and Smeater to get everyone to King's Cross. Her daughter had also explained that they would be showing a united front, this being the first time they had appeared in the wizarding section of Britain since those trial pictures of Harry were published after Christmas. Padma and Hermione had their dueling robes on, with the muggle-born witch wearing her sword for the first time in public. Harry had shrunk all their trunks and tucked them in his bag, their only luggage being Hermione's cat carrier. The group were soon joined by Neville, also wearing his dueling robes, before the first flash signaled the press interest. Harry stood for a moment with his friends while pictures were taken, though refused to answer any questions. Ramrau then put a stop to the press intrusion, allowing Smeater and Augusta to get the 5 of them on the train. Their goodbyes were short, so they could get to the safety of a carriage. It was going to be almost 6 months before they all met again. Their summer schedule had been worked out, and the Longbottoms and Bones sent a copy. The Pattles had all sat last night as Padma excitedly explained where they would be going and when. Ramrau and Smeater wouldn't allow their twins to be apart for an entire summer, and this was not a situation their girls would want either. Both were delighted to see plans being made to include not only them, but Parvati too. Padma obviously wanted to spend as much of the summer as possible with her friends, and they were looking to be joining them after the first 3 weeks. They hoped to stay for 2, with Parvati remaining for the final week too. There were a lot more details that would be required to be sorted out, but both Pattle parents had provisionally agreed to the plan that would see Padma, Harry, and Hermione spending 6 weeks of their holiday together. Smeater had to hide her smile when Harry put his foot down and declared their guest list for the summer was now full. She had spoken with Parvati about trying to moderate her exuberance around the group. Unfortunately, that natural exuberance jumped a few notches when in the company of her friend, Lavender. By making that declaration, Harry had effectively excluded Lavender before Parvati could even bring her friend's name up. Amelia Bones joined them as Susan and Hannah headed onto the Hogwarts Express. The parents and guardians chatted away until the shriek of the steam whistle signaled it was time for the train to leave the station. None of the 4 standing there knew what 1992 would bring, although thought it would be different because of now knowing a certain Harry Crow. N. Thanks for reading. 24. Memories of a Terrible Night. Harry Crow disclaimer. Harry Potter belongs to JKR. I write purely for fun, and it's posted here so anyone can read my efforts free of charge. Anybody wishing professional standards of writing should go and buy a book. Joe has a new one out, though I haven't read it. Chapter 24. There was a certain apprehension of expectation hanging heavy in the air, a tension that had been felt on the train but assuredly climbed in intensity as the 4 friends entered the great hall. The friends appeared to be the only ones unaffected by this apprehensive atmosphere, chatting amongst themselves as to why 3 of them could see the Thestrals, yet Neville could not. The group were sitting at the Ravenclaw table, discussing whether watching as Harry saved Hermione and Padma from the troll counted as seeing death. The trolls certainly ended up deceased. They were deliberately paying no attention to what was happening around them that couldn't be allowed to continue. Big brass ones, Fred. Brass. Our Harry here wouldn't settle for anything so coarse and common as brass. Pure diamond, hardest substance known to man. Ah, gentlemen, well, Fred and George, how was your holiday? Obviously not as exciting as yours. Harry laughed at that. Guys, you don't know the half of it. Now a certain Padfoot wondered if the best pranksters in the school might just have come across an old piece of parchment that belonged to him. Gobsmacked was a new look for the twins, but they seemed to have no problem pulling it off. If so, he was also wondering if you would consider passing this piece of parchment on to the son of Prongs, namely yours truly. Yes, both Fred and George could now claim to have mastered the gobsmacked look. Enjoying watching the twins in this state, Harry used his most officious voice to deliver the final part of his message. If the answer to both of those questions were to be yes, I'm authorized to set up a meeting between yourselves and the aforementioned marauder Padfoot. Harry found a piece of old parchment being thrust into his hands as the twins sank to their knees and bowed. O mighty son of Prongs, we are honored to be in the same castle with one such as you. Can we really meet Padfoot? This was too much for Harry, and he started to laugh. How does Saturday grab you? It was Harry who found himself grabbed by two emotional twins. You wouldn't play a prank on us about this, because that would be seriously unfunny. Hermione was the one who put their minds at rest. Well, kicked those devious minds into overdrive, actually. Guys, he stayed at my house for most of last week. I don't think I've ever seen my parents laugh so much. The prank war between the three of us and him really escalated. Staying at Padma's last night was the first time I was able to sleep with both eyes closed this week. The twins wanted details, but the staff entering meant they and Neville had to head over to the Gryffindor table. Told you, George, that boy is a diamond. We need a better name than Budgie for the son of Prongs, though. Roger, like most of the hall, had been watching Harry. It really doesn't bother you that Dumbledore is going to be sitting just up there. If it did, Roger, I wouldn't have returned. Issues with the old man are still the same as they were in September. There may be one or two more questions I would like a truthful answer to, but apart from that, nothing has really changed. You really think holding a sword to Dumbledore changes nothing? For me it doesn't, Harry honestly answered. The man pulled a wand on an unarmed member of my family, not something I was ever going to stand there and allow. Problem dealt with and over. I'll bet Dumbledore wants to forget all about it too. This saw Roger shaking his head. I never thought I would agree with the Weasley twins, but definitely Diamond Harry. When Dumbledore stood, welcomed everyone back and began the feast, it was like pulling the plug in the bath, and the tension began to drain from the castle. It would appear Harry was right, and the headmaster wanted nothing more than to forget all about that humiliating picture. It was a different picture that had sent tempers soaring at Malfoy Manor. The sight of Crow wrapped in the new Lord Black's arms put the final touch to what had already been a pretty dismal Christmas. Normally, the Malfoy family would have to decide which parties or balls they would grace with their presence. This Christmas, they hadn't received one single invitation, not even to the annual Ministry New Year ball. With no gold to even consider holding one of their own, and dreading facing the possible indignity of no one bothering to attend if they had, it was easily the worst Christmas of Draco's life. Then, to see any hope of receiving the black inheritance disappear, on the front page of the Prophet no less, was just kicking someone while they were down. It was now obvious why his mother could never access the black vaults. Sirius must have named someone as his heir. The reaction of both parties shown in that photograph made it pretty obvious just who that someone was. Not content with freezing the Malfoy fortune, Crow had now stolen his black inheritance too. His father had instructed him to keep an eye on Crow, and especially those around him. Draco would have done that anyway. What he needed was someone to wind up and point at Crow. The problem with that idea, though, was Draco couldn't think of anyone stupid enough to actually do that. The whole of magical Britain must have seen his sword at Dumbledore's throat. As if that wasn't bad enough, the mudblood bitch was now walking about with a clearly goblin-forged blade on her hip too. Draco would have loved to get her into trouble for that, but was sure they would have checked the Hogwarts handbook and found some loophole that allowed it. If someone else wanted to put forward a complaint, Draco would sit back and enjoy the show. His main objective at Hogwarts, though, was to stay out of Crow's way. With his mother paying tuition and board for all 7 years, he really had no other options. Hermione rhapsodized over the charm work involved in making the Marauders map. Padma's eyes twinkled wickedly as she claimed they could spy on who was using all the school broom cupboards. Harry, though, had an entirely different approach from both his friends. He thought of the wonderful tactical advantages the map supplied and wondered if any of the staff had similar items. This drew a harumph from Hermione. Why does everything have to be about battles and tactics with you, Harry? He pointed toward where Moonlight was currently stalking the tasseled end of a woolen scarf hanging over a sofa in the common room. Would you say your kitten was having fun? Of course she is. Yet at the same time, Moonlight's practicing skills she will need as she grows into adulthood. Goblins are a warrior race, so what they teach their children has practical uses. Gaining an advantage over an opponent, whether in banking or combat, is a skill that needs to be nurtured. Just like you would be taught not to touch hot things or eat stuff that would do you harm, we just have a different set of survival skills. Padma or I wouldn't have a clue how to cross one of your busy London roads without getting knocked down. I'll bet that was something you were taught from a very young age. Yes, we had the Green Cross Code Man. The actor then went on to play Darth Vader in the Star Wars series. Okay, I'm with Harry on this one. Basically because I didn't understand a word of what you just said. Well, that's not exactly true. I recognized it was English, even most of the words. It was just the order you used them in that confused the hell out of me. Hermione appeared ready to go into far greater detail until Padma put her finger against her friend's lips. Stop, Hermione. You telling us more about Green Vader or Darth Wars isn't going to help. We simply don't have anything to compare it to. She admitted defeat for now. Hermione promised both of them would be watching Star Wars just as soon as she could manage it. It was time for bed after a tiring day. The week seemed to drag as they waited for the weekend. Saturday finally came, and they briskly headed off for their extra defense lesson. Harry and Hermione had kept up their exercising throughout the holidays, so picked right up where they had left off. Padma and Neville weren't so lucky Professor Weasley pushed them hard. With Professor Flitwick attending for the second half of the lesson, both of their swords got to see some action. Phileas was full of praise for how quickly Hermione was progressing, but was left speechless in his battle with Harry. As their blades clashed while both fought for the advantage, the charms professor suddenly found himself with a long stalk of celery in his hand, where once had been a sword. This was sliced through before Harry's blade shot out strange ropes that wrapped the shocked head of House up tightly. "Did you do that?" was all Phileas could manage to say. "I don't know, sir, but ever since that fight at Sirius Trial I've been able to cast with my sword. I would tell no one about this, Harry. It could be a big advantage for you. My father is already excited at the prospect of my next duel with Master Sharpshot. He wants a copy of that memory for himself and the director." After lunch, it was finally time for the lesson they had all been looking forward to. Sirius didn't disappoint. He went over the basics of polite behavior before changing the environment into that of a dance. He also had one more trick up his sleeve. Professor Hobson was invited along to be his dance partner. They demonstrated the steps and then had both couples emulate their actions. Harry and Hermione were both quick learners, but Neville struggled, probably from having the young witch in his arms. Sensing this, Padma took action. "So, Longbottom, you're fine with firing curses at me all morning, but can't handle putting your hand on my waist." "What, no? Well, not really. Neville, we're friends. Relax and let's enjoy dancing together. If your hand goes somewhere inappropriate, my knee will let your groin know." This had Neville laughing, and soon saw him relax. He did ensure his hand didn't slip in the slightest, though. Neville was positive Padma wasn't joking about that knee. Harry and Hermione were sure this would be their favorite lesson of the week. Holding each other as they learned to dance was just fine as far as they were concerned. Sirius, though, threw a spanner into their works. "At a formal ball, you will be expected to dance with other people too." Sirius said this while cutting in on the best friends, leaving Harry dancing with the professor while he twirled Hermione around the floor. "Harry, I know I'm not Hermione, but it is customary to at least pay your dance partner some attention." "Sorry, Professor. I've kinda lost my enthusiasm for balls if it means I have to watch Hermione dancing with other people. I have no problems with family or friends, but does this mean anyone can just walk up and she has to dance with them? Henrika just had to laugh. This was so strange for her. She had a young man in her arms, yet he was worried about who his girl was possibly going to be dancing with. For the Vila, this was simply priceless. It was usually the ladies who were worried about the gentleman she was dancing with. Harry, you really are something else. If Hermione were to attend a ball as your date, any gentleman would have to ask your permission to dance with her. I'll make sure Sirius teaches you the ins and outs of that maze of social quicksand. Even though you may think she's worth it, I'm sure the director wouldn't want one of his centurions starting a goblin rebellion over Hermione's dance card. While the mere thought of someone like Malfoy or Ron Weasley with their arms around Hermione had him wanting to draw his sword, this news drew a smile from Harry. He was a centurion, though, for a reason. Why, Professor Hobson, are you teasing me? I noticed you were very close to my godfather. Should I be worried? She couldn't help but smile at his comeback. It is rare to find men who are unaffected by my allure, but two in the one family. Thankfully, your godfather is neither my employer nor 11, even though he appears to act younger than you sometimes. I heard that. Did you miss me? When I had such a charming replacement? I hardly think so, Lord Black. Unfortunately, this young goblin did miss his dance partner, leaving me heartbroken and stuck with you. This was all said with a smile, as the dancing resumed with the original couples intact. You seemed sad when you were dancing, Harry. I thought every male in the castle wanted to be in Professor Hobson's arms. She was explaining that there are rules for balls and dances. I didn't like the idea that whoever wants could just come along, and we would have to dance with them. Sirius will need to teach me the rules before I end up having to fight duels for telling folk to get lost. There must be a polite way of refusing without having to draw my sword. I'll just have to learn it. Hermione found her head resting on his chest. My protector from trolls, even those in dress robes. We really do need a better name for you than Budgie. I think Swift fits the bill, and it's still a bird. I think we need to swiftly dance with Padma and Neville before Sirius decides to split them up. Neville's just beginning to cope with Padma. Professor Hobson would blow his mind. Harry enjoyed dancing with Padma and could see Hermione and Neville having fun together too. He could imagine a group of them going to a dance and having a ball together. Harry began to relax after realizing things were nowhere near as bad as he first thought. It was a happy group who left the room of requirements to find Dumbledore waiting for them in the corridor. Sirius, Henrika, and especially Harry were all instantly on high alert. Dumbledore attempted to be as non-threatening as possible as he held out the parcel in his hands. Albus needed this to work, and had studied what he was going to say closely. He noticed the lad always referred to Barchoke as his father, while James and Lily were mum and dad. Even a little thing like this could be the difference between making a connection with the lad or being rebuffed again. Harry, your dad left this with me. I think it's time it was returned to its rightful owner. It was with great caution Harry took the offered parcel. He even used his knife to slice through the wrappings. The shimmering material the parcel held drew an audible gasp from Sirius. Harry, that's your father's invisibility cloak. He got it from his father. It's been in the Potter family for generations. His face could have been carved from stone, but Harry was living up to the twins' billing. The young centurion's eyes were like diamonds, diamonds that were cutting into an uncomfortable Dumbledore. Can I ask how this came to be in your possession, Headmaster Dumbledore? For the life of him, Albus couldn't understand the hostility that was simply pouring off the lad. What had he done wrong this time? I asked your dad if I could borrow the cloak to study it. I never got the chance to return it. At that, Harry turned his back on the headmaster. He needed information from his godfather. Sirius, my father says my mum and dad were a very smart couple. Would you agree with that? Your dad was very smart, Harry, but your mum was simply brilliant. Then please help me understand, Sirius, because this makes them appear like a couple of idiots. Why would these two clever people give up a potentially life-saving tactical advantage just so Albus bloody Dumbledore could study it? Harry's hostility had switched to absolute fury, and only one person had any hope of containing the explosion. His best friend had her hand back on his arm and speaking in the gentlest voice she could. Harry, we don't understand what you're trying to say. Can you explain? He seemed transported to another time and place. It was also as if he and Hermione were the only two people in the entire world. Quick as a flash, Harry had the cloak around her shoulders. Lily, take Harry and go. It's him. Go, run. I'll hold him off. Hermione was instantly caught up in the moment too, mesmerized by the intensity in those green eyes. I don't think I can leave you. You can't ask me that. You must. Our son will need one of us. Harry's forehead was now resting on Hermione's as he pleaded with her, before leaning back and flicking the cloak's hood up. Hermione may have disappeared, but no one was looking in her direction anyway. All eyes were on Harry. It took 3 attempts before Sirius managed to get his throat to actually make some noise. Dear Merlin, Harry, do you remember that night? The young lad was bereft of emotion as he glacially answered his godfather with words he'd not spoken since being a scared little child, being wakened from a nightmare. Not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside now. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. Not Harry, please have mercy, have mercy. An invisible sobbing girl smashed into her best friend, shocking him back to the present. Harry noticed there wasn't a dry eye in the corridor. Even Dumbledore had tears on his cheeks. That didn't stop Harry focusing on the old wizard, though his rage was back under control. My mum and dad could have gone anywhere in the world, yet they stayed in a cottage and hid behind an obscure spell. They had a means of escape, yet handed it over to you. These are not the actions of the smart people everyone tells me they were. There is not one shred of doubt both of them loved me. My dad and mum gave their lives so I could live. As their son, I swear I will get to the bottom of what happened that night, and any part you played in it, headmaster. I thank you for returning my property. It was disconcerting and downright weird, seeing a pair of arms that had emerged out of nowhere and circled around Harry's torso. Just as Harry seemed to have his arm hanging suspended in midair, right about where the sound of sobbing was slowly stopping. Sirius, I'm not really up to dinner with the twins, and you did promise. I'll see you for lessons tomorrow. Harry walked away, whispering to a still invisible Hermione as he went. Padma was holding on to Neville and crying too. Henrika was watching them closely. Sirius didn't know whether to cry or hit someone. Dumbledore nearly made his mind up for him. Sirius, surely you don't think I had anything to do with? I wouldn't believe Albus bloody Dumbledore if he said tomorrow was Sunday. I can promise you this, though. You'll find a goblin blade in your gut if you did have anything to do with James and Lily's deaths. Whether the hand holding that blade is Harry's, his father's, or even Miss Granger's, is something I hope you never have to discover. Henrika helped her 2 students along, with Sirius following on behind. Albus was left standing in the corridor alone, with his plans shattered into a million pieces. What was worse, he had absolutely no idea of what had just taken place. How could a simple gift go so horribly wrong? Hermione was using a hanky to wipe her eyes and trying to lighten Harry's mood. Your dad and your godfather would be very proud of you. You've not had that cloak an hour yet, but already used it to smuggle a girl into your room. He did try to smile, but Harry's heart wasn't really in it at the moment. Not when they found out I'd made that same girl cry. Hermione was soon sitting beside him and slipping her hand into his. Oh, Harry, you didn't make me cry. It was just discovering you could remember that horrible night that shocked everyone. Our healers think it's a consequence of having a part of Voldemort inside me, even if only for a few days. They couldn't tell whether they were my memories or the last few seconds of his. My father was offered the chance to remove them, but declined. I'm glad he did. Those memories might not be very nice, but they're all I've got of my mum and dad. I couldn't lose them. Those memories are also the reason I will finish off Voldemort, not because of some stupid prophecy. Hermione just squeezed his hand. What other answer could she give? Harry asked Hogwarts if she could let their friends and Sirius know they were fine. The castle took it a step further and provided them both with an evening meal. They enjoyed a quiet night together before using the map and cloak to smuggle Hermione safely, and unseen, back to her dorm. Things were back to normal by their run and exercises next morning, though Padma drew a few strange glances in the common room when she flew into Harry's arms as they met before going down to breakfast. I'm fine, Padma. I hadn't thought of that for a while. It kinda jumped out on me. I'm just glad you took Hermione with you. No one should have been alone after remembering that. The hat put me in Ravenclaw for a reason, Padma. It would have been an incredibly stupid idea not to have Hermione with me, and a stupid Ravenclaw is a contradiction in terms. There's also the matter of needing a crowbar to get her arms to let go. A hand slipped into its usual place on his arm. You wish, Crow, you wish. Hermione being the one doing the teasing generated smiles from both Harry and Padma as the trio headed off for breakfast, and to meet Neville. Albus and Henrica were both pleased to see Harry appeared back to his normal self, though for different reasons. The young history professor had been as shocked as anyone last night at Harry's revelations. It had taken a dinner with Sirius and the Weasley twins to lift her spirits. It would seem an evening with Hermione had fulfilled the same function for the young centurion. It was more relief that Albus felt, relief that he didn't seem to have done any more permanent damage than what transpired last night. The young man now sitting with his friends at the Ravenclaw table looked the picture of health and contentment. Had Harry sat there sullen and staring daggers at his headmaster, it would have led to questions Albus didn't want to answer. His biggest question, though, was where did he go from here? Albus was going to have to rely on Providence presenting an opportunity for him to exploit. He had nothing else left at his disposal. After their lesson with Sirius, he asked for some time to chat with his godson. Professor Hobson took the other three along, leaving the pair to say what was needed. I spoke to your father last night. He told me about the nightmares when you were younger. I was 3 or 4, Sirius. I've got over it. Just thinking how they could have used my dad's cloak brought it all back. Spending some time with Hermione helped me put those memories back in their box. Seeing his godson didn't want to talk about it, and being warned by Barchoke to expect this reaction, Sirius changed the topic. Henrica told me you were worried about other guys trying to muscle in on your date. Well, there are quite a few ways you can put a stop to that. Harry was now all ears as the castle once more provided food, just as well as the time appeared to fly away. Now, when speaking to your father last night, he was totally unaware of the very important date that's just over 4 weeks away. From that, I assume that you've never heard of Valentine's Day either. February the 14th is a day that can make or break you, so there has to be some thought goes into it. The worst thing possible is to be running around at the last minute, trying to pull something out the fire for your loved one. We both know Hermione deserves better than that. Serious, if this is a prank, I swear I'll. Ask Neville, and then decide what you want to do. My offer of help extends to him too. Being raised by his gran might not have prepared him for this. I promise I won't make a fool of you. It might not be a wooden sword in Hermione's hand next time. Harry wouldn't commit to any more just now, not at least until he had spoken to Neville about it. Oh, I meant to say to you yesterday, you can relax. All those nasty betrothal contracts have been refused. I just wrote a standard letter for all of them and your father arranged their delivery. Sirius stopped talking as Harry had a worried look on his face. The Marauder's map was soon spread in front of him. Harry, what's the matter? I hope nothing. Oh shit, I really should know better. My luck seems to be running about its usual level. Please tell me those weren't 2 of the names you refused. The map clearly showed Hermione and Padma moving along to Ravenclaw Tower after dinner. What neither of the girls could see was that Marietta and Cho appeared to be standing waiting for them. Both girls had really enjoyed their extra lessons today and were giggling amongst themselves at how well Sirius and Professor Hobson were getting along. It already seemed a sure thing that Sirius would be there if and when she joined them on their summer holiday. They were also sure Sirius could cope better upon seeing the beautiful blonde in a bathing suit than Neville would. It was also wrong to giggle at the thought their friend's head might actually explode from embarrassment. That didn't stop them giggling, though. It was only after they were spoken to that the girls noticed they had company. We have 2 happy witches here, Marietta. Looks like this pair never got sent letters saying they weren't wanted. Yeah, we never even got a chance. These 2 had their hooks into him since that first night. Not bloody fair. My father is angry and accusing me of not really trying. What was I supposed to do? Hermione tried to stay calm and prevent this escalating into a fight. It wouldn't have made any difference no matter what you would have done. Cho jumped right down her throat before she could say any more. So sure of yourself, aren't you, Granger? It's no wonder no one else can stand you. There was a time those words could have decimated Hermione, but she now knew they were merely said out of spite. The girl currently by her side had stayed right there on more than one sticky occasion and showed no inclination to run away here. Hermione was also good friends with Neville, witches and wizards from all four houses, and then of course there was Harry. Just thinking about him gave her the strength and confidence to say what she intended. If you would just shut up and listen, I'll give you the information you're missing. Goblins don't use betrothal contracts, believing their children should choose their own mates. Lord Black refused all the betrothal contracts his godson had received. This caused Marietta to stop and think, but Cho had already assigned a name to all her perceived injustices and woes. That name was Hermione Granger. You still think you're going to stroll into Hogwarts and waltz away with the big prize. The boy who lived is not for the likes of you. Padma was wishing they hadn't swapped their dueling robes for the dancing lessons. That didn't mean she was going to back down, though. Oh, I don't know, Cho. Hermione's just spent the last few hours waltzing in Harry's arms. He didn't seem to mind at all. Cho knew her family were counting on her snagging the boy who lived. The prestige, not to mention the fortune, would catapult the Changs straight into the top echelon of British magical society. To have all that snatched away from her by this plain little witch with no breeding was not something she was going to stand for. I'll show Harry who the better witch is. Defindo. Cho cast the cutting curse with enough force to slice through clothes and draw some blood. All the blood drained from her face as the curse just bounced right off. Hermione had every confidence her bracelet would protect her from anything Cho Chang was able to cast. That was why, instead of dodging, Hermione took the decision to take the hit while she drew her sword. As the spell rebounded, Cho stood there stunned for a second. This was all the time Hermione needed. Her sword whispered through the air and removed the top inch and a half of her attacker's wand. Marietta stood with her hands up and held palm outward, the universal sign she was unarmed. Padma now had her wand out, covering Marietta so she wouldn't interfere. Harry had easily outrun his godfather, arriving on the scene as the point of Hermione's sword had a now terrified Cho pinned against the corridor wall. Padma had her wand out, covering Hermione's back as they had began to draw a crowd. Are you both okay? We're fine, Harry. Cho here wanted to prove to you, and the school who was the better witch. I think Hermione just settled that argument, don't you? Padma wanted no one to be in any doubt who had won here, though a clearly terrified Cho was a rather large visual clue. McGonagall soon bustled along the corridor. Kindly lower that blade this instant, Miss Granger, and I would appreciate an explanation. The deputy headmistress's tone told everyone this was not a request, rather a demand. Hermione sheathed her blade. Disgusted with herself that the look of terror on Cho's face had initially excited her, Hermione Granger was no bully. We had a private disagreement, Professor. It should not have escalated to this, and for that I apologize. I want to know what this private disagreement was about, and also why you resorted to using a sword on a fellow student. Not wanting Cho's personal business broadcast all over the castle, Hermione dug her heels in. The first part is not mine to tell, Professor. I drew my sword purely for defense, and it's against Hogwarts rules to use magic in the corridors. Harry had a quick whispered conversation with Padma and had his suspicions confirmed. He stepped beside Hermione. Professor, perhaps I can offer an explanation. Were you involved in this too, Mr. Crow? Not directly, but I believe a misunderstanding may have been the cause. I would like to clear up that misunderstanding to make sure this doesn't happen again. McGonagall couldn't really say no to that. The last thing she needed was students fighting in the corridors. Goblins don't use betrothal contracts, Professor, and there were quite a few in the name of Harry Potter lying in Gringotts. My godfather, Lord Black, has respected my wishes and politely declined every single one of them. This was no slight on anyone, be it by blood status or anything else you care to think of. With no access to my vault, I don't even know what names had been put forward. I'm sorry if anyone is disappointed at that, but my best friend was in no way involved in this decision being made. Cho felt humiliated and wanted some payback. Granger destroyed my wand. What's going to be done about that? McGonagall looked to Hermione for an explanation. She duly obliged. Miss Chang fired a cutting curse at me. I didn't want her firing another. As I said, it's also against the castle rules to use magic in the corridors, so I used my sword to disarm my attacker. The concern in McGonagall's voice was clear to hear. Are you hurt, Miss Granger? Do you need to see Madam Pomfrey? No, Professor. Our extra defense lessons with Professor Weasley just kicked in. He really is a brilliant teacher. But I saw my curse hit her, right across her chest. It was only then it dawned on Cho that perhaps she shouldn't be saying anything. McGonagall dragged her and Marietta away, warning Hermione and Padma that Professor Flitwick would talk with them on this matter later. It was only as the crowd dispersed that Sirius approached the trio. Well done, you three. You handled that brilliantly. Hermione, I'm glad it was only your practice sword you used on me. Good tactical awareness, Padma. You had your wand out and Hermione's back covered. Sorry, Harry, but I should have foreseen this problem. Just because we explained our reasons to the fathers, that doesn't mean they are going to pass those reasons on to their daughters. Your explanation should be all round the castle by the morning. Sirius had underestimated how fast news travels in the castle, certainly quicker than Neville and Parvati as they ran toward the group. Looks like we missed it again, Parvati. I really need to get transferred to Ravenclaw. All this running is killing me. Parvati was in her twin's arms, with no breath left for speaking. Hey, Pav, we're fine. That bitch Chang decided to make her play and Hermione owned her arse. She also sliced clean through Chang's wand. The other bit must be lying about here somewhere. You want it as a souvenir, Hermione. Harry currently had his arm around his best friend. Hermione had fought back, and for the first time she could remember had actually won. She didn't know what she was supposed to be feeling at the moment. Hermione was quite sure she shouldn't be shaking, though. It's just the adrenaline leaving your system. You'll be fine in a few moments. Remember what happened to me? No, that was stupid. Please forget all about what happened to me. We don't want to be visiting any toilets for that tonight. This brought a slight smile to Hermione's face, which was Harry's aim. He really had no wish to see her throwing up in a toilet over this. I am so proud of you for the way you handled that. My father will be ecstatic that you took her out using your sword. Your mum and dad will be over the moon too. I can see a few more Spider-Man comics heading in my direction over this. Thinking of her parents and how well Harry got on with them put a genuine smile on Hermione's face. Looking at Neville leaning on the wall, he'd practically burst a gut to get here. Padma had her arm comfortingly around her twin, but her friend had stood beside her once more. The arm around her shoulders, though, was the most important. Harry not only gave her the confidence to deal with these situations, he provided the training and even supplied her sword. One glance at a grinning Sirius and Hermione knew she was going to be fine. With such a support group in place, how could she not be? I was already heading to Crawley to tell your mum and dad how your weekend went. Wait until they hear this story. No embellishing the story, Sirius. My mum and dad worry enough over me being here. They don't need to hear stories of their daughter wielding her trusty blade against hordes of attacking witches. Sirius appeared crestfallen. Oh, Hermione, please. You wielding your trusty blade against hordes of attacking witches is just too good not to use. I could have Dan and Emma on the edge of their seats. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm afraid of. Them getting off those seats to drag their only daughter out of Hogwarts. Chang fired one curse. It was shielded before I sliced her wand in two. But Hermione, where's the excitement, drama, and tension in that? Padma was gradually getting used to the marauder and comfortable enough to joke right back. There was drama and tension enough for me. Thank you very much. For excitement, though, Harry taking 9 of them down in as many seconds really takes a bit of beating. A laughing Sirius reluctantly bade them a good night, until Harry asked what he had planned for the rest of the week. I'm hoping to find an old friend. Seeing his godson's concern at that remark, he quickly put his mind at rest. No, not that one. Your father persuaded me to let the authorities deal with that. Your father can be quite persuasive when he puts his mind to it. Barchoke had actually sat him down for some straight talking, saying Harry needed him in his life. Pointing out that he'd let his godson down before may be true, but Sirius definitely thought that was a low blow. He accepted it, though, as he got to know the goblin better. This was a father who would do anything for his son. Since that son was his godson, how could Sirius possibly argue with that? Peter had cost him 10 years with Harry and any chance of raising his godson. That both Barchoke and Harry wanted the Marauder as part of their lives was an unexpected and wonderful opportunity, an opportunity he had no intention of throwing away over chasing a rat. Uo, the rat in question, was currently rising from its cozy shelter. behind the brick wall that was part of a London underground tunnel. Peter had excavated a nice little hide for himself, once he could ignore the sounds of the trains racing past. He was less than 100 yards from Leicester Square Underground Station, and within a quarter of a mile of both Diagon Alley and the Ministry of Magic. Not that he wanted to go to any of those places. Information, though, could be as vital as food. There was no shortage of food available to him, not if you were prepared to rake through the bins. This was no problem to Peter. Spending so long as a rodent had dulled what little piece of self-worth the wizard known as Peter Pettigrew had. Once he had dreams of grandeur and power, only for that power to be corrupted into him being forced to betray his friends. The former marauder had then surprised himself at how well his play had worked against Sirius. While Black had spent a decade in Azkaban, he'd lived a life of relative luxury as a young boy's pet. Peter had even spent the last 4.5 years living in the Gryffindor dorms, bringing back memories of happier and more innocent times. That all changed when Sirius Black had been freed from Azkaban, forcing Peter to flee his safe haven. Only the involvement of Harry gave him time to escape. Had they plastered all over the front of the Prophet that he was a rat animagus, Peter doubted if he could have made it out of the burrow. What was that news, though, in comparison to the boy who lived, holding a sword to Dumbledore? Peter thought he was safe for the moment. How long that would last was anyone's guess. He was a 30-year-old wizard who now spent a third of his life living as a rat, and who knew how much longer that would have to continue. The dark mark that was burned into his arm all those years ago changed his life forever, and not for the better. And thanks for reading RN2. I would like to dedicate this chapter to one of my readers. This young lady spent her flights to and from the UK reading a number of my stories. That she lives in Australia gives you some idea of what a marathon feat this was. A personal thanks for reading to RobSt from me, Robert. 25. Love is in the air. Harry Crow disclaimer. Since I still have to drag myself to work every Monday to Friday, that should be proof enough that I am neither a professional author nor do I own Harry Potter. RobSt is just someone having a bit of fun during the long, dark Scottish evenings by playing in the world JKR created for us. I also don't own any of the words used in this chapter, and claim only the order I place them in as my own. Chapter 25. Harry's declaration regarding his betrothal contracts actually made it into the Prophet. Instead of buying him breathing space, though, every witch in Hogwarts took this as an invitation that the boy who lived was still there for the taking. Not quite the effect he was hoping for. The lessons with Sirius were paying dividends too, unexpected ones. Harry could now see that his actions had painted a large target on Hermione's forehead with the other witches in the castle. His task now was damage limitation, while standing squarely beside his best friend. A part of him hated that he'd caused Hermione all this trouble. A much greater part couldn't imagine a life without his wonderful best friend in it. Now he had to walk the tightrope between making Hermione's Valentine's Day special and not heaping more scorn on her from the other witches. Harry was coming to rely on his godfather's advice more and more, something that pleased both of them. Hermione's takedown of Cho had won her deserved respect across the castle, as had her attitude afterwards. Hermione had taken the view that Cho was understandably upset at her betrothal refusal. The second year had reacted without thinking, and also out of character. Giving Cho the benefit of the doubt saw Hermione claim the moral high ground, leaving her opponent with no other option than to apologize. After Professor Flitwick had investigated the matter by speaking with all 4 witches involved, Cho found herself in detention for a month, while Marietta merely lost house points for initial poor judgment. News that Harry would be spending his summer hopping around the world, along with his invited friends, was soon common knowledge. Parvati would obviously tell her best friend, and Lavender would obviously tell the entire castle. That Miss Hobson was also rumored to be attending at some point over the summer saw Harry face an almost constant barrage of witches and wizards wrangling for invites. Spending some of the summer with the Weasley twins or Roger Davies might be appealing, but by and large, Harry was really glad he'd locked the numbers where they were. Ravenclaw House had soon buckled back down to studying after the holiday, though Penny almost unintentionally started a riot. Percy had owls this year, and citing the poor teaching on offer at Hogwarts, had asked his elder brother for some defense tuition for him and his girlfriend. Penny getting extra defense tuition from the same teacher the first years raved about, saw Bill Weasley inundated with requests to join these classes. This saw Bill approach Minerva about the possibility of running an OWL revision defense class on a Sunday afternoon, only to be asked if he could do the same for Newt-level students on a Saturday too. Bill had to get back to Gringotts about that. Barchoke was looking for a favor from Minerva, so was delighted to have this carrot to dangle in front of her. There was also the added bonus of even more Gringotts influence inside Hogwarts Castle to be considered, something that would surely get right up Dumbledore's crooked nose. Since the favor Barchoke requested was permitted under Hogwarts rules, providing the proper forms were completed, Minerva was delighted to comply. The notices of extra OWL and Newt defense tuition would be posted in the common rooms before the end of the day. She expected there would be a large uptake. Minerva couldn't remember when things had run this well inside Hogwarts, nor when the students had gotten a better education. The goblin influences in history, potions, and defense were certainly having a positive effect on the castle. Even the Weasley twins were often observed studying that wonderful potions book Master Pitsley provided. Uo, the Minister of Magic, could hardly contain his excitement while waiting on the department head he just summoned. Cornelius had been lying in the bath last night when his eureka moment struck, and he didn't even wet the floor. The ministry needed a way to officially contact the goblins, a way that he would be able to justify to the Wisengamot, and he may just have found it. He, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, solving problems, this was exhilarating. Why did he ever listen to people like Malfoy or Dumbledore in the first place? A knock at the door brought the man he wanted to talk with into his office. "Come in, Arthur. Take a seat. There is something I'd like to run past you, though I must emphasize this needs to remain top secret at the moment." Arthur Weasley could only nod in agreement, having no idea what Fudge was up to. The whole Crouch/Black matter was only solved by the goblins passing messages onto Amelia's niece through young Harry. I think we would both agree that's a pretty unsatisfactory method of communication between governments. What I'm proposing will see your department abolished. Arthur's heart sank at that. How was he supposed to go home and tell his little girl she couldn't go to Hogwarts now? And replaced with one which handles all our liaisons with both the Muggles and the Goblins. I have you earmarked to head this new department, but only if we can pull this off. Arthur felt as if he was on an out-of-control broom. He just corkscrewed to the depths of despair before racing to the dizzy heights of a possible promotion. Of course there had to be a catch. "Minister, I could hardly be considered a goblin expert. You know as much about goblins as I do, but you have an amazing resource at your disposal that I don't. Your eldest son not only works for Gringotts, he's a personal tutor of Harry's at Hogwarts. Minister, my son takes his work for the goblins very seriously. The chances of him passing on any information are nil. Very admirable of him, Arthur, and exactly what we're after. The ministry aren't looking for goblin secrets to be exposed, rather that a dialogue between us can hopefully be established. Both of us know how difficult this could be to get past the Wisengamot. It would be political suicide if the goblins weren't on board first. I need your son to pass this general idea to the goblins and discover what they think about it. Unless we get positive feedback, this conversation never happened, and the matter ends here." Having Bill sound the goblins out on this idea was something Arthur approved of. He also understood the minister's stance on saying nothing just now. To push this through the Wisengamot, only for the goblins to then reject it, would end the careers of everyone involved in this new measure. "I hope we can count on your son's discretion to act as a go-between. The ministry and the goblins need to agree on this deal before we go anywhere near the chamber with new legislation. This could be potentially a massive step for both leaderships. Well, what do you think, Arthur?" The more Arthur thought about it, the more excited he became. "I think it's a brilliant idea, Minister. I would like to have at least the framework in place by summer. If we can invite Centurion Crow to the ministry summer ball, the Wisengamot would then face public pressure to vote in favor of these new measures." Arthur left the minister's office with his head spinning, not least because it was Cornelius Fudge who come up with this idea. He needed to contact Bill at once. Hermione was a bundle of nerves this morning. She didn't know what was going to happen, and that always worried her. It wasn't as if Hermione was an expert on Valentine's Day. She'd never received a card in her life. She was hoping for one today, though, but understood that Harry being a goblin might scupper that actually happening. Hermione would certainly not stoop to dropping any hints. Having Harry at her side for the day was more than enough for Hermione, but she knew every witch in the castle would be casting their eyes in her direction today. She had, of course, gotten Harry a card, but even that presented a dilemma. What if she gave him the card and he hadn't gotten one for her? It wouldn't be much of a Valentine's Day if Harry spent it berating himself for not getting her a card. Harry solved all her problems the moment they met. Giving Hermione a hug, followed by a kiss on the cheek, was a good start. Happy Valentine's Day, Hermione. Would you do me the honor of spending the evening with me? This left Hermione a very relieved but now puzzled witch. Don't I spend every evening with you? Ah, but not like this. Harry's mischievous smile would melt hearts of stone. So, do we have a date? The use of the D word had Hermione's head in a spin. She quickly agreed to anything before they headed off to exercise. Hermione handed Harry his card before they went down to breakfast and emulated his hug/kiss combination from earlier. It was only when she stepped back that Hermione noticed the beautiful yellow rose that was now pinned to her robes. How? When? Magic. Hermione, simply magic. Hermione sat at breakfast with a rose pinned to her robes and a permanent smile on her lips, much to the indignation of Padma. How can you sit there grinning like an idiot with that happening beside you? Glancing to her other side, revealed a long line of owls delivering cards and presents to Harry, causing Hermione to shrug her shoulders. I've already given Harry my card, and he's taking me on a date tonight. Date? Padma could have bitten her tongue off for saying that too loud, but Hermione didn't seem to mind. She just nodded her head in confirmation while her smile got wider. This would be enough to start tongues wagging, and that information would be all over the castle by the time breakfast finished. On Hermione's other side, Harry was amassing quite the collection of cards and chocolates. Someone's very popular today. Looks like Honeydukes has been cleaned out. Help yourself, Roger. I'm not really a fan of chocolate. Why don't you start passing them around the table? Let everyone enjoy them. This proved to be a popular decision, as many hands made light work of Harry's haul. Padma had helped herself to a couple of chocolate frogs when a warning look from the boy they were sent to saw the amphibian-modelled confectionery disappear into her bag. The warning bell rang, and it was time to head to potions. Harry's glance led Padma to believe they might be testing chocolate today. They were less than halfway through their potions lesson when the class was interrupted by a delegation. McGonagall, Flitwick, and Dumbledore all appeared concerned. It was Phileas who took the lead. Excuse this intrusion, Master Pitsley. We needed to check on your students. Ravenclaws all over the castle have been acting peculiar. Our first years, though, seem curiously unaffected. Could I have a bit more detail than peculiar, Master Flitwick? It doesn't give us much to go on. Phileas knew what reaction this news would bring. He still needed to say it, though. It would seem a number of my house have been affected by potions that affect their emotions. We suspected some of the chocolate Centurion Crow received may have been tainted, but the entire first year uninfected would appear to dispute that. Almost all the first years were seen to help themselves to the free sweets. Phileas stopped because Padma placed her chocolate frogs on the bench, closely followed by Mandy, Morag, Terry, Michael, and Anthony, doing the same with their hordes of free chocolate. Hermione felt she needed to justify her lack of confectionery. My parents are dentists. We don't eat chocolate in our house. She didn't want to admit there were other things running through her mind while everyone else was helping themselves, namely her date with Harry. Mandy broke next. I saw Harry give Padma a warning look. She then put her chocolate in her bag. That was good enough for me, so I did the same, and then told Morag. The little Scot quickly volunteered that she'd pass the exact same advice on to the boys, though no one else was willing to take notice of her concerns. Terry spoke for all the first years. If Harry's being cautious about something, that's good enough for me. I could always eat them later. This left Minerva to ask the question Harry had known would be coming from the moment they entered the potions class. If you suspected something, Mr. Crow, why didn't you say so? This morning I received 14 separate gifts of sweets. The odds of at least one of them being tampered with were good. What was I supposed to do, Professor? You witnessed what happened over the betrothal refusal. Don't you think it would have been worse if I started having the gifts tested to see if I wasn't being slipped a potion? Duels have been fought over far less insulting behavior than that. The staff must have seen all those deliveries. Did it occur to any of you to check there was nothing harmful amongst it? None of the three could answer that, though Dumbledore, of course, had something to say. If you suspected in the least, you should not have let your housemates eat tainted chocolates, supposing there was poison in some of those sweets. I assume there are wards in place to prevent that. It is after all your job to keep us safe, not mine. You were in the hall and did nothing. Do not come in here blaming me for your mistakes. I also assume the DMLE has been contacted. Dumbledore was once more on the defensive. For a school prank, don't be ridiculous. When the people who did this are found, they shall be punished with detentions and lost house points. This led Harry to shake his head in disappointment. Master Pitsley, what is the penalty for even attempting to poison a goblin with a love potion? Beheading. It was an enraged potions master who provided even more information. No one has ever been stupid enough to attempt poisoning a centurion with that filth. I would imagine their punishment would be even more severe. Minerva had her hand protectively at her throat. How do you get more severe than having your head removed? It was Harry who gave her the answer. It depends who or what is doing the removing. A goblin blade would be clean and quick. A dragon might decide to chew on you a bit first. Are you going to contact the Auras, headmaster, or shall we do this the goblin way? Once the process of goblin justice has been started, it can't be stopped until it reaches its conclusion. The goblin potions master was already having all the chocolate, meticulously labeling and bottling each sample. I will leave a set that can be examined by your own potions master, though I would expect the perpetrators of this to be easy to find. All we need look for are the witches being pursued by lovesick Ravenclaws. That would not necessarily be a marker of their guilt. As I mentioned before, we can't discount this being a prank. Harry removed some cards from his bag and began writing in the corner. These are the cards that came with the sweets. I've marked in the bottom corner what chocolate came with that card. The handwriting might match the girl who I was supposed to fall for. It was then his head of house broke the bad news. We think at least 3 separate girls were involved. There have been fights breaking out around the castle as suitors fought for their new love's attention. Classes have been cancelled for the rest of the day to allow the staff to deal with the situation. Professor Snape is currently brewing flushing potions for those affected. Not all of them are wizards. Harry immediately focused on McGonagall. Does this mean we can leave early? I think I really need to talk to my father about this. We plan to make an announcement at lunch. You're free after that. She then immediately turned her attention to the headmaster, preempting his objection. All the relevant parchment has been completed, headmaster, and this is within my remit. Master Pitsley handed Dumbledore a bag containing half the samples. I would advise you to get your auras here as soon as possible. If these samples result in a positive test, Barchoke will demand justice on those who attempted to poison his son. Students, I shall see you next week, assuming Centurion Crow is still attending Hogwarts. The 3 members of the senior staff accompanied the class back to the Great Hall, where bewildered students were milling about, wondering just what was going on. As Dumbledore left to contact the DMLE, it was McGonagall who took to the podium. She was greeted by silence, as everyone wanted to know if the rumors were true. Students, it would seem some amongst you took the spirit of Valentine's Day to an unacceptable level. We are currently having samples of chocolate analyzed for the presence of love potions, and the headmaster is contacting the DMLE. There are some students already in the infirmary, and classes have been cancelled for the rest of the day to allow the staff to investigate this very serious matter. Normally, any announcement about cancelled classes would be greeted by cheering, not this time. Total, stunned silence. A silence that was broken by a single voice. Professor, can I say something? Harry was standing on the Ravenclaw bench and asking for permission to speak. Minerva gave him that permission. It looks like some of the sweets I was sent today may have had some form of love potions in them. Fortunately, I didn't eat any. If I had, the people who sent them would be facing goblin justice. For this crime, a guilty verdict carries a death penalty. Since this information wasn't known, and I didn't eat any of the sweets, the DMLE will deal with the incident this time. Oh, that law also applies to friends of the Goblin Nation. This was also greeted with silence as Harry sat back down. McGonagall thought there was one more thing she needed to add. One of the most important lessons you will learn while growing up is that our actions can have consequences. This may be a prank that went horribly wrong or something more sinister. Either way, there will be consequences. It's only how serious those consequences are that have still to be determined. Ingesting multiple love potions can prove fatal as they compete for dominance inside the victim's body. Thankfully, it would appear we have been spared that terrible fate this time. Lunch appeared on the table, but there didn't seem to be much appetite for it. Only Ron Weasley was eating with his usual gusto. Harry took Hermione's hand and led her out the hall, pausing only to let their friends know they would see them later. "I'm sorry, Hermione, this is not the day I had planned for you. Can you grab a dress and whatever you need to go with it? We can get ready at my place later. I need to get to my father before he explodes." "No problem, Harry, but why the serious rush? You didn't eat any of the chocolate and are perfectly fine, or am I missing something here?" "You know goblins only have one mate, and that mate is for life." Hermione was nodding at this, but still missing the point. Can you imagine how a society with those beliefs would react to a potion that could cause goblins to break sacred bonds? Nothing is hated in the nation as much as these potions, except perhaps those who would use them. This is an aspect of Valentine's Day Sirius didn't mention to me. So you didn't know your sweets had those potions in them. Hermione, only a fool would eat something when you didn't know who sent it. To then test the gift would be a great insult. I suspected they might be pranked. Nothing like this, though. Oh, I'd better warn you, my father can be quite scary when he's really mad. What you need to remember, though, is he's not mad at us. This drew a smile from the girl. "Don't worry, Harry. My mum and dad can be the same. So where are we going tonight?" Uo, Harry's father, was currently in a meeting with the director, a meeting Ragnak appeared to be enjoying. "So, Barchok, it would appear your ploy has not only borne fruit, it's providing us with a whole orchard." He tried to insert a note of caution. "We're still far from equals, though. Placing goblins on a par with muggles is not such a step up in the eyes of a lot of purebloods. They think muggles are little more than beasts, too." "That may be true, and probably why the minister thinks he can get this passed through the Wisengamot. If he tries for too much in the one bite, both he and his policy will be thrown out. We need to tweak this policy so that it reaches a level that I can then take to the nation without causing a revolt. Neither side were ever going to get all they wanted. What we need here is a middle ground that we can both accept and sell to our subjects." Barchok was also worried about the timescale involved here. Negotiations like this usually take years. This will alter treaties and laws. Is it feasible to even consider the timescale the minister is hinting at? The director couldn't help but let his grin show through. That all depends on whether the right people can be put in position and what form these negotiations take. I intend to suggest Weasley, as the ministry representative, meets directly with a member of the nation. An ambassador, if you will. Looking at the director's grin actually widening, Barchok had a bad feeling about this. "That sounds fine. Did you have someone in mind?" The grin had become a chuckle. "Why, Ambassador Barchok, can't you guess? Director, I am already very busy. I am just about to change that. Apart from the Potter account, all others will go to account managers of your choice. No more than one per manager, though. I see your new duties taking up all your time for the next 6 years." That number was hugely significant, but Barchok wanted to ensure he was reading the correct interpretation into this clue. "Director, why 6 years? By then, you should be able to fulfill a goblin's lifelong ambition and hand your duties over to your son. Ambassador Lord Harry James Potter has quite the ring to it, don't you think? He would represent the nation, yet be respected in both worlds if his father can pull this off." Barchok was now kneeling before his leader in respect. He had no words to say what this represented for him and his son. "Weasley has our cursebreaker to rely on for information about us. Make sure he knows to comply with his father's wishes. You have your own son, off learning the ways of wizards. You also have Miss Granger, friend to the nation, and an invaluable source for all things Muggle. I can't think of the last time I felt so positive about the future of our nation." Kneeling Goblin finally found his voice. Director, you have my vow that this venture will not fail due to any lack of effort or guile on my part. As you yourself said, this would see me fulfill an ambition I thought was merely an impossible dream. I know, my friend, and it would be well deserved. Let's keep your supposed successor's identity a secret for now. We can let it slip to Weasley if the negotiations falter. I'm hoping to keep that news to ourselves and use it to wring more concessions out them later. With the prospect of their boy who lived accepting his lordship, your son shall be our ace in the hole once more. What of my son? Can I tell him? I don't like keeping secrets that concern him. This is not a secret yet. Until you become ambassador, there is no secret to keep. Once you have achieved that feat, you may of course tell your son. As he gets older, he will need different training to cope with this new role we both want for him. I am delighted you have already started his tuition with Lord Black. Between that, Hogwarts, and his involvement with the Grangers, our young centurion should have a good grounding to undertake this most difficult of roles. Barchoke could agree to that. Until the deal was done, there was no job for Harry to aim for. What of the Dark One? His disposal still remains one of our nation's top priorities. We cannot put our lives on hold, however, waiting on him gracing us with an appearance. You have my promise that when he does, everything we have will stand beside your son in his efforts to finish this once and for all. We want a respectful peace between our nation and all others. He will destroy peace, and everyone who doesn't bow before him. The Dark One must be destroyed for all our sakes. Ooh-wow. It was a relieved Harry who discovered his father in an incredibly good mood. He almost hated spoiling it with his news. Harry also discovered just how powerful that charm of Rowena Ravenclaw's really was. Hermione, blushing like a beetroot at his father's string of obscenities, indicated she still understood the goblin language. Father, Hermione probably doesn't know what a clabot is, far less that it has a puzzle that should be transferred to these witches. This allowed an enraged Barchoke to regain control. That was no language to use in front of a young female. I apologize, Hermione. I hope my son has explained why we despise these potions so much. Yes, sir, had I been forced to watch Harry kissing one of those witches, I would probably have agreed with your hag comment too. Harry tried to get his point across. Madam Bones will deal with it. You told me yourself she was a fair-minded witch. Sirius can handle anything else that comes up over this. The whole school now knows our views on these potions. Let them deal with it this time. His father also knew the incident would give them a little more leverage in their dealings with the ministry. Something like this would not remain out of the prophet. Very well, but there will be a condition. If this is just the actions of some silly witches, the ministry can deal with it. If we find others behind this, Gringotts may take action against those individuals. Publicly locking down the Malfoy vaults made a lot of purebloods sit up and take notice. Locking down a vault would be the minimum punishment for attempting to use one of these potions on a centurion. Knowing this was as good as he was going to get, and better than he had hoped for, Harry quickly conceded that condition. Now all he had to do was contact Sirius about their change in plans. Ooh-oh, Hermione was sitting staring at the mirror and wishing her mum was here. She had applied some makeup to her face in an attempt to highlight her eyes. The effect was rather panderesque. The knock at her bedroom door saw the last person Hermione expected entering, and they were dressed as if for a date too. Professor Hobson, what are you doing here? This drew a smile from the blonde witch. Hermione, when we're outside Hogwarts, it's Henrika. Did you really think we were going to let a couple of first years loose for an evening in London? You're coming too. Oh, this is great. Do you know where we're going? Harry won't say. Must run in the family, his godfather would tell me either. All I know is that it involves dinner and dancing, and we had to pop here to pick you both up. Can I help you get ready? Hermione was extremely grateful for the offer and quickly accepted. She trusted Henrika not to steer her wrong. Too many young girls just can't wait to grow up. It's you Harry's asked on a date tonight, not someone you think you need to be. Henrika's wand left Hermione's face free of makeup and her complexion glowing with health. I can use a Vela spell to help you, though. Hermione watched in utter amazement as her frizz was slowly replaced by soft curls. You have got to teach me that. And you have got to get moving. I left some nervous wizards to come and get you. Hermione watched Harry's face light up as she entered the room. She was concentrating on that so much. The well-known voice surprised her. Doesn't even look at us, Neville. Probably never even noticed we were here. Padma, Neville, what are you doing here? Well, since Mr. Longbottom asked me to spend the evening with him, I said yes. Neville gave me a card and asked just after you two left. Oh, this is brilliant. Do you have any idea where we're going? Harry was right by her side. Now, Hermione, why would you want to spoil the surprise? It's time to go anyway. The three couples caused quite a stir as they left Gringotts to head for the leaky cauldron. Hermione was reminding herself that the cauldron didn't do dancing, but was still relieved to discover they were merely passing through. The limo sitting outside couldn't have been for anyone else. Harry opened the door for her as the surprises just kept coming. She found herself engulfed in some very familiar arms. Mum, Dad, you two. Hermione was now looking forward to her night even more. There was barely time to bring everyone up to speed on what had been discovered at Hogwarts. Two fourth-year girls had done it purely as a prank. Both only wanted a kiss from the boy who lived on Valentine's Day. They received a week's suspension from Hogwarts, were put on probation for a year, and then escorted home by auras. Both girls were mortified at the trouble they had caused, and the trouble they were now in. A third-year Slytherin had received a package from home, a package she was told to send to Harry. The Auras were currently visiting her parents. The limo soon dropped them at their destination, the Thames Embankment, just along from the Houses of Parliament. All the ladies were delighted with their surprise, a dinner/dance cruise along the Thames. They were soon shown to their table, a table that had a fabulous view of London by night. Even Dan and Emma were impressed. This is wonderful, Sirius. How did you think of it? I didn't know you were so well up on our world. I'm actually not, Emma. I just remembered something from many years ago. James and Lily did this one Halloween. It was getting too dangerous to go out and celebrate in our world at the time. Come to think of it, I'm sure we celebrated Harry's birth 9 months later. Serious attempt at embarrassing his godson failed miserably. No one minded, though, after witnessing the result. The expression on Harry's face was one of wonder and amazement. My mum and dad did this. Maybe even sat on this very boat. His friends and family got to see Harry with all his defenses down. Emma, though this was the first time she had seen this side of the lad. The mother also couldn't fail to notice that her daughter was, if anything, even closer to her best friend. When Sirius had approached them with this idea for Valentine's Day, they had both quickly agreed. Dan may think his little princess was too young to be even thinking about a date. The fact that he was going to see Hermione again quashed any argument before it got started. After a lovely meal, the band had barely began playing when Harry asked Hermione to dance. Padma and Neville were soon following them onto the dance floor as Dan slipped his arm around his wife. I just can't get over how confident she looks, or how well they fit together. Sirius, Henrika, you've done a wonderful job in such a short space of time. The young professor may be having to keep her Velar allures screwed down as tight as she could, but Henrika was still enjoying herself. It's an absolute pleasure to teach such willing pupils. I sometimes help Bill with their defense lessons too. Harry is an extremely motivated young man, and his friends have a fierce determination to keep up with him. I think your daughter fears being left behind. Even in the short time I've known them, I feel confident in saying that will never happen. Watching as the young couple waltzed around the dance floor, it was hard to refute that claim. Hermione held her birthday on the astronomy tower as the most romantic event in her life that would have to be changed. Dancing in Harry's arms on a ship sailing down the Thames on Valentine's Day was simply unbelievable. She had hoped for a card, and Harry had made her feel like a princess. So, do you like your surprise? Oh, Harry, I absolutely love it. Thank you so much. Well, this is just the first part of it. We're all staying at your house for the weekend. Give your mum and dad a chance to see our lessons too. Cursebreaker Weasley will come to your house in the morning, and you'll need to add a certain history professor to the ward access. Professor Hobson will be there in the afternoon. I think Sirius and her are getting quite close. Hermione's eyes now glistened with unshed tears. That these were happy tears was never in doubt. She had something that was bothering her, though, and for once just blurted it out. Why are you so good to me, Harry? This drew a smile and an easy answer from the boy in question. Because you're my best friend. That earned Harry a rather chaste peck on the lips, leaving both of them happily blushing. Henrika was again having the unusual experience of dancing with someone and not having their full attention. At least this time she was sure it was not through lack of interest on her dance partner's part. Harry's fine, Sirius. If anything, it should be Dan Granger keeping his eye on them. I just want the night to be perfect for them. I wasn't around when he was younger, and then, first thing he asks me to do when I'm back, Hermione gets jumped in the corridor. Sirius, please listen to me. Harry will love his godfather tomorrow, no matter what, just as you will him. That's the way these things work. A few days out of the castle will probably suit them down to the ground, given what happened in Hogwarts today. Now, I thought this was a date, or did you lure me here under false pretenses? Sirius realized this woman deserved nothing less than his full attention. Oh, this is most certainly a date, Miss Hobson, a date I have been looking forward to. N, thanks for reading. 26. Potent Practices. Harry Crow disclaimer. The only thing I own here is the iPad I used to type this. Harry Potter belongs to JKR. Since Apple are about the only people with more cash than Joe Rowling, I am available for sponsorship deals. A new iPad. A little product placement can go a long way. Chapter 26. Dan Granger was practically shitting himself with fright. He hardly noticed that his wife's fingers were almost touching bone as Emma gripped his arm for support. They were both standing there watching their only daughter fighting for her life. At least that's what it looked like to them. Bill and Harry had set down some special stones that would stop any magic escaping, and both parents had been excited to see the kids training. That excitement soon turned to terror. The tickling hex Hermione had used on Dan had in no way prepared the young witch's muggle parents for magical displays of this nature. 3 of them were currently attacking Harry, who strangely appeared to be holding his own. When a red beam of light managed to hit Neville and drop him to the ground, Emma's scream was loud and piercing. This caught Hermione's attention, and Harry used the distraction to put her out the fight too. Padma didn't last long after that. Only after Harry began reviving his downed friends did the parents recover their power of thought and speech. What the hell was that? Dan's question/demand was fired off as powerfully as any curse and targeted directly at Bill. Twice a week, these 4 take their normal defense lessons with their friends. At the weekend, I'm training Harry so he can hopefully survive a fight with Voldemort or his Death Eaters. The other 3 wanted to be part of those lessons and are plugging on gamely. Harry buying them dueling robes has enabled us to step up the severity of curses quite a bit, though all 3 were just hit on unprotected parts of their bodies by stunners. A stunner will put you out of a fight until someone applies the counter curse, or it will eventually wear off. By this point they had been joined by the 4 kids. Emma was hugging and inspecting Hermione for damage at the same time. Mum, I'm fine. We do this every week. What did you think extra defense training was? Bill wanted his lesson back on track. Okay, where did we go wrong? We weren't fighting on a flat floor. I stumbled and Harry nailed me. Good point, Neville. We'll work on that next week. I'm sure the room could provide us with different terrains. Next. Hermione had her head down. Mum's scream distracted me. That was all Harry needed. Bill had drummed into them that they needed to be honest here. It was vital that they learned from their mistakes. Padma was certainly honest in her assessment of what happened next. I just couldn't handle Harry on my own, and he certainly never gave me a chance to revive any of these 2. This received an understanding nod from their tutor. Anything to add, Harry? They're still sticking together too much, playing safety in numbers. Neville mentioned terrain, yet none of them used it. Anyone getting behind that tree would have been murder to take out. All good points. Remember, the best way not to be hit is not to be there. Hiding behind a solid object would certainly be high on the list too. Now, let's practice our shield drills. There was no grumpiness or moaning as they split into 2 pairs, with one shielding while the other fired curses at it. They then swapped when it was their partner's turn to shield. Bill had a very concerned father on his hands. This looks like combat training. I don't know that I'm happy about my daughter learning this. As I said, Dan, my remit from Gringotts is to train Harry. The other 3 specifically asked to be involved. I know I'm pushing them, but again, that's my job here. If you want Hermione out of these lessons, then there's nothing I can do about that. One thing's for sure, though, you get to tell her. While every bit as concerned as her husband, Emma wasn't certain if they should go that far. Can you give us some idea of what level the kids are at? This is all new to us, and it may not be as dangerous as it looks to the uninitiated. That was a fair question, one that Bill had to put a bit of thought into answering. They've been getting at least an extra 6 hours of defense tuition every weekend for about 6 months now. We're not working through textbooks or doing any written work at all. Their time is spent purely on the practical application of defense. In terms of magically dueling, I would put them ahead of my twin brothers, and they're in third year. This shocked Emma. They're really that far ahead. In the practical side, yes. I really have to wait until they are a bit older before teaching them more powerful spells. This is more about building up their magical power levels until they get older. These shield drills help with that. None of the other first years can cast a shield or a stunner. This actually made sense to both parents. Can I assume that's why you're trying to instill tactical awareness into them now, so that as they mature, they will already have that in their minds? To be honest, Dan, Harry's been raised to be tactically aware. It's something he does now without thinking. It will take a few years to get the others anywhere near that level, but they're already far ahead of their peers. He then stopped the drills before they started flagging. It was now time for some fun. Okay, take 5, while I set up some target practice. Let's see if we can knock the reigning champion off his lofty perch. Bill then removed what appeared at first to be a couple of dolls from his bag, only for them to grow to about 5 foot in height. These mannequins were then animated to quickly, but randomly move around the garden. The kids held a quick rock, paper, scissors tournament to decide the order they would compete in. Padma was up first. When Bill gave the command to start, she began unleashing curses at the pair of targets. With her 3 friends shouting encouragement, Padma had soon completed the task. Bill was explaining to the Grangers just what was happening here. These training dummies will move randomly until they receive 5 spell hits. They will then stop for 10 seconds. They have to get both dummies stopped at the same time to complete their task. This teaches accuracy, speed of casting, and also awareness. They need to know how many times they've hit each target. Otherwise, the first dummy could be moving before they've got the second one stopped. Well done, Padma. You just broke the 2-minute barrier. This saw the delighted witch being congratulated by her friends. It was now Harry's turn. When the call came to begin, Harry's hand was a blur as his knife seemed to appear from nowhere and began spitting out curses. Dan now understood both boys being quite underwhelmed that day at his shooting club, a rather unusual reaction to having a gun in your hand for the first time. Compared to this, though, it was no wonder the small paper targets neither excited nor grabbed Harry and Neville's attention. Dan didn't need to hear a time to know that Harry had completed the task quicker than Padma. What he did next, though, surprised the hell out of him. Harry's knife disappeared as his sword was drawn. Knowing he had only a few seconds before they reanimated, Harry gave it his best effort. A web shot out of his sword and captured the 2 mannequins, but that wasn't the end of the matter. His sword directed the webbing to the tree, and the dummies were hanging suspended by webbing from one of its lower branches. Having been attempting this since Christmas, Harry gave out a loud victory whoop of delight. This left Emma shaking her head. That is why you shouldn't give a young boy who can perform magic Spider-Man comics. His tutor, though, was very impressed. That is a very effective way of putting someone out a fight, Harry. If you can hang them high enough, then anyone releasing the prisoners will also have to catch them before they hit the ground. Otherwise, they could be permanently out of the fight. The shooter in Dan saw him coming at this from a different angle. Why did you use your sword? It took precious seconds to swap from your knife. A happy Harry was being congratulated by his friends. Hermione had watched him practice that spell every morning in their training. This was the first time he'd pulled it off. Dan's question made him stop and think. I have a lot more power when I cast with my sword, but I lose some of my speed of casting. This was roughly what Dan expected Harry's answer to be. Your knife is a pistol while the sword is a rifle. Can you cast further with your sword? Hermione understood at once what her father was alluding to, but none of the other wizards, witch or goblin, they had a clue what Dan was talking about. A rifle is a much bigger gun than the pistols you and Neville would have used. It not only carries a lot more power, but has a far greater range. If your sword acts the same way, you could put someone down before they got close enough to use their wand on you. Their tutor could also see the benefit of that, but again needed to get his lesson back on track. That's something that will need to wait until you're back at Hogwarts to discover. Trying it here would take us outside the wards. Can I have my dummies back, please? Neville is up next. He also broke 2 minutes before a rather nervous Hermione was ready to go. She needed to show her parents that these lessons were a great benefit to their daughter. Her fencing lessons were improving her reflexes and her hand/eye coordination. This was reflected in her display. Again, Dan didn't need a stopwatch to know Hermione was faster than both Padma and Neville. Harry hoisting her up in the air was a big clue that this might actually be her fastest ever. He told that Dursley that any of the kids could have made mincemeat out of Dudley's gang. His daughter had just proven beyond doubt to her father that she actually could. This was a proud moment for Dan, one that made up for the terror he felt earlier. They'd just been given a demonstration of how much these lessons were helping Hermione. They would be foolish to stop them now. The fact that Dan didn't have to tell Hermione that her father was stopping these lessons played no part in his decision, or so he told himself. Nothing had prepared Vernon for the terror he was currently feeling. Waking up to the sound of your wife screaming and the distant wail of sirens getting closer was not how he imagined his Saturday morning kicking off when going to bed last night. Then again, last night, his bedroom had 4 walls. It currently had only 3. It was hard to tell from where he and Petunia were now pressed for safety against the back wall of their bedroom, but it appeared as if the Dursleys' home had acquired a vertical mine shaft where the front garden used to be. That same mine shaft also appeared to have swallowed the front wall of the house. Thank goodness Dudley's bedroom was at the back. Their driveway was gone too, as was their car that Vernon had proudly parked there yesterday. The "For Sale" sign with the red "Sold" sticker was still prominently standing in a small untouched corner of their property, its wooden post anchored into the only patch of front garden they had left. This sign, though, accounted for a good proportion of Vernon's terror. Without any question, the proposed sale of their house would immediately fall into an even deeper black hole than the one currently in front of them, as would their move to a new home. There was also little doubt in Vernon's mind that their various insurance policies wouldn't cover this catastrophe, just like there would be no records of any mine shafts ever existing in this area. The insurance companies would shrug their shoulders and put it down to an act of God. Vernon knew better. This was no act of God, more likely an act of goblins, an act that could financially ruin the Dursleys. Emma had lunch ready, but Bill found himself having to expand the Grangers' dining room table to accommodate everyone who was going to be eating there. Barchoke had arrived with Sirius and Henrika, making 10 for lunch. Bill was also staying since Minerva had sent him an owl, cancelling this weekend's extra defense tutorials. With 11 Ravenclaws having to spend the night in the infirmary, the deputy headmistress really had no other choice. This, though, would save Bill a trip back to Gringotts. He needed to discover what information about this incident Barchoke wanted him to pass on to his father. The Cursebreaker managed to keep his smile in place when talking with Sirius, even though the wizard now had Henrika by his side. Bill felt like cursing himself for having a clear opportunity with the beautiful witch, but had pondered and deliberated with himself about making any move in that direction. It would seem Sirius wasn't suffering from the same problem. He had to be philosophical about the situation, though. The timing wasn't right for him. He'd just been handed what Bill considered to be easily the most important task of his life, only to then meet the most beautiful witch he'd ever laid eyes on. That Gringotts had then given him another task that was as equally important as the first, and concerned his family too, left Bill thinking this was probably for the best. Henrika Hobson was a witch who would demand the full attention of any prospective suitor, and he simply wasn't in a position to give that amount of attention to anyone at the moment. The next few years of his life could help redefine the future of magical Britain. What was a possible romance in comparison to that? This outlook may have helped him deal with the current situation. It didn't stop Bill silently promising himself that next time he wouldn't hold back. The only problem he could foresee with that promise was where to find another witch like Henrika Hobson. Barchoke had seized the chance to have lunch with Harry and his friends. This also gave him the opportunity to bring everyone up to speed with exactly what was happening, and let Cursebreaker Weasley know this information was safe to pass on to his father. My sources are keeping me well informed about this situation. Apparently the minister exploded when he heard the news. He and Madam Bones are heading to Hogwarts today, Probably another reason those extra defense lessons were cancelled. The wily goblin had no intention of mentioning that Amelia Bones had actually sent him an owl with all the pertinent information to this case. Since it was his son that was the supposed victim, Amelia had decided to treat Barchoke the same as any other parent with a child at Hogwarts. This more than anything convinced the goblin he was right to listen to Harry and let the ministry deal with the matter. The Auras reported that both sets of parents promised further retribution to their daughters, each of the fathers expressing their horror that these potions were so readily available. The impression given, though, was that they were both more worried about these potions being used on their girls. You can expect some apologies by Owl soon. Both Granger parents were delighted, not to mention relieved, that Hermione had such good friends. Anyone attempting to use these abominations on Hermione or Padma would find Harry and Neville standing in their way. Neither lad was likely to show anyone trying to potion the girls any mercy. Dan was positive one of Harry's razor-sharp blades would be used on any wizard trying to drug Hermione. The Slytherin girl's parents denied sending any note or sweets. She, of course, had long since destroyed the incriminating parchment. The Hogwarts potion master is of the opinion this potion is well beyond the girl's brewing abilities. Master Pitsley has analyzed his samples and agreed. The prank potions were nothing more than infatuation strength. They would have worked well enough to have Harry here more than willing to kiss them. The other one would have seen him professing undying love and offering to run away together, not something a third-year student could possibly brew or should have access to. Gringotts are already considering action against the family, only awaiting the end of the ministry's investigation before imposing any restrictions. There was one thing about this entire situation that bothered Emma. We have wards on our home precisely to stop anyone sending something like that here. Are you saying Hogwarts doesn't have this protection? It was actually Bill who answered Emma's question. I've seen the ward scheme for this house. I needed to know what the wards would take for our lesson this morning. Along with the Pattle property, it's some of Gringotts' best work outside of the bank. Invisibility cloaks, animagus forms, all the same to these wards. If Hermione doesn't add your name, then no witch or wizard is getting past them. This saw Harry blushing, and even Barchoke sit with his head down. Emma had no intention of letting that continue. I would like to thank you both for helping protect this family. The more I learn of the magical world, the more I appreciate what you've done for us. Seeing his godson's embarrassment caused Sirius to act. I thought you four all earned outstandings for your behavior last night. Today, we're going to be looking more into the origins of wizarding society and where all this formal code of conduct evolved from. Even today, not knowing the accepted and proper way to conduct yourself could see you facing a duel. This drew Barchoke back into the conversation. Goblin society is similar in that respect. Duels are discouraged as ways of settling disputes, but sometimes there is no other alternative. A formal duel now needs the director's permission before it can take place. If the challenge is more to do with greed than honor, one or both parties could lose their heads before reaching the dueling pit. Well, I agree with Sirius. I thought you all conducted yourselves in a manner fitting for young lords and ladies. What Dan wasn't saying was that he had to choke back his laughter when Harry asked his permission to dance with Emma. Seeing the looks he was getting from the two ladies in his life inspired him to come up with a good answer. His reply of, "Only if I get to dance with your beautiful date," won Daniel Granger smiles all round and certainly helped make his evening more enjoyable. Now they were going to spend the afternoon discovering just what their daughter and her friends were learning each weekend. Both parents hoped it would be a lot less violent than this morning's lesson. As this was not only Neville's first time at the Grangers, but first time in a Muggle house too, they were having takeaway and a movie tonight. Hermione didn't think Neville was ready for a trip to the cinema just yet. Sirius mentioning that today's lesson would also touch on formal courtship behavior focused everyone's attention back on the lesson for this afternoon, just as the Marauder knew it would. Uo, the minister's attention was focused on the Hogwarts headmaster, and Cornelius was not liking what he was hearing. You had fights breaking out around the castle. A dozen or so students had to spend the night in the infirmary, and it was only by sheer dumb luck Hogwarts avoided fatalities. You then have the nerve to stand there and try to pass this whole incident off as a harmless prank. I'm beginning to think you're spending far too much time sitting in this room and talking to a bunch of dead headmasters, Albus, rather than seeing what is really going on in your school. I resent that accusation. Cornelius wasn't for backing down and came right back at Dumbledore. And I resent the fact that I'm here on a Saturday trying to sort your mess out. These students are in your care. Isn't it about time you started providing some? I don't need to be lectured about my responsibilities by you. Visions of his grand scheme to get closer to the boy who lived being torn apart by this incident were fueling the minister's rage. Then, perhaps it's time you started carrying them out or pass them on to someone who will. We all know it's only a matter of time before this appears in the press, and the lad's father is also sure to react. I need to know what you are doing about this situation, and I need to know now. With Albus taken aback at this never-before-seen version of Cornelius, Minerva provided the answer. All three girls got an immediate 1-week suspension, with a year's probation to follow. We all consider Miss Bold to be a far more serious case, but like the ministry, we can neither prove nor disprove her claims that she was instructed by her parents to carry this out. As to preventing this ever happening again, wards are not my field of expertise, so I wouldn't even know where to start. Amelia offered a suggestion. What about contacting the goblins for advice on the school's wards? As Harry will be here at least 9 months of the year, they may consider lending their expertise. This suggestion didn't sit well with the headmaster. The parents would never stand for handing over the very security of the castle to the goblins. Once again, Albus found himself rudely interrupted. You're forgetting, Albus. I'm one of those parents. I would have no concerns about the goblins updating the Hogwarts wards. I do have serious concerns about the level of protection currently provided. If things don't improve, I'm also seriously considering moving Susan elsewhere. I can assure you there will be other parents thinking the same way about their daughter's safety. The headmaster was beginning to think he was receiving the good aura, bad aura treatment as Cornelius picked right up where Amelia left off. The only problem with that analogy was that both the minister and the head of the DMLE appeared to be auditioning for the role of bad aura, with the good one dispatched straight to the rubbish tip. The situation would be much worse if it was a witch who had received these potions. I understand Harry is very protective of his best friend. I hate to think what would happen if it was she who had been targeted. Amelia's concern was there for all to see. That's precisely my point, Cornelius. With the current configuration of Hogwarts wards, we have no way of knowing if anyone else received potions like this. With the staff sitting back and doing nothing, unless the situation explodes right in front of them, it hardly inspires confidence. Minerva had a confession to make, one that wasn't going to be well received. I contacted Harry's father about this incident, and wards were mentioned. Barchoke indicated to me that the goblins wouldn't be prepared to help Hogwarts, at least not while Albus Dumbledore is headmaster. 3 of the people currently in the headmaster's office thought that wasn't too unreasonable. Albus, though, had a different opinion. Even with his own son attending Hogwarts, the goblins wouldn't help. Where is this caring father I hear you talking so much about now? His deputy, though, had an answer for her boss. Barchoke knows Hogwarts herself will protect Harry from anyone trying to slip something into his food, and we saw how well his son handled the situation where he didn't know the source of those chocolates. Barchoke also pointed out that it's our responsibility to keep the students safe, not his or Gringotts. Barchoke will take any necessary action to protect his son. That's as far as he and the Goblin Nation will go while Albus is headmaster. Albus has been banned from doing business with Gringotts for over a decade. They are not about to rush to his aid now. Neither the politician or the Lady of the Law saw anything wrong with that argument. Albus once more disagreed. The goblins are again interfering in wizarding affairs. This is something that needs to be brought before the Wisengamot. The minister hit that on the head immediately. It wasn't the correct time for his solution to be aired in the chamber. Where are they interfering? When did refusing to work with Albus Dumbledore become interfering in wizarding affairs? As usual, Amelia told it like she saw it. If you were to take this to the chamber, it could start a movement to get you out of the castle. Your standing isn't exactly at its highest point at the moment, and that's before this latest screw-up hits the prophet. The members would probably think having their family protected by goblin wards while they attended Hogwarts would be a fair trade-off to get rid of the current headmaster. A headmaster who seems to blindly lurch from one crisis to the next. Susan is the last of my family, and I would certainly consider that result a fair trade to have her protected. Albus was wondering how long his run of bad luck could continue. Every time he thought things couldn't get any worse, they promptly did. Had he known about the meeting that would be taking place that evening, Albus might have realized there was still a long way for him yet to fall. Rita was shown into the usual office, nervous to hear how her latest journalistic efforts had been received. She liked the word journalistic, because that's precisely what she had been doing, conducting herself as a journalist should. She was quite proud of the parchment sitting on this goblin's desk. It was easily her best work. His first sentence, though, sent her hopes crashing. Miss Skeeter, we will not be sending this to the prophet. Quite simply, it's much too good for them. Good doesn't do this work justice. It's nothing short of brilliant. This left me in a bit of a quandary, though. What's the best way to use it? Tell me, Miss Skeeter, have you ever considered writing a book? She was an animagus, not a metamorph magus, but Barchoke would swear her eyes turned the shape and color of a couple of galleons. I would like that very much. This could be massive for Rita. Any book featuring the information she was digging up on Dumbledore could be a bestseller, add in the Boy Who Lived plus You-Know-Who, and it would be an instant hit. She decided to see just how much this goblin wanted her work. Praise didn't pay the bills. I think we should talk about an advance on prospective book sales, a possible percentage of the profits, and I insist on editorial control. I don't want my discoveries diluted down so as not to upset some powerful people. Miss Skeeter, I can assure you we hope to upset some powerful people. Provided you can supply proof of your claims, we will print the book as potent as you wish. On the strength of the material you've already provided, I would be quite happy to discuss an advance on the book. I am considering purchasing a printing press so that the entire project can remain top secret. The first that anyone will know of this venture is when we announce the sale of Dumbledore's unofficial warts and all biography. The goblin could see he had what he wanted. Miss Skeeter was well and truly hooked. It was time for Barchoke to reel her in. I think a percentage of the profits is also something we can agree on here. We both need to get more information before settling on just what that percentage should be. She quickly agreed to that, too. For a shot at becoming a best-selling author, Rita would probably have agreed to anything. Barchoke was thinking that Gringotts' share of the profits from this Albus Dumbledore expose would probably pay for the printing of Professor Hobson's book on the nation, too. This would certainly place a smile on the director's face. Dumbledore publicly slaughtered, the nation moved even further into the limelight, and a profit being made in the process. For a goblin, it didn't get much better than that. He made it plain to Rita that she was under no pressure to rush the rest of her research. They put an initial figure of 6 months on her having the first draft completed. They also discussed a possible release date, with Halloween looking favorite. September 1st was considered, but the witch and goblin agreed that the extra 2 months would give them time to do it properly. That was more important to both than rushing something out to meet a deadline they'd just pulled out the air. Rita left Gringotts with a spring in her step. Life was looking good for the sacked reporter, and she couldn't wait to see people eating their words. If it wasn't that the profit was the biggest source of free advertising, she wouldn't even give the backstabbing bastards an interview when her book was released. That didn't mean she wasn't going to string them along, though. She would soon have the prophet begging her to come back. Harry was unsure of his welcome as he approached the Ravenclaw table for breakfast. After returning on Monday morning, he needn't have worried. Any grumblings in the house had been quickly settled at dinner last night by 3 first-year witches, each pointing out they had told their fellow Ravenclaws not to eat the chocolate. They were also greeted by the sight of a contrite Cho Chang, whose apology to the group of friends felt a lot more genuine than the one she'd offered up to Hermione. This actually confused the new arrivals. I didn't know there were any Ravenclaws involved in sending me those chocolates. There wasn't, Harry, and I didn't. I ate some of the chocolates that Bitch Bowl tried to slip you. I found myself skipping class and stalking that Slytherin along to Transfiguration, only to jump into a fight with 2 fifth-years and a 6th, all of whom had the same potions-fueled idea. You can probably guess I got my arse kicked, but those flushing potions we had forced down our throat were a lot worse to our bodies and our egos. Harry was bemused to where Cho was going with this, as were most of their house, currently watching this while enjoying breakfast. The little second year didn't keep them waiting long. Lying in the infirmary gave me the time to consider my behavior toward you, and I wasn't proud of it. I could have been one of your friends. Instead, I became a whining, spoilt little brat, determined to claim your undivided attention. For all the trouble that I've caused, I'm really sorry. Jo then left to get ready for her first class, leaving Penny to try and offer some form of explanation to a stunned table. I was one of those fifth years fighting over bowl, and I was absolutely disgusted with myself. You actually know what you're saying and doing, but have no control over those actions, or even your emotions. The potion has a total grip of you. Everything you say and do is centered around pleasing the new most important person in your life. I understand where Cho is coming from. Everyone in the infirmary did a lot of thinking over this. As bad as Valentine's Day was, we all recognized it could have been so much worse. Had that been a boy who had slipped me the same potion, I would have done anything to please him. Penny was a very popular figure in Ravenclaw, and everyone felt her pain as a visible shudder of revulsion passed through her. It was also obvious most of the witches present shared in her fear of these potions. This incident had brought crashing home just how vulnerable they all were. Neither was it missed by anyone in the castle that it took Harry's insistence to have the auras involved. The very thought of what these potions could do was bad enough, without it then being classed merely as a school prank and swept under the rug. Story had broken in yesterday's prophet and led to a flock of owls from concerned parents, all desperate to know their children were okay. Madam Bones announcing her intentions to bring a motion before the Wisengamot that would class these potions as liquid forms of the Imperious Curse was a measure that certainly got the full backing of everyone inside the castle. The practically unanimous opinion of the students was that anyone using one of these potions deserved to have their arse flung straight into Azkaban. Having just returned from a fabulous weekend, the quartet couldn't miss the stark contrast from the fun and laughter of Crawley to the depressing atmosphere currently inside Hogwarts. Penny was usually such a bubbly witch, a witch who took her prefect duties very seriously. All the first-year claws thought of her as a friend and confidant. Harry was discovering that these potions were loathed by witches almost as much as they were by the goblins, but it took him being attacked by these disgusting things to get something done about it. Once more, the nation was influencing the wizarding community through the boy who lived. Harry also thought there was a quick and simple way to lift Penny's spirits. He would worry about the expense later. As you now know, we goblins find these potions repulsive and consider them our unforgivables. So much so, our potion masters weren't content with just developing an antidote. They invented a preventative elixir that neutralizes most of these potions' effects on you, an elixir that offers the drinker months of protection. A victim would still know someone had slipped them a love potion, and even who the chemical attraction is keyed to, but you'd remain in control. More importantly, you'd still have enough control to fight back or seek help. I'll contact my father and ask if Master Pitsley can bring some on Friday. One dose should protect you until at least the summer holidays. The tears welling in Penny's eyes were in stark contrast to the smile breaking out on her face. You would have to drink the elixir in front of Master Pitsley, though we won't take the chance of this formula slipping into anyone else's hands. The last thing we need is for these brewers to develop a potion that can get around our elixir's defenses. Marietta, could you tell Cho the offer is open to her too? Harry quickly indicated to his friends that he intended to have them protected as well, getting broad smiles from Hermione and Padma. Hermione's bracelet provided some protection, but the elixir was better. A nod to Lisa, Morag and Mandy was greeted with wide smiles too. Offering the elixir to Parvati, Hannah and Susan was also something Harry would do before the morning was out. The prophet being delivered then drew everyone's attention to the newspaper. As expected, the follow-up to the potions incident was front-page news. The ministry were reluctantly forced to admit there was nothing they could do, except pursue the suppliers of these vile potions. A statement from Gringotts was more forthcoming. They pointed out that, while they understood that the ministry needed evidence to prosecute, Gringotts were under no such obligation when it came to deciding who they were willing to conduct business with. There was no question that a member of the Bowl family had attempted to attack a centurion by use of an illegal potion to ensnare him. This was more than enough for the bank to withdraw all services to the Bowl family and demand a settlement of all outstanding loans and debts. There was absolutely no sympathy for the Bowl family at the Ravenclaw table, and not much in the rest of the castle either. Miss Bowl would convince her parents she needed transferring out of Hogwarts before the end of her week's suspension, an action that again lifted the spirits of those inside the castle. The Weasley twins also had a plan, or rather a prank, to lift Hogwarts' spirits. As a side issue, it also gave their headmaster a chance to experience firsthand what it was like to be controlled by a potion. Fred and George had also been present when Dumbledore had fought against the involvement of the Auras. Both were certain he wouldn't call them for this. Working with Master Pitsley had seen their potion's ability advance by leaps and bounds, and finally the once untouchable Albus Dumbledore was now within their grasp. A hush settled over the hall as Dumbledore climbed onto the staff table and started cavorting about on his knuckles and toes. His chimpanzee noises were clearly audible. McGonagall lifted her plate off the table and onto her lap, still eating her breakfast while sitting back and watching the show. This set the tone of response from the rest of the professors, and her approach to the situation was copied up and down the staff table. Henrika had just returned that morning with the 4 first years, and this impromptu entertainment was topping off a wonderful weekend. She could easily imagine Sirius, Bartchoke, and Master Pitsley sitting around the memory she was going to be sending and pissing themselves laughing as some unknown individuals made a monkey out of Dumbledore. And thanks for reading. 27. The Wolf Amongst the Sheep. Harry Crow disclaimer. With Christmas fast approaching, I have once more asked Santa for ownership of the Harry Potter empire. Since I'm more likely to get a jumper that would make one knitted by Marley Weasley look cool, I'm legally obliged to state here that Harry Potter still isn't mine. Chapter 27. It was an impassioned Amelia Bones who presented her case to the assembled Wisengamot. This really was something very close to her heart. Attempting to change centuries of accepted abuse was never going to be easy, though. When the first protest came, it was from an unexpected quarter. Amelia had counted on the backing of all the witches in the Wisengamot. Apparently she was wrong to make that assumption. Oh, how she hated that hem, and the false, high-pitched little girl voice that wasn't fooling anyone. Apart from clearly failing the long, slim part of the criteria, Dolor's umbrage was pure barracuda. I am having difficulty understanding Madame Bones' concern over this matter. Didn't I read in the Prophet the other week that, due to her association with this crow creature, her niece was now taking some goblin concoction that supposedly protected the girl from unscrupulous wizards? Dolores' smile never reached her eyes. Here was the fabled wicked witch who would attempt to ensnare children into her gingerbread house, only to cook their bones in her cauldron. False, sweet, and innocent facade hiding the real evil behind, but not fooling those who knew what Dolores really was. She smilingly twisted the proverbial dagger her question had just thrust into the heart of Amelia's proposal. One is then left to wonder about the motive behind this motion. Could it be to bring further publicity to what is nothing more than a very minor matter, thus allowing her goblin friends to make even more gold from selling this protection myth to frightened fathers of young witches? Amelia was livid. Her years spent as an Auror had taught her not to waste time and energy by fighting against that anger, but to use that very same anger to aid her in battle. There was no doubt Amelia was now embroiled in a battle she intended to win. Umbridge was not only going down, Amelia was going to bury her for getting personal and introducing Susan into the argument. Wisengamot chamber decorum now allowed Amelia to get personal in her rebuffing of this bitch's argument. The head of the DMLE intended to take full advantage of that. Although Susan is my niece, I have raised her since she was a toddler, as both her parents were murdered by Death Eaters. I look on Susan as my daughter and of course want to protect her, just as any parent would. It is perfectly understandable that Madame Umbridge doesn't have the maternal experience to comprehend this emotion. Amelia had a lot more to say, taking Dola's deliberately misconstrued supposition apart a piece at a time. She is also badly misinformed about the goblin elixir that now protects my niece's virtue and honor. At no point did gold change hands between myself and the goblins over this matter, nor were the other young witches currently using this elixir asked for any form of payment. Harry is one of the most honorable people I have ever met, and he just wanted his friends protected from this vile and very real threat. I, for one, sleep better at night knowing Susan has this protection and such a good friend looking out for her. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, bitch. Amelia, though, wasn't finished, not by a long shot. Her anger had just sparked a piece of inspiration that might provide a method for swinging everyone behind her proposal. Her voice may have been steady, but Amelia's determination to end a perceived wrong shone through. Before us is a motion to criminalize these potions that don't just affect and control witches. For generations, stories have been smugly and almost jokingly bandied about of witches using these type of potions to get a wizard interested in their charms. This behavior has almost become socially acceptable in our society, but it is every bit as wrong as a wizard using these disgusting potions to take advantage of a witch. This bit of truth shook the chamber out of its apathy. Amelia had just made this real for them. She pressed home that advantage. Imagine, if you will, waking up beside a person you would never willingly take to bed. Amelia's attention was currently fixed on Dola's, and not by accident. Now, bad as that is, add in a ring or a child conceived while under the influence of these potions, and you have an instant recipe for disaster. Amelia's stare had now focused the chamber's attention onto Dola's. This was unwanted attention that saw Umbridge become red with rage, as wizard after wizard drew the conclusion Amelia had hoped for. The only way a wizard would ever end up in bed with Dola's Umbridge was under the influence of a massive amount of alcohol, or one of these potions. While waking up with a hangover beside Umbridge may be a vomit-inducing scenario, at least they would have the knowledge they must have been far too drunk to have gotten up to anything. These potions were an entirely different matter. Amelia's victory was never in doubt after that, with a discussion on a sliding scale of severity actually taking place before the vote was cast. The final ballot handed a landslide victory to the head of the DMLE, and it would now be illegal to brew, passes, and especially use a love potion in Britain. Uo Cornelius had the delighted head of the DMLE in his office for a celebratory drink, and couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't listened to Amelia's counsel more often. This decision today would certainly assist his plans to bring the goblins closer, and he was now certain Amelia would be a great team member to have on his side to help see those plans realized. I would like to offer my personal congratulations on your victory today. You spearheaded that brilliantly through an originally apathetic chamber. I was wondering if you would like the same challenge for a cause that I've been working on. This time, though, the chamber might be downright hostile. The minister could see he had piqued her interest and attempted to make the offer irresistible. What I need from you, though, is a promise of secrecy until I'm ready to introduce this to the chamber. Even if you oppose the idea, which I obviously don't think you will, I must still have your promise. Asking to have the head of the DMLE on board meant there was no way this could be something that was even slightly dodgy, and her promise of silence only lasted until the motion was introduced. Okay, Cornelius, I'll bite. Just what are you up to? The minister waited until she'd actually given her word before passing on the information. I want to shut down Arthur Weasley's department and make him head of a new one that handles all our relations between the ministry, the muggles, and the goblins. As Amelia was mentally running through the ramifications of that, she held her glass out for a refill. She took a sip before coming up with questions that got right to the heart of the matter. Weasley is an inspired choice. Old pureblood family, loves muggles, and has a son who's employed by Gringotts and also teaches Harry. I'm assuming you're using that connection to sound out the goblins about this proposal. Their responses appear to be very positive, and so far they've not demanded anything that would break the deal. We've been asked to recognize an ambassador who would handle all their dealings with the ministry. Weasley would be our representative. This made perfect sense to Amelia. For the ministry to accept an ambassador from the goblins would be the wizards and witches of Britain acknowledging they were a sovereign nation, a large leap up from considering them beasts. With some Wisengamot members thinking muggles and goblins were equally beneath them, Cornelius might actually have a chance of getting this through the chamber without too much of a fight. Can you tell me anything more? Barchok's name has been put forward as their first ambassador. This started Amelia laughing. Oh, that is just priceless. Have you a timescale in mind? I was hoping to introduce this at the end of June. A motion that changes laws and charters must sit in the chamber 40 days to allow proper time for discussion and give any opposition time to build their arguments. During those 40 days, I'm gambling on Harry attending the ministry summer ball, putting public pressure on those hoping to scupper the motion. Finishing off her drink, Amelia gave Cornelius the bad news. Harry won't be in Britain at that time. I've seen his summer plans, because I'll be joining him for part of those holidays. It was now Cornelius' turn to finish his drink. He thought for a moment before being totally honest with his head of DMLE. Amelia, without Harry at that ball, I don't think I can get the votes needed to pull this off. You clearly have information I don't. How can I get Harry to the ball? The problem might be his guests. Harry's invited them on holiday with him. I don't know whether he'd leave those guests and return to Britain just so he could attend a ministry ball. The minister was basically thinking out loud now. He needed this to happen. What if we invited his guests too? Just who are we talking about? I see a couple of problems with that. The Bones, Abbots, Longbottoms, and Pattles shouldn't pose any political trouble, neither would Sirius Black and his date. Harry probably wouldn't even consider attending without Miss Granger, but it's her parents and Barchok that will be the main obstacles. Can you swing a pair of muggles and a goblin attending the ministry's premier event? Fudge didn't get to be minister without being able to put a political spin on just about anything. What if we gave the group their own table? Add in the Weasleys as the ministry representative. You would be there as Harry's invited guest. Do you think the Grangers and Barchok would be accepted for the opportunity to attend the premier magical event in Europe this summer, a ball with the boy who lived as the guest of honor? The goblins made him a centurion for chasing a ghost out of Hogwarts. It's now the ministry's turn to honor our savior. We could even hold it on his birthday and come up with some kind of gift or award to show how much the Potter's sacrifice means to us. What do you think? I think you have the beginnings of a great idea. Rather than trying to heap honors onto Harry, I think you may have more success if you honored James and Lily. Yes, by all means include Harry in any award, but this spreads it around and may make the evening more palatable to everyone attending. The minister loved that idea. We get to honor James and Lily Potter as well as Harry Crow. That would certainly pacify some of the more traditional families who usually attend. Both knew what Cornelius meant by more traditional, but now they were left to decide what form the award would take. They still had time, so decided to ask Barchok for his opinion. Changed days, indeed, when a goblin was being consulted on a prestigious ministry event. Amelia hadn't actually said she was on board for this adventure. As usual, she let her actions speak for her. Severus intended to let his actions speak for him too, or rather his inactions. Despite repeated prompting from Albus and Lucius, he wanted nothing to do with Harry Crow. Severus had no intention of going anywhere near the lad. Painful things seemed to happen to those antagonists who got too close to Centurion Crow. Albus and Lucius being two prime examples. He understood Albus' fear. It was hard not to. The headmaster ensured Severus knew the history of Tom Riddle, and Crow was so far ahead of where that future Dark Lord had reached at the same age, it was terrifying Albus. Harry had political influence and financial power that a young Tom couldn't even dream about, and that was without taking into account the whole Hogwarts champion and a centurion to boot. If Tom Riddle had those same advantages when he'd set foot inside the castle, Severus had not one shred of doubt Britain would now be ruled by Lord Voldemort. Today's prophet emphasized the casual power wielded by this 11-year-old. The law had just changed, because Harry Crow had been sent some potion-scented chocolates by Owl. He neither ate the chocolates nor asked for the law to be changed. The ministry just tripped over itself in its haste to appease the boy. What Severus was struggling to understand was the way Albus kept trying to peddle the same old shit in Harry's direction. after repeatedly being slapped down for that very action. What made it worse, though, was his repeated efforts to get Severus to join him in this fatally flawed campaign. He wondered if Albus getting his own way, unopposed for so long, left him unable to adapt when things suddenly stopped proceeding as he intended they should. The headmaster was unquestionably a learned wizard, yet appeared to be blinkered where Harry was concerned. When his scheming didn't work, there was no plan B, just a different variation of the same shit plan that had already spectacularly failed. Even his godson, Draco, had learnt to leave Crow alone, yet Albus seemed incapable of grasping the same lesson that was blatantly obvious to a preteen boy. Perhaps the headmaster suffered from a simple case of arrogance. Albus Dumbledore knew better than everyone else, so therefore he must be right. It didn't really matter to Severus what it was. He still wanted no part of it. What Severus really struggled to understand was the puzzle of why the Sorting Hat had placed the boy in Ravenclaw. His mother was still the brightest witch Severus had ever met in his life. While he may have called the lad's father a stuck-up, arrogant, bullying bastard of a git, stupid was not a term you could associate with James Potter. Harry, though, while undoubtedly very bright, was easily the most Slytherin child to come through Hogwarts since Salazar opened his house to students. His godson was supposed to be a Slytherin, yet Severus shuddered to think what Draco's attitude would be like with even a tenth of Harry's power and fame. Harry, on the other hand, quietly went about his business, cultivating close friends and associates while destroying enemies with an efficient ruthlessness Salazar Slytherin would have been proud of. Crow ruled the first years without even trying or apparently meaning to do so, the entire year group following him out the Great Hall from the Christmas feast being the best example Severus could think of. On the other hand, Dumbledore's popularity had slipped to a level Argus Filch would be hard-pressed to match. That picture in The Prophet with Harry standing over a bloody Albus Dumbledore was a massive blow to his public persona. Even though the newspaper clearly stated it was Sirius Black who had knocked Albus to the floor, it was the image of Crow standing there with his sword pinning Dumbledore down everyone remembered. Severus was certain that those blasted Weasley twins were responsible for making Albus go ape, purely due to the fact Crow and his friends had just returned to the castle that very morning. With no proof, and the headmaster's already noted attitude to pranks and potions, Minerva wouldn't even allow him to take points from her house. It was now obvious to everyone that the headmaster was losing control of the school and wouldn't be in the castle much longer if he didn't modify his behavior. This presented Severus with an even greater dilemma: what to do if Albus got booted out of Hogwarts. There existed an uneasy state of détente between himself and Crow at the moment that would swiftly switch to all-out war should the lad ever discover the part one Severus Snape played in the Potter's demise. The potions master was sure being barred from Gringotts would be the least of his problems. Keeping his head attached to his neck would be his number one priority. Albus wanted Severus to stay in Hogwarts, but all bets would be off if there was a new headmaster in charge. His mind was made up. If when Dumbledore got kicked out the castle, Severus would then make his own escape. Should Crow manage to get Albus out of Hogwarts, even defeating the Dark Lord might not be beyond this lad's growing capabilities. After that, magical Britain would swoon at his feet and give him anything he asked for. Crow requesting Severus Snape's head on a stick was a distinct possibility. He needed to get said head onto the other side of the planet before that happened. The magical world might not know a lot about goblins, but asking one you'd wronged for mercy was simply a waste of breath, probably your last breath too. Uo Sirius was out of breath by the time he'd climbed all the way up the hills, his dragon-hide boots standing up to the journey through this desolate landscape better than the rest of his attire. He could have apparated by line of sight, but Sirius didn't want to make the person he was here to see any more nervous than he had to. By making his way up the hill Bloody Mountain on foot, he would have been visible for ages and recognizable for at least the last half a mile. He approached the lone figure carefully, making no sudden movements and keeping his empty hands in plain sight. You're a hard person to find, hidden away in this wilderness. Well, at least I know you're still a marauder. What a prank, putting a wolf in charge of the sheep. How's it going, Shepherd Lupin? You look like shit. At least I'm dressed for the terrain and the weather. Who the hell picked your clothes? My beautiful blonde girlfriend. It's supposed to be the latest fashion. She's a Swedish villa who's taken pity on an old dog, and my tail has never stopped wagging since. If you think I'm going to say anything other than yes, honey, to whatever she wants, then you're crazier than you look, Mooney. The ragged and weather-beaten man replied with a sarcastic laugh. Well, I certainly considered me being crazy as one option when I saw you tripping through the heather. The old-timers told me this would happen if I spent too much time up here by myself. Seems they were right. Humor a crazy old werewolf and tell me how you managed to get your badly tailored ass out of Azkaban. Harry and his father sprung me. Remus now had an angry look in his eyes and a wand in his hand. He also sliced clean through the wand of the last wizard who drew on me. You have no idea how proud I am to say it was Albus Dumbledore he faced down. I've even got the pictures to prove it. He could see this wasn't helping his friend understand, so got serious. Sorry, Mooney. I should have said Harry's adopted father. I know better than anyone James and Lily are dead, but I wasn't the secret keeper. I still blame myself for their deaths, though. Convincing them to swap to Peter was just stupid. Rat Bastard led his master straight to them. He's still out there, Remus, but I had to promise Harry's father I wouldn't go chasing after him. I was told in no uncertain terms that Harry needs his godfather in his life. He also needs his Uncle Mooney. Now I know this is real. My imagination could never come up with a story half as crazy as that. Serious, if this is your idea of some bullshit prank, I swear I'll kill you myself. Marauder's honor, Mooney. Henrika really is a beautiful blonde Swedish villa. Mooney sprang at Sirius, and soon they were hugging like long-lost brothers, which is effectively what they were. Uo to 11 and 12-year-olds, anyone out of their teens was considered old. By that method of reckoning, Professor McGonagall was ancient. Using this same measuring scale, the small, stooped witch currently standing next to their transfiguration professor must be Methuselah's mother. It was Neville who provided the witch's identity to his three friends as they took their usual seats in transfiguration. That's Griselda Marchbanks. She's a friend of my Gran's. She is also head of the Wizarding Examination Board. I wonder what she's doing here. Owls and newts don't start for nearly 5 weeks, and we're only first year. This caused Hermione to stop, as if she'd been pole-axed, earning concerned glances from her friends. I can't believe exams are just over 4 weeks away, and I forgot all about them. I haven't even started revising. Her panic attack would need to wait until later as McGonagall now demanded her class full attention. Good morning, class. As you have already noticed, we have a visitor with us this morning. Madam Marchbanks has been testing Hogwarts students since the headmaster sat his newts. I've asked her here today in the hope of gaining her expert opinion on this class. I want this to be a class exercise, so today we will all be working on transfiguring the same type of item. Minerva's wand soon had trays containing teapots landing at the end of each bench. Her students knew what to do with them. If it was anyone else other than Minerva McGonagall asking for this favor, Griselda would have rather impolitely told them to get stuffed. She figured Minnie had discovered a transfiguration prodigy. Why else would she be handing out teapots to a group of first years? Griselda couldn't quite remember whether the teapot to turtle transfiguration was the end of second year or the beginning of third. It certainly wasn't taught in first. The ancient witch needed her cane to keep from falling over a student after student completed the transfiguration. That wasn't what made Griselda's head spin, though. They were using neither a recognized spell nor wand movements. Minerva soon had a chair configured for her guest before turning back to her class. Very well done. Now, as a treat, I want you spending the rest of the lesson using your imagination to see what else you can transfigure that teapot into. Madam Marchbanks and I will be observing, and I better not see anything dangerous on your bench. Minerva conjured a chair for herself and a small table between them. No sooner was the table solid than a tea service appeared on it. The professor poured tea for both of them, since Griselda couldn't take her eyes off the first years. I know exactly how you feel. This breaks the rules of magic we apparently only thought existed. I couldn't tell you about it before. You wouldn't have believed me anyway. This is one of those things you really need to see for yourself. With her hand shaking more than usual, Griselda reached for her tea. Minnie, I'm looking at it, and I still don't believe it. Now, before my old heart gives up in shock, I want you to tell me exactly what we're witnessing here. She was listening to a tale of goblin transfiguration while watching a menagerie of small animals run, scurry, and hop around the benches. So now I have a class that are so far ahead of their peers, I have no idea how to proceed into second year. They don't learn spells, and there are no books to deal with a situation like this. As a written test, I required an S on the difficulties of transfiguring inanimate material into a living creature. The essays were astonishing. They didn't waste reams of parchment giving me the wrong spells or back-to-front wand movements. Every single one of them got the fact that it was all about concentration and their ability to properly imagine the creature they were aiming for. Madame Griselda Marchbanks didn't become the head of the exam board because she was stupid. The old witch caught on at once. Strip away the spell and wand movements. That's all there is left. Exactly. This leaves a very big problem, though. This is easily the best class I have ever taught, but every single one of them will fail the current owl and newt exams. They'll ace the practicals, then fail miserably at the written part, because it's information they don't need to know. I could have them conjuring items in their second year, because every session is spent with a wand in their hand. Do you plan on rolling this out through the school? No, for a few good reasons. I'm having to learn a different way to transfigure myself. It will take a while longer to get the harder spells down. I think that's purely because I've been doing them a different way for most of my life. It's not easy to concede there's a better way to do something that you're a certified master of. I can't ignore what's right in front of me, though. There are students in this class who would struggle with traditional methods. You can see for yourself how quickly they're picking this up. Griselda found it impossible to refute what was right in front of her eyes. Minerva, though, wasn't finished. I'm hoping you can help me with the other reason. If the exams can't be changed, I'm going to have to spend the next 6 years teaching this class spells they will never use. On those headings, I won't teach September's new first year this method. This drew a sharp response from her friend. You have to continue teaching this method. I've never seen children this young so comfortable with their magic. I'll bring the rest of the examiners in to observe this class when we're here in June. I won't say a word to them beforehand. If we change the exam to, say, 75% practical, with the rest made up of a few essay questions, that should be acceptable. We could even raise the threshold of transfiguration we expect them to be able to accomplish. Otherwise, this lot will be at ordinary wizarding level by the end of their third year. I take it some of the class are even more accomplished than what we're seeing here. With a smile, Minerva levitated a large block of wood in Harry's direction. She'd hoped Griselda would ask that question. Centurion Crow, would you please show Madame Marchbanks what this method of transfiguration is capable of? It took a moment of thought before Harry decided what he wanted to do. The block of wood became a young lion cub before being transfigured into a magnificent golden eagle. If there was any doubt what Harry was attempting, it ended when the eagle became a badger. A large silver serpent drew some gasps before a baby dragon changed those gasps to shrieks. Hermione heard Harry telling the dragon to behave itself and asked if it was safe to touch. Being told to keep talking to it and scratch behind its ears saw her do just that. The deputy headmaster of Hogwarts and the head of the wizarding exam board were just as enthralled as the rest of the class. Watching in disbelief as the young muggle-born witch scratched a baby dragon while talking to it in gobbledygook, Minerva finally found her voice. I understood the house emblems, Centurion Crow, but why the baby dragon? The symbol of Gringotts, Professor. I may have been sorted into Ravenclaw, but I'm still a goblin. Hermione removed her hand, and when no one else appeared interested in emulating her feat, Harry returned the dragon to the block of wood he started with. The bell signaled the end to the quickest lesson Griselda could ever remember. The time had appeared to fly past. She watched as student after student transfigured their creation back to the original teapot and placed it on the end of their bench as they left. There were no bags to pack, no books or parchment to put away. Stow their wands and leave, that was all they had to do. Excitement buzzed around the ancient witch's body. She casually told the tale of being Albus Dumbledore's examiner for his newts. What she didn't often mention was that those exams were still the same ones sat by today's young witches and wizards. Do the same shit for over a century, and it was hard to get excited about it. Here was something new, so new it practically blew her mind. Minerva, you have to continue this. They've 4 years yet before they sit owls. That gives us plenty of time to bring in a new exam. If Hogwarts has another 4 years' worth of students trained in this method, following on behind, the Ministry will be forced to change the exam. The professor could see the sense in that argument. It was one she wouldn't have considered, though, without Griselda's backing. I want you to keep me informed of their progress. This class will be our test group, and I want them closely monitored. Gauging their abilities will be necessary for setting the exam criterion. If, as I suspect, the transfiguration they perform in that exam is of a far higher standard than currently required for owls, publicizing that should quickly kill off any opposition. She could hardly wait to bring the rest of the examiners to see this class. It had been at least a couple of decades since Griselda had felt like that about spending the beginning of June inside Hogwarts. They had no sooner left the classroom than Harry broached the subject that had got Hermione hot and bothered before class started. He was worried his best friend was regretting all the time they spent together and would now want to spend that time studying for exams. What made it worse, in Harry's opinion, was that these were exams he was sure they would both ace. You seemed worried about our exams, Hermione. Surely you know you'll be top in all your classes. Harry, you're miles ahead in defense, potions, and transfiguration. Neville has green thumbs to go with those green fingers of his, and Stargazer Patel here has us all beat in astronomy. I might get top in charms and history of magic, but that's hardly all my classes. Isn't that enough? It was a serious question, a question that deserved a serious answer. Although the question had come from Padma, she could see the concern in Harry's eyes. Though for 1 second she was going to stop hanging around with her best friend to go on some revision crusade, he was badly mistaken. It was more surprise at Neville mentioning exams, and me not realizing how close they were. Before Hogwarts, I would have had a chart on my wall at home, with a color-coded revision schedule all worked out since April. We spent April hammering through our extra lessons and getting another upgrade to our potions books. Not once did I even think of exams. Neville was confused, not a new state for him when with his friends, but one that he'd been experiencing less of late. You say that as if it's a bad thing, Hermione. Oh, it's certainly not a bad thing. It was more a surprise at myself. Before Hogwarts, exams were all I had, only books were my friends. I think it just hit me how much I had changed, and I'm very happy with those changes. I'm still going to try and beat Harry to be #1 student in our year, but I can live with it if he wins. This got a chuckle out of Neville. Well, we've certainly got enough experience of it. He beats us every weekend in defense. I know what you mean, though. My gran barely lets me out of her sight at home. I've never had friends before either, so Hogwarts has been unbelievable for me too. Well, I've enjoyed it as well. Being in a different house from my sister has allowed me to be myself, instead of everyone looking at us as if we were two halves of the same person. I know George and Fred play on that aspect a lot, but sometimes I think they are the same person. Parvati and I are very different. I need to catch her before lunch. I'll see you guys then. As their friend headed off, a smiling Harry thought he'd changed the most. He didn't mention that, though, they had far more important things to talk about with Padma gone. Okay, now we've sorted that out. What are we going to do for the twins' birthday? We can use the room again for a party. I think we better check with McGonagall first this time. Both agreed with that idea before Neville aired his thoughts on the real problem. I think the way Harry handled it at Christmas was the right idea. Getting Parvati a gift as Padma's sister. I like Parvati. I just don't want her getting the wrong idea and hanging all over me because I wish her a happy birthday. Both Harry and Hermione were in total agreement with that. Padma meant a lot to all three of them, and her twin sister had to be taken into consideration. With Hogwarts' help, a party for both would be easily arranged, and they had Sirius or Irgit to acquire any gifts they needed to buy. Since Lavender would have to be invited, any plans toward a surprise birthday party died then and there. The blonde Gryffindor would have the story spread all over the castle within hours of being told, so there was no chance of her keeping it from Parvati. With a general invite to all students of first year, Minerva couldn't find a reason to refuse their plans for a party. That she, Phileas, and Henrika were all invited too made it an easy decision for the deputy headmistress to reach. Usually birthday parties would be held in the celebrating students' common room. With the twins being sorted into different houses, that option was not available in this instance. Harry and Neville made their way from the staff table, the Ravenclaw smiling, while the Gryffindor searched for the courage his house was noted for. Both boys made their way to identical Asian witches, with the same task in mind. Harry knew he was getting off lightly, while Neville wished for the umpteenth time the hat had placed him in Ravenclaw with his friends. Padma, we know it's your birthday tomorrow and wanted to hold a party in the room. McGonagall just gave us permission. A shriek of delight pierced the great hall, and probably a few eardrums too. All eyes were drawn to where Parvati had Neville in what could easily be described as a headlock, while she jumped up and down in excitement. You made Neville tell Parvati. Hey, he's the Gryffindor. I'm not brave enough for that. We're asking all of first year. We'll have our dinner there Saturday night. Some of the professors will be there too, and Sirius, of course. The young witch's eyes sparkled with moisture as she answered her friends. That will be wonderful, and thanks for including Pav. No problem, her birthday is the 2nd of May too. Harry thought he was getting better at cracking jokes, as both Padma and Hermione began laughing. It was only when he spotted Parvati out the corner of his eye, heading at speed straight for a certain centurion, he realized the joke was on him. Harry, bracing himself for the worst, just saw the two girls laugh harder. The excitement of a party swept through the great hall, infecting every house. This presented a problem for Draco. What to do? He kept his distance from Crow, no more antagonizing, but certainly no socializing either. Now he was being forced to make a decision. Tales of the great time had by those who followed Crow out the hall at Christmas had Draco wanting to attend, but his pride was in the way. It was only thinking about the instructions his father had given that allowed Draco to circumvent his prideful obstacle. His father wanted information on Crow, so Draco could put this down as a spying mission. Of course, he would have to pretend to enjoy himself, otherwise he would stand out like a sore thumb. A spy needed to be unobtrusive and inconspicuous. Draco intended to blend right in. Ron Weasley had no such dilemma. There would be cake. He was sort of invited, no-brainer. He would finally get to see this room Seamus and Dean raved about. There might even be some of that goblin ale that was supposedly better than butterbeer. Ron finally had something to look forward to that wasn't related to Gryffindor playing Quidditch. Albus watched on, a mere observer as the castle slipped a little further from his grasp. His opinion was neither sought, nor did he think it would be listened to. For Albus Dumbledore, being ignored was a new experience, and not in any way a pleasant one. Thanks for reading. I have been incredibly busy lately, so much so that I haven't one word written of the next chapter. Hope to maintain my weekly posting schedule, but it may slip by a day or two. 28. Questions and Answers. Harry Crow disclaimer. I don't own these characters, and my writing certainly couldn't be considered canon. If my efforts don't fit your idea of what a Harry Potter story should be, I can only offer my apologies and a suggestion. Writing your own, really, is the only way to ensure the story progresses exactly the way you want it to. It also gives the rest of us something to read. Chapter 28. Sirius finished their lesson early to allow the girls plenty of time to get ready for the party, and so he could have a private talk with his godson. Padma and Hermione left chatting to Henrika about what they were going to wear tonight. Neville quickly headed in the opposite direction from that of the three witches. The moment they were alone, Sirius gave Harry the news he'd been asked to deliver. Your father had a visit from Amelia Bones yesterday and wants to come to Hogwarts tomorrow to talk with you about it. He wouldn't come today because it was the girl's birthday. Harry could see Sirius didn't understand his father's delay, so tried to explain. We goblins don't celebrate Christmas or any of the other days of the year that wizards and muggles use as an excuse for a day off to party. Someone's birthday, though, is their most important day of the year and really should be celebrated. He wouldn't want anything to disturb what we've set up for tonight. Have you any idea what this visit from Amelia was about? I got the impression that the ministry were trying to forge closer ties to the nation, and of course you were stuck right in the middle of it. I think our guess at Christmas appears to be spot on, and a certain someone might be making an appearance at the ministry's summer ball. Just as well I've had all those extra lessons on wizarding etiquette then, thanks to Lord Black. You got a date for this ball. This drew a smile from his godfather. delighted that their relationship had reached the stage where they joked easily in each other's company. Well, since I assume the most beautiful witch we both know will soon have a date, I was going to ask Henrika, what do you think the chances are she'll say yes? Sirius was surprised that Harry didn't have a smart answer for him. His godson actually appeared troubled about something. You think Henrika will say no, or are you worried that Hermione might? The joking was gone as Harry asked him a serious question, probably one of the most serious questions it was possible to ask another person. Sirius, how do you know when a girl is the one? This had Sirius backpedaling. He was delighted beyond words that Harry trusted him enough to ask that question, and terrified beyond measure of the consequences should he muck it up. Wow, Harry, that's a biggie. Have you asked your father? Goblins are different, Sirius. Apparently the couple just know when they've met their life partner. My father explained it as the couple being instantly attracted to each other, growing very close in a short space of time and never wanting to be parted. Here's the problem, though. I think I may be more goblin than anyone thought possible. My father's own words kinda perfectly describes how I feel about Hermione. My problem is I don't know what to do next. Harry, at your age, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sirius realized he'd gotten it wrong by the anger in his godson's reply. I am head of a noble and ancient house, hold the rank of centurion, and am champion of Hogwarts. That troll never complained about how young I was when I had to cut it down. If you can't take this seriously, I'll talk to Cursebreaker Weasley about it. This forced Sirius to really look at the young wizard/goblin in front of him and concede his godson was correct. Harry certainly never acted 11, so perhaps it was time to stop treating him as such. I'm sorry, Harry. Your question just threw me for a moment. I'm still struggling to see what your problem is here. We both know how Hermione feels about you. A knockback is certainly not on the cards. Sorry, Sirius. I shouldn't be getting angry with you. Last year I told Hermione I wouldn't even think of starting anything before Voldemort was gone. Neither of us have any idea how long that could be. Hermione is beautiful, smart, and just wonderful to spend time with. What if she gets fed up waiting on me and looks elsewhere? I don't think I could handle that. Harry, Hermione is as likely to look elsewhere as you are. Since the entire country now knows who she is, and you will in all probability be taking her to the ministry ball, I don't see how asking her to be your girlfriend could be putting her in any more danger. Just from watching you two, I know she is anything but a distraction to your training. You work harder just to please her, and she does the exact same for you. My advice would be to just ask the girl, though you get to tell Dan and Emma. That's pretty much what I was thinking, but there is still a massive problem. You taught us about the proper courting behavior, and that would be great, except that I'm a goblin. If I followed that procedure, the press would be all over us and claiming I had chosen to live as a wizard. This was like a light coming on for Sirius as he finally grasped his godson's unique problem. And I'm assuming that there is a goblin procedure, which would lead to the opposite charge. Relieved that his godfather finally got it, Harry nodded. It's like I'm boxed in and don't know what to do next. I want to tell Hermione how I feel about her, but where would that leave us? I think you should tell her and explain the problem. There is a third option that you're forgetting about, though I'm sure Hermione will soon bring it to your attention. The look of longing in Harry's eyes meant Sirius couldn't leave his godson hanging a moment longer. You're overthinking what is basically a very simple problem with an even simpler solution. If the magical and goblin options aren't available, surely there must be a muggle method for girls and boys to get together. Just ask Hermione to be your girlfriend. No magical or goblin courtship, nothing formalized. The only difference I can see happening between you two is that everyone would then know you were a couple. Do you think Hermione would be happy with that? Harry, I think your young lady would be ecstatic with that. I've watched the two of you together and can clearly see this is something you've thought about. A word of advice from your godfather, though, best friend to girlfriend, is such a huge step. At this stage, you really need to take your time before making any further commitment. I'll be happy as long as Hermione agrees to become my girlfriend. Anything else we'll deal with as time goes by. Since September, I've had witches coming on to me from all directions, and none of them can hold a candle to Hermione. She can make me feel happy and wanted just by holding my hand. The smile now on Harry's face had Sirius giving himself the proverbial pat on the back. He should have known pride comes before a fall. His godson's next question brought him crashing back down to earth. Sirius, how do you feel about Henrika? Needing a moment to think about that, Sirius answered with a question of his own. Why do I get the feeling there's more than idle curiosity behind that question? As well as liking her very much, she also works for me, well, the Lily Potter Foundation. We're not teaching in Hogwarts. The professor will be dividing her summer holidays between working in Gringotts and coming on holiday with our group. If you are serious about each other, that's great. If not, then things could get really awkward if it all goes wrong. Sirius was left wondering how Harry could be so insecure to be fretting over Hermione, yet mature enough to ask a question like that. Sirius hadn't even thought about the consequences Harry was mentioning, being happy at the moment, just taking things a day at a time. It was, though, time for total honesty with his godson. Harry, after 10 years in Azkaban, I'm not the same young wizard who went into that shithole. Am I serious about Henrika? I honestly don't know. Could I become serious over one of the best things that's ever happened to me? That would have to be a big yes. I'm gonna take my own advice to you, though, and take time to work my feelings out. I honestly think if we decide this couldn't go any further, we'll both split as friends. That's really the best I can say at the moment. His godson was smiling again, so Sirius was left hoping he was 2 for 2. We all like her, Sirius. I know that ever since Valentine's Day, Hermione and Padma treat her more like a big sister or favorite aunt when we're not in class. I would hate for it to become awkward if you guys fell out. I'm pleased you approve, and there is someone else I would like you to meet. I finally tracked down my friend Moony. Remus was the Gryffindor prefect with your mum, as well as being a marauder with your dad and me. I was hoping we might invite him along for part of the summer, though the lunar cycle would decide which part. He's an expert in defense too, and could help keep up your training while you're away. This didn't get the positive response Sirius was hoping for, leading him to wonder why. You're not bothered about his little furry problem, are you? Goblins can't be infected by lycanthropy. To us, they are just large wolves. I know I'm physically not a goblin. I was just trying to show we don't have the same prejudice against werewolves that wizards do. It was more the defense thing that bothered me. I don't mind learning from him during the holidays, but I want to keep Cursebreaker Weasley as our main defense tutor. Our lessons are hard, but he always manages to get a bit of fun in there too. He really is a brilliant teacher. Sirius decided to quit while he was ahead. I have no problem with that, and also have a high opinion of Bill. Now we better get out of here and get ready for the party tonight. You and I all sorted now. I think so. Just talking about it out loud has helped. Thanks, Sirius. No problem, Harry. That's what a godfather's for. Both felt better for their chat as they headed out the room. Minerva was as excited as anyone, currently waiting in the corridor, when she saw a door appear out of the stone wall, just because Harry had asked it to. Phileas had told her of this phenomenon as he used the room to practice fencing with Harry and Hermione. Nothing could have prepared her, though, for the sight that greeted everyone as they entered this very special room. For a start, the room was circular, even though they weren't currently in one of the towers. The ceiling was constructed from multiple bolts of brightly colored silk, the rainbow of different colors, all dropping from a high center point, and creating the impression they were now inside a marquise. The silk from the ceiling continued down the walls and only stopped at the floor, reinforcing the tent-like impression. The massive chandelier hanging from the center of the ceiling was throwing flickering light onto all these colors and creating a wonderfully warm and welcoming atmosphere, aided by the intricately woven Indian rugs that were arrayed around the circumference of the room. It was here that all the tables were laid out, in settings of 4s and 6s. The center of the room was left clear, and only the soft music playing gave Minerva a hint of what it would be used for later. Minerva had camped in a wizarding tent with her family when she was a young girl, but those, while clearly tents on the outside, were more like buildings on the inside. She couldn't remember ever seeing a stone room dressed to appear as if you were in an actual tent. This exciting illusion meant their evening was off to a flyer, and they hadn't even sat down yet. Excitement was certainly in the air, though 2 Gryffindor first-year witches appeared to be heading for the hyper end of the scale. Padma grabbed her sister and Lavender by the arm and dragged them toward a table that seated 6, being quickly joined by Hermione, Harry, and Neville. Minerva found herself sitting at a table set for 4, with the other professors and Sirius, while the students gravitated toward tables with their housemates. Minerva was somewhat surprised to see Draco Malfoy in attendance tonight. There was no surprise that he, Pansy, and the other 2 boys ended up sitting at a table for 4 away from the other Slytherins. There was a surprise, though, when Hermione stood up to say a few words. "We're all here to celebrate the birthday of our friends, Padma and Parvati Patil. The plan is to have dinner, followed by dancing, until we have to leave for curfew. Let's get started by singing the traditional song. Happy birthday to you." As everyone sang the song, a large birthday cake, complete with 2 sets of 12 candles already lit, appeared on the table the twins were sitting at. With one side dressed in Ravenclaw colors and the other Gryffindor, the girls moved to their respective ends of the cake. When the song finished, Parvati and Padma blew their candles out to much cheering. That was also the sign for dinner to appear on all the tables, along with jugs of goblin ale. When Hermione handed Padma her gift, the birthday witch was overcome. "Guys, I thought organizing this party was my present. This is too much. Hey, remember our friend who thinks birthdays are the most important day of the year? I'm beginning to agree with him. Happy birthday, Padma." Hermione then handed over a present to Parvati. The Gryffindor witch tore the wrapper off to reveal a glossy magazine, the like of which she'd never seen. "I know you like the fashions in Harrods, and I've seen you reading Teen Witch Weekly from cover to cover. I got you a year's subscription to Vogue. It's a Muggle fashion magazine." Parvati's eyes were almost popping out her head at the full-color pictures of the latest Muggle fashion. Neither she nor Lavender knew any of the people mentioned in the magazine. That didn't mean they wouldn't both be drooling over what these unknown women were wearing. Padma was also delighted with her gift, a boxed set of Jane Austen novels. She'd heard her friend say this was her favorite author. Now Padma would get a chance to find out for herself. Lavender gave both sisters makeup sets, something Parvati appreciated more than Padma. Neville had sought professional help with his gifts. He was sure Henrika wouldn't steer him wrong. Not even Parvati could equate the colorful jumper she received as a romantic gift. Padma's gold bangle, though, was simply beautiful and very much appreciated by the birthday witch. Harry had relied on Sirius for advice on this matter, giving Parvati a card with a voucher inside. The voucher stated "I owe you 1 shopping trip," causing the Gryffindor to bounce up and down in her seat with excitement. The 3 friends were pleased that she'd at least managed to curb the annoying habit of emitting that ear-piercing squeal when she got really excited. With Susan and Hannah having birthdays between now and the 1st of September, both girls would be receiving the same voucher, and they could do that shopping trip one day during the summer holidays. Hermione and Padma would both be included, though neither needed a voucher. He was actually quite nervous watching his friend open her gift. Her eyes lighting up with delight told Harry he got it right, and allowed him to release the breath he'd been holding. "Oh, Harry, I absolutely love it." Padma then began to show the table just what the "it" in question was. She was holding a bronze dragon skin shoulder bag that was styled decidedly more feminine than Harry's version of the item. Apart from the color and size, there was also one other prominent feature that made certain neither would ever get their bags confused with each other. This particular model had Padma spelt in blue topaz into the flap that covered over the opening. That it was also charmed bottomless and featherlight meant Padma could use it anywhere. Even places that didn't know blue and bronze marked Padma as a Ravenclaw. As the meal progressed, both witches received small gifts from all their friends. McGonagall even provided one that had all of them cheering. She extended their curfew by an hour, providing they were all led back to their dorm by an adult. As the meal finished, plates of birthday cake appeared on each table. This was the moment Harry had been dreading, though neither he nor Hermione could see any way out of it. As the music increased in volume, Neville asked Padma to dance. Being the only other male at the table, Harry understood that asking the other birthday witch to dance was the only option available. He was gracious about it, though, even while everyone there knew he actually wanted to dance with Hermione. Having danced with Padma tons of times, Harry knew at once Parvati was a different witch. They may be physically identical, but neither he, Hermione nor Neville had any trouble telling them apart. Dancing with Padma would be light, jokey, and a lot of fun. Parvati, on the other hand, was all about invading your personal space, as she tried to get as close as possible. Harry managed to keep smiling and chatting, while offering not one grain of encouragement. The closing bars of the song had him returning Parvati back to her seat, where Lavender's longing looks were politely ignored as Harry headed straight for Hermione. Thankfully, Dean and Seamus came over to ask both witches to dance. Ron seemed engrossed in conducting an experiment to discover how many pieces of cake he could eat without being physically sick. They were left to hope his experiment would be a success. Watching Ron Weasley throw up wasn't anyone's idea of entertainment. Harry was back dancing with Hermione in his arms, and everything in the world was all right again. Pansy was dancing with Draco while running off at the mouth. Their situation inside Hogwarts had changed so much, though, that the Slytherin was forced to do her complaining at a whisper so low that only Draco could hear her. Look at that mudblood, hanging all over him. Who does she think she is? Standing up and speaking in front of McGonagall, too. I don't know how much longer I can take this. I keep writing to my father about how bad Hogwarts is becoming. He just owls back telling me to keep my head down. I hope your father is doing something about this situation. If he is, then father won't tell me, and I certainly don't want to know. Pansy almost caused them to stumble after hearing that, forcing Draco to explain a few home truths as they continued dancing. If I get caught doing anything against Crow, I'll be barred from Gringotts. At that point, my life is practically over. Don't say that, Draco. It's true, and you would be the first thing to go. It's only the knowledge that I'll inherit when I come of age that's stopping your father cancelling our betrothal. We both know he wouldn't hesitate if my inheritance was gone. My own father would probably take action too. I would then need to marry, have a child, and wait for them to come of age. With no fortune, and probably not even enough gold to put that child through Hogwarts, there won't be witches lining up to marry me. My father is far more likely to sire another heir himself, and totally disinherit me. Pansy was almost in tears at the future Draco painted for them, knowing he had described both their parents' probable actions perfectly. Both fathers would be willing to wait the 5 years needed for Draco to inherit, but would instantly cut him off at the knees should that inheritance be lost for another generation. That Lucius was the one at fault here wouldn't save Draco. The Malfoy patriarch would take whatever action he deemed necessary to get the family fortune back under his control as quickly as possible. When Draco was no longer that option, he would be ruthlessly cast aside, and Pansy would find herself betrothed elsewhere. Now you see why I have to walk on eggshells while at Hogwarts. It will soon be summer, and then we can get out of this place. Let's just enjoy ourselves tonight. At least it's a good party. Hermione was dancing with Harry, so therefore it was a great party. She could tell something was bothering him, though, and assumed it was what he'd been told earlier by Sirius. Should I be getting worried here? Will blade-wielding Centurion Crow be making an appearance? Oh, I hope not. Malfoy is behaving himself, and McGonagall's got her beady eye on Weasley. I'm not expecting any trouble tonight. If not tonight, then what's troubling you, or can't you say? If I can't say what's on my mind to you, then I don't have any hope of getting what I want. Harry mentally took a deep breath before plunging right in. I really like you, Hermione, but offering the official courtship that you deserve is not an option for me. Hermione actually finished his sentence for him, having already worked out this connotation back when Sirius taught them about courtships, because it would be reported as if you had chosen a wizarding future. Can I assume the goblin option is out, also for the same reason? Yes, all I'm left with is asking if you would be my girlfriend. Yes. Hermione followed this up by wrapping Harry in her arms and performing a quick kiss, their first kiss as boyfriend-girlfriend. This led to some cheering and whistling from those around them, forcing the now embarrassed but happy couple to retreat to their table. Hermione was sitting close by Harry's side, their arms wrapped around each other with her head resting on his shoulder. I don't need any more than that, Harry. I'm really happy just being your girlfriend. My parents might freak out at anything more, at least until I'm a good few years older. It's just not the goblin way to do things so casually, Hermione. We're all about commitment and contracts. Do you think I'm a casual girlfriend, Harry? Absolutely not, and I would like to shout that to the world. Stick to telling my mum and dad for now. They were interrupted by a delighted Padma, bending down and wrapping both of them in a hug. This is such a wonderful birthday party, and now we even have another reason to celebrate. Two of my best friends finally getting together. I'm so happy for you both. The happy couple were soon back on the floor dancing, leaving a relieved godfather with a wide smile on his face. Something his date noticed. You knew Harry was going to ask her. We spoke about it earlier. Harry wanted to offer Hermione more, but couldn't because of his circumstances. Sometimes I see Harry as a mini James, then he'll act in a way that is just so Lily. Sometimes, though, Harry Crow is pure goblin and throws me totally. That lad is an enigma I need to solve to be a proper godfather figure, and your research for your book about goblins will surely help. Are you applying for the role of my unpaid research assistant? Henrika had asked the question jokingly, but could see Sirius was not taking it as such. What's the matter, Sirius? Deciding once more that honesty would be his best policy, Sirius spoke about what had been on his mind since this afternoon. Your name came up in my discussion with Harry today. It felt like your brother was asking me what my intentions were toward you. You do know those four really like you. She was now nervous, wondering what had been said. Henrika just asked right out, "And what did you tell your godson about your intentions toward me?" I told him the truth. 10 years in Azkaban has a way of changing you in ways I'm still not comfortable with. After an incident at the Grangers over Christmas, I watched Harry and Hermione fall asleep together. They looked so content and comfortable, Emma just tucked them in and left them sleeping. I went to my room and cried myself to sleep, overcome with the sheer beauty of the scene. There hasn't been much beauty in my life, and then I met Henrika Hobson, the single most beautiful person it has ever been my pleasure to meet. She now relaxed in Sirius' arms as they continued slowly waltzing around the room. Whatever was coming next, it was not the end of their fledgling relationship and anything else they could work at. So, what I'm trying to say is that, until I can get a grip on this different person that's inhabiting my body, I don't know what else I have to offer you. I realize you may have far better offers available. A pair of incredibly soft lips pressing against his stopped Sirius saying any more. So, you just talked yourself into the position of an unpaid research assistant for the summer. Your duties will include following me around and taking notes, helping collate those notes, and making sure I don't get sunburn when we lie on these promised beaches to begin writing my book. There may have been a number of applicants for the post, but yours was the only one I seriously considered. This may just be a temporary position at the moment, but who knows what awaits us in the future. We both may find ourselves with permanent contracts a few years down the line. This witch really took Sirius' breath away. When I said you were a beautiful person, I wasn't just talking about looks that could stop a bludger in flight. You have a beauty that comes from inside and shines through everything you say and do. I've watched as you helped Hermione and Padma grow more confident in themselves, and getting Neville over his shyness and crush is nothing short of miraculous. That you're then prepared to spend time building a broken-down wizard back up to what passes as normal for me, I may have to stay close to you for many, many years. Henrika's smile now rivaled the chandelier for brightness. One step at a time, Sirius, one step at a time. Minerva was delighted to spot two of her prefects when they all left the room. "Hello, Professor. We were wondering why the first years were out past their curfew. That's why Penny and I were looking for them." 10 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley, and 10 for you too, Miss Clearwater. I like my prefects to show initiative, and I'm very pleased with you too. Now, if you will escort your charges back to their houses, Professor Flitwick and I will see to the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins. The groups of excited first years were soon being led away, but not before both Paddle sisters had thanked everyone for coming. Ooh, that Harry and Hermione had added a light kiss to their saying goodnight and morning greeting hugs was the only noticeable difference to their behavior. Now they were a dating couple. Their friends didn't react any differently either. Hermione was usually on Harry's arm as they made their way around the castle. Both Harry and Hermione felt different, though. Moving their relationship from best friends to a dating couple had both of them grinning like Cheshire cats. Even spotting a sour-faced Master Sharpshard waiting with his father and Cursebreaker Weasley couldn't spoil their mood. Master Sharpshard tried his best, though. "One lucky scratch and your father, and the director, seem to think you can take me. After your father has completed his business, You and I are going to cross blades, Crow. That fancy little knife of yours won't save your arse today. Harry opened the room, a room that now had a private area set up in one corner. That this area had an armchair and a sofa confirmed to Harry that the room understood what he wanted, even before he knew himself. Father, last night Hermione agreed to become my girlfriend. Can we include her in these discussions? I don't want to have any secrets from Hermione and hate to see her worrying that I might be heading into trouble. You told me my mum and dad shared everything. That's what I've always wanted too. Both Barchoke and Hermione were taken aback by this. His father nodded, though, mentally deciding just how much to tell them both as they made their way over to the seated area. Bill started Padma and Neville working, while the large goblin master of the blade stomped up and down, doing a passable impression of a bear with a sore head. Barchoke stared into the young witch's eyes, desperately trying to impart the seriousness of what she was about to hear. Hermione, what we speak of here this morning is effectively government secrets. Harry knows this, and must trust you implicitly to even suggest you sit in on this. I just want to make sure you understand, knowing these secrets can be a burden that can't be shared. I'll be able to talk about it with Harry, though. That will be more than enough. Every time I see another task in his eyes, I worry over how I'll be able to help him. Now I'll not only know, but hopefully be able to help plan too. She can see right through my best stoic face, Father, and then worries over what I might have to do. Unless it's something the director specifically doesn't want Hermione to know, I really don't want there to be any secrets between us. Having made his mind up, and seeing his son had already done the same, Barchoke began to tell them why he was here. Since this situation will obviously involve Hermione, I'm going to tell you both everything. Anything else, though, I'll need to get permission from the director. All three were happy with that, so Barchoke began his explanation. Harry grasped at once what effect his father becoming an ambassador could have on wizard/goblin relations, and was all set to say yes to everything when his father urged caution. They want to make this ball an evening dedicated to honoring the family who rid our country of Voldemort, with both your parents receiving posthumous awards that will keep their memories alive. The ministry hope to have a first-year wizard and witch attending Hogwarts in September, entirely funded by the James and Lily Potter Scholarship Fund. They intend to support 2 new students every year for the next decade. Hermione's hand was currently in Harry's. She felt his grip tightening as he heard this news. Her boyfriend's response then made her even prouder of him. Can we get the Lily Potter Foundation involved too? Give the ministry the deserved credit for coming up with the idea, just provide the gold to extend the period to 20 years. I also think we need a panel to decide what new first years get chosen. This has to go to deserving cases. The last thing we want is rich purebloods saving money by having their children's Hogwarts tuition paid. His father agreed with all of that. I think a representative from the ministry, Hogwarts, and possibly Sirius representing us until you're old enough should do. Any more members and you would get nothing done. You never asked what they intended for you. I assumed some award for me to stick on a shelf. As long as there are no statues or anything stupid like that involved, I'll be fine. Barchoke was so proud of his son, he decided to paint the full picture for him. Fudge reckons that you attending this ball will give him the votes he needs to pull this off. For all his faults, we believe the minister has a very good chance of achieving this. Should I become ambassador, the director would like my son to follow in my footsteps. He thinks Lord Harry James Potter, Goblin Ambassador, has a nice ring to it. Harry so wanted to jump across the space between himself and his father, hugging him for all he was worth. Here was everything he ever wanted being made available to him. Instead of being faced with an impossible choice, he literally could have it all. I think Lord Harry James Potter, Assistant Goblin Ambassador, has a much nicer ring to it. I would love the chance to work with my father for many years, before he graciously retired to spend time with his grandchildren. Hermione didn't know that this was the goblin dream. To raise your family to the point where your children were ready and able to take over the reins, while you then spent your retirement telling your stories to all the grandchildren they had provided you with. What she did know, though, was that even the thought of this outcome made Harry and his father very happy. She supposed Barchoke standing and offering the centurion salute to his son was about as near to hugging each other as goblins got. With the meeting now over, Bartchoke had a word of warning for Harry. Master Sharpshard has been taking a bit of a ribbing from myself and the director. He appears determined to prove your victory was a fluke. He doesn't know about your sword's abilities, and I had to promise the director a copy of this memory. I think Master Sharpshard got one over on Ragnarok many years ago, and this is the director's form of payback. Just be careful, and make it quick. Harry was reminded of the goblin saying that, even on the sunniest of days, a little rain might fall. There was no way any of them expected the torrent that was about to be unleashed. And thanks for reading N2 Harry Crow is now my longest story, and this chapter fought me harder than the other 27 combined. There are parts of this I must have rewritten 4 times before I was satisfied with it, a very unusual occurrence for me. A big thank you to all the readers who have given this story such tremendous support. Ask any author, and they'll tell you the same thing. It really does help with the writing when you know readers are enjoying your efforts. 29. Yield or Die. Harry Crow, A.N., a reader kindly pointed out that this chapter would put me over the 1.5 million words posted on FFN milestone. Coincidentally, it should also push Harry Crow over that same milestone for number of hits. All I can say is thank you so very much for reading. There has also been a fair number of suggestions on what I should do with Harry Crow. I would like to settle that matter here and now. Harry Crow will not be split into separate books for each year, rather be one large story encompassing multiple years. I am well aware FFN is littered with unfinished and abandoned attempts at this feat. I will do my utmost to ensure Harry Crow joins the rest of my stories by having the word complete tagged onto it. If I find the story becoming stale in my mind, I will write something else for a few weeks and then come back to this. Since Harry and Co. are approaching their summer holidays in this story, I think I'll be writing Harry Crow for a while yet. When it's cold, dark, wet, and windy outside, writing about sunshine, beaches, and bikini-clad villas becomes a very attractive option. Chapter 29, Harry understood at once what his father meant about ending this fight early. He would need to, as Master Sharpshard certainly wasn't in training mode this morning. The object of today's lesson appeared to be showing Harry how much he still had to learn and teaching him this lesson in as little time as possible. Without his magic, Harry doubted he would have lasted a minute. He did have magic, though, and it was time to use it. That he didn't have his knife in his hand lulled his mentor into a false sense of security, a security that was about to be trampled all over. After Harry parried his first 2 attacks, Master Sharpshard then found himself standing there, not with a sword in his hand, but a bright yellow daffodil. When a web then shot from Harry's sword, the large goblin found himself suspended from the ceiling, a dozen feet off the ground. Harry turned to see his father on the floor with laughter, his goblin stoicism shattered into a million pieces. Padma and Neville were cheering wildly at his victory, but Harry didn't get to see any more as his vision was suddenly blocked by a mass of brown hair. Hermione arrived and hit like an express train. The scream of terror that she then produced was also as loud as any steam whistle. Harry spun to see his mentor of the blade had easily sliced through his web and was now using the cut section to swing down to the ground like Spider-Man. The goblin surprised everyone by using Harry's method of entrapment as a means of getting swiftly back into the fight. Master Sharpshard had a battle-axe in his hand and murder in his eyes. Harry barely had time to push Hermione out of the way before the goblin attacked with a ferocity his student had not faced before. Hermione had not gone far, though, and seeing her boyfriend in terrible danger, didn't even think about her next move. Drawing her sword, she charged at the large goblin. Master Sharpshard was not to be denied, though. Hermione's attack was barely a distraction. Her blade was casually and harmlessly deflected away, before a violent kick into her midriff put her out of the fight. Seeing Hermione flying across the room to land in a heap changed something inside Harry, the battle-axe slicing through his dragon-hide tunic and cutting across his chest, barely registered. The shout of triumph died in the goblin's throat as his opponent ignored the inflicted wound, and was certainly not for stopping the fight after first blood had been drawn. Master Sharpshard now found himself facing a fully armored and totally enraged Centurion Crow. Any reminding Neville and Padma needed that Harry's father wasn't human was currently being provided in spades. Barchok attacked the magical barrier that had reappeared in front of them like a wild animal that had a wicked dagger in its hand. He snarled, clawed, slashed, and kicked to no avail, though. The barrier held. Barchok stopped as he witnessed the impossible. Hermione's bracelet began to cover her injured body in golden armor. This golden armor was still recognizable as his clan's design, but it should still be impossible. Hermione lying there unmoving after that kick to the lower ribs meant she couldn't be responsible for this, and Harry currently had his hands full. Bill was trying everything he knew to get through the shield, and having as much success with his wand as Barchok was with a blade. The trouble would appear to be that, as skilled and experienced as he was, his knowledge was nothing in comparison to Hogwarts. The castle was a few steps ahead of him at every turn. Noticing she was also helping her champion saw Bill lower his wand. Master Sharpshot had never faced any opponent who was as quick or as strong as this centurion. The fact that both the blades he was now facing were also firing curses as they attacked, curses that were getting through his defenses as he was forced to concentrate on not having a belly full of goblin steel, and the experienced warrior knew he was in trouble. When the terrain started to literally alter beneath his feet, putting obstacles in his path as he was forced to back away from this golden maelstrom, the goblin knew he was in serious trouble. The nut finally dropped when his left foot suddenly found a hole that wasn't there a second ago. This wasn't just trouble he was in, this was deep dragon shit. When that very same hole suddenly closed, trapping his foot, the master of the blade was sure he'd fought his last fight. Crow was fighting like a possessed demon, and the goblin veteran was starting to feel the blood lost from his multiple wounds affecting him. He certainly felt the kick that lifted him right off the ground, ripping his boot apart as his foot was torn free. Landing on his back, saw vines grow out the floor and start to hold him there. He didn't have time to worry about that, though. An enraged centurion had a golden foot planted on his chest and a sword at his throat. Yield or die. I don't care which you choose, just do it quickly. With the fight over, the barrier came down and Barchok raced to his son. Harry, no, not like this. Hermione needs you. No one else will be able to get past her armor. Barchok thought this was the only thing that saved the downed goblin's life, though being reminded who injured Hermione in the first place nearly saw Harry's blade driven home. As his son headed toward Hermione, Barchok knelt beside his longtime friend. Tell me why I shouldn't just gut you where you lay. Maybe I won't even give you that release. My son has inflicted enough damage that you would bleed to death within an hour or so anyway. That might give you enough time to realize just how badly you fucked up. Even you must realize that killing him would start a war our nation couldn't hope to win. I would never have killed your son. Once you attacked Hermione, nothing else would stop him. I'm surprised he let you live. Barchok let this sink in a moment before continuing. He needed to take action soon. The blood flowing from a few of the deeper wounds Harry had inflicted really would eventually kill the trapped fool. No one else can even find this room, yet Hogwarts opens its door for Harry and changes the room to whatever he requires. You chose to fight the Hogwarts champion in such a room, a champion who's also a centurion. I'm surprised a bolt of lightning didn't shoot out the ceiling to fry your ass. Even that, though, wasn't enough stupidity for the occasion. You then commit the almost fatal error of attacking his mate. Are you really so stupid, or do you just have a Dumbledore complex? Your master Sharpshard, therefore you can't be defeated. Guess again, you delusional old fool. My son just cut you to pieces and dropped you onto your back. Harry dropped to his knees beside Hermione. His armor had vanished, and his bare hand now touched the golden lattice protecting his girlfriend. Their friends were also there, and the retreating armor allowed Bill to cast some medical diagnostic charms on the young witch. I'm seeing a couple of cracked ribs and some soft tissue damage. Nothing major, though moving will be painful until we can get it treated. Bill stopped talking when it became obvious neither of the two were listening to him. All their attention was focused on each other. Hermione had never been hit so hard in her life. The blow had taken all the wind and fight out of her. She'd lain there, struggling to get a breath. Hermione had heard the noise of battle and the screams coming from their friends. It felt as if her heart had stopped, a heart that only started beating again when Harry knelt beside her. Seeing her boyfriend caused Hermione to forget all about her injury, Harry appeared to have been fighting inside a giant blender. His tunic was no longer black, having liberal patches of red splattered all over the front. Don't try to get up, Hermione, your injuries. Nothing compared to yours. We need to get you to a healer. You need to get out of that tunic, Harry. I can't close those wounds through the dragon hide. Hermione struggled to her feet and helped Harry remove his tunic. She couldn't stop the tears, though, as Bill administered the wizarding equivalent of first aid. He had a cut that reached from his right shoulder diagonally, stretching fully across his torso to his left hip. Neville offered his dueling robes, since Harry was now standing there in a pair of shorts. Having Hermione holding his hand put Harry's world back onto an even keel and made him realize there was something he had to take care of. His honor demanded it. Hermione, there's something I must do first. I won't be long. The room had released its grip, and Barchoke now had Master Sharpshard sitting up. Barchoke was applying essence of Dittany to the deepest of his wounds when Harry came over and knelt with his head bowed. Master Sharpshard, I await my punishment for the disrespect I showed my mentor. I used magic to make a fool of you, and for that I deserve to be punished. Padma had retrieved her sword, and Hermione was now sheathing her blade. She heard and understood every word Harry spoke. Remembering that Harry had said goblins didn't do pranks, but would treat such a thing as an attack, Hermione realized just how big a mistake they had made. Hogwarts' motto translated as "Never tickle a sleeping dragon." Harry had practically punched one on the nose. Master Sharpshard may not breathe fire, but Hermione had no problem considering him every bit as dangerous as the emblem of Gringotts. She too had something that she should really do. Kneeling beside Harry and speaking in the goblin language, Hermione said her piece. I too must apologize, Master Sharpshard. I had no reason to interfere with your training session and will accept my punishment along with Harry. Let there be no more talk of punishment, deserved or otherwise. Crow, you fought like a demon and are a credit to the Centurion Corps. Miss Granger, I remember telling you that you had the heart of a goblin. Today, you proved that to be true on a few different levels. I think we should take a trip to the healers and then celebrate with some grog later. Since you are both far too young to appreciate that tipple, I will just have to drink your share too. The large goblin started to laugh, which quickly became a groan as Barchoke helped him to his feet. Crow, you now owe me a pair of boots too. I'll be sending your father the bill. It's not like you can't afford them. The laughter was again cut short as they began heading for the door. Albus had heard from Minerva that Harry's father was going to be inside Hogwarts today, hence why he was loitering at the main entrance. Having watched their last meeting numerous times in his pensive, he was forced to admit, only to himself, that Phileas was correct in his summation of how that meeting had gone. Barchoke had come to Hogwarts in the hope they could work together, and Albus had backed him into a corner. Today, he intended to inquire if there was any way they could sit back around the table and talk. The headmaster didn't like using the term desperation, but it was applicable here. He had been isolated from playing any part in Harry's life, and was desperate for even the smallest crumb he could grasp from the current situation. Albus was prepared to allow practically any concessions in his quest to get back in the game. His problem, though, was Albus didn't think he had anything they wanted that could allow him to do so. His thoughts and pacing were interrupted by the bedraggled group making their way down the stairs. Harry's father and William Weasley were supporting, more correctly carrying, the clearly injured large goblin between them. This wasn't what caught Albus' eye, though. Harry and the Granger girl were clearly also injured. They were supporting each other, with young Longbottom and their Pattle friend showing their concern by hovering next to them. What has happened here? A training accident that our healers will soon remedy. We don't have time to chat, Headmaster, so please excuse us. Barchoke was polite, but everyone heard the steel in his tone. Albus, though, was not for being brushed aside so easily, especially since here was an opportunity to earn himself some positive points. A fully equipped infirmary here, and Madame Pomfrey is a highly regarded and widely experienced healer. While everything you say is true, you missed the part about mountain trolls paying a visit. We are heading for Gringotts, and I will owl the school should my son and Miss Granger require to remain overnight. You are, of course, perfectly entitled to take your son with you, but I must object to Miss Granger. The school would need the proper authorization to release her into someone else's care. You are correct, headmaster, though in error on whose authority is proper. The Grangers are at a distinct disadvantage because they are muggles. Since their daughter is a friend of the nation, they have trusted me to act on her behalf on matters connected with the wizarding community. Professor McGonagall has all the relevant information in Miss Granger's file. From a perceived position of strength, Albus once more saw his argument crumble. It was desperation time again, as he turned his attention to the obviously injured young witch. Miss Granger, do your parents know what you're doing at this training, and how dangerous it can be? Unfortunately for Albus, it was another young witch who blew that argument to shreds. Padma had watched helplessly while Hermione lay injured, and Harry battled for his life. She'd cried buckets while holding tightly onto Neville. If that was goblin training, then Padma Patil wanted no part of it. Her two friends, then bowing to the monster that had attacked them, left her totally confused. That might need to be discussed later, but there was no confusion regarding just whose side she was on. Her two friends needed a healer, and the headmaster was in the way. Here was something she could do. Dan and Emma have actually watched us practicing. They know everything we do in these lessons, and so do my parents. My friends really need to get to a healer, headmaster. As Albus stood aside, he clutched for one final straw. Barchoke, when you return the children to Hogwarts, could I speak with you for a moment? Barchoke merely nodded as he led the party to the edge of the wards. Neville and Padma accompanied them that far, before racing to find Professor Hobson the instant the group portkeyed away. Ooh-oh, the portkey landed the group in a part of Gringotts the wizarding public never got to see. That didn't mean it was empty, though. Master Sharpshard was a well-known and unmistakable figure in the nation. Seeing him being helped to the infirmary set tongues wagging. The gossip would reach all but the deepest recesses before the day was out. This proved to be true in more respects than one. They had barely made the infirmary before the director appeared. Barchoke refused to leave until Harry and Hermione had been treated. Only then did he accompany Ragnarok back to the director's office. Uo Sirius was whistling a happy tune as he approached Hogwarts. The tune died on his lips as he spotted Henrika, Padma, and Neville obviously waiting on him. His arm was around Henrika before the words were out his mouth. What's happened? Both friends competed to tell the story. Harry pulled a prank on Master Sharpshard as they were dueling. He really didn't take it well and attacked Harry. The safety barrier went back up. But Hermione was outside it, since she'd ran to Harry. Harry pushed her to safety, but Hermione drew her sword. Master Sharpshard didn't care, he just kicked her away. It was left to Neville to finish the story. Padma was still upset by that bit. Harry was furious. He activated his armor and really attacked Master Sharpshard. Harry ignored his own injuries and cut him badly. Harry finally kicked him to the ground and was ready to kill him. It was only the barrier coming down and his father getting over there that stopped him. The concern was clearly evident in Padma's entire demeanor as she completed the tale. Hermione has a few broken ribs, while Harry was slashed right across his chest. If they're not coming back tonight, could you ask them to owl us that they're all right? Sirius immediately agreed to that, before hurrying off with Henrika to Gringotts. Their apprehension was instantly quelled as soon as they were escorted into the goblin infirmary. Sirius thought if he could bottle the sense of relief he felt when he spotted his godson, sitting on his girlfriend's bed, then he would easily double the black fortune. It wasn't just relief Sirius was feeling. The marauder was being swamped by a very confusing mix of emotions. He wanted to hug his godson, holding back on the manly tears, yet at the same time he felt like shouting at him for getting into trouble. There was even a large dose of pride stirred in there too. Pride that his godson had defeated the person who had dared to injure Hermione. Sirius was positive it couldn't be normal to feel all these emotions at the same time. He was worried his head might explode from this overload. The two adults took a couple of moments to reassure themselves both Harry and Hermione were fine before Sirius asked for some answers. Hermione thinks I'm spending too much time with my godfather. She says I forgot goblins didn't do pranks. While pleased to see Harry could joke about it, this was one notion Sirius wanted to knock on the head right away. Oh, blame the poor mutt time, is it, Miss Granger? I would say this was a pretty extreme reaction to a harmless prank. Understanding that both Harry and Sirius were doing this to lighten the mood, Hermione played along. This was so much better than watching Harry throwing up in a toilet. I wouldn't call transfiguring someone's favorite weapon into a daffodil before hanging them from the ceiling like some demented Christmas decoration a harmless prank. Oh, and all this while supposedly fighting a duel. Hiding his delight at how well these two were handling the entire incident, Sirius took it further still. Why a daffodil, Harry? I don't think you have any Welsh blood, or is it a goblin thing? Well, I didn't think a jaggy thistle would be appreciated, and shamrocks are used as the main ingredient in a goblin fertility potion. Handing a shamrock to a male goblin is a deadly insult. Since only Hermione gets roses from me, that left a daffodil. This was too much for Henrika. She couldn't restrain her laughter any longer. She wasn't alone, as all four of them shared a laugh. Maybe it wasn't such a horrid day after all. There was something Harry wanted to say, though, and here was his opportunity. Sirius, I don't know what my father has planned, but can we visit Hermione's before returning to Hogwarts? There's something we need to tell her parents, and I'd rather not do it in a letter. That Harry had been holding Hermione's hand since they entered the infirmary wasn't even commented on. It had long been considered normal behavior for these two. Sirius had a helpful suggestion for his godson. Why don't you come back to my house? Neutral surroundings might make passing on your news easier, and Dan can't kick you out of my house for dating his daughter. This drew a squeal of indignation from Hermione that didn't mean she thought it was a bad idea, though. Further down the ward, a large goblin lay behind privacy screens. The potions in his body may have been healing his injuries, but the laughter was healing his soul. Master Sharpshot slipped into sleep with a smile on his face. Ooh, there was a distinct lack of smiles in the director's office as they studied Barchuk's memory of this morning. Do you think he would have done it? There is not one shred of doubt in my mind, just as we both know Sharpshard would have let him rather than yield. Can you honestly say that Miss Granger is his mate? They're both so young, and, biologically, neither is goblin. Biologically, my son is not a goblin. In his head and in his heart, Harry is as goblin as you or I. We define certain acts as being goblin in nature. When have you ever seen anything more goblin than Hermione drawing her blade and springing to Harry's aid? She neither hesitated nor thought about using her wand. Hermione drew her sword and charged Sharpshard. I don't know whether it was Harry, Hermione, or Hogwarts who produced that shield around her. It was certainly goblin in origin. The director couldn't argue with any of that. He was still shocked at watching Sharpshard be defeated. He didn't know there were more shocks to come. Barchok was by no means finished. As his father, I can see Harry has made his decision. It is one I'm very pleased with. I'm really confused, though, by one of yours. Why did you order Sharpshard to attack my son? He may have just pushed the boundaries far beyond where he'd ever ventured before, but Barchok didn't care. He needed to know just what was going on here. Their very lives could depend on it. I've been friends with Sharpshard longer than either of us would care to admit. The friend that I know would have laughed his arse off at that joke, not attacked a student like a berserker. I looked into his eyes as my son was preparing to run him through. What I saw there gave your game away. What was reflected in his eyes wasn't anger but pride, pride in the achievement of his student. There is only one person from whom Sharpshard would accept such an order, and they are currently in this room. Slumping into his chair, Ragnar decided to come clean. I'm practically aligning the nation behind your son. I needed to know if he had the balls for what we're attempting. With Harry being so young, it was imperative we discovered just how he would react under extreme pressure. If he cracked today, then we may have had to reconsider some of our options. That room certainly threw your son every advantage it possibly could. He still had to beat Sharpshard, though, something I never thought I would live to see. Barchok was not some naive young buck. He'd expected the answer to be along these lines. The director continued to justify his answers to this doubting father. Fudge may need his summer ball to get this legislation through his ministry. This will certainly assist me do the same with the nation. Your centurion son defeating Master Sharpshard will be all over the bank before the end of the day. I distinctly remember predicting he could become a goblin hero. Sharpshard's orders were to provoke your son and see if he had what it took, or if he crumbled. This is beyond what I had hoped for. Understanding he was putting his head on the chopping block didn't stop Barchok. This needed to be said. If necessary, he was prepared to die for saying it. I understand, Director, though I don't approve about not being consulted. After this lack of trust, I feel I have no other option but to say this. Should my son and I ever be played off against each other, I already know the choice I will make. I will use my own dagger to spill my guts all over your floor, setting my son free. I will give my all for the nation and fight side by side with my son. I will neither fight nor conspire against him. The director tried not to let his shock show at that declaration. This was also not the time to rage and rant. His mind quickly added together the consequences of such an action. It would be nothing short of catastrophic. When a goblin took his own life in that manner, the location usually indicated at whom the act was directed. Harry was as devoted to his father as Barchoke was to him, leaving the grieving son's actions to that horrific outcome predictable. Crow had the means at his fingertips to declare himself a wizard, and the insider knowledge to seriously harm those he perceived as taking his father from him. Ragnar had to restrain himself, as this was not a time for anger, rather truthful and frank discussion. If your suspicions about your son are correct, one day, I hope, we both see him bonded to Miss Granger. That marriage should see muggles, magicals, and goblins in attendance, all standing there proudly as equals. That, my friend, would be a scene worthy of depiction in the Hall of Heroes. As director, I will do whatever I have to in my quest to make scenes like that the norm. As your director, and I hope still your friend, I will state honestly I can't envisage any scenario where pitching you against your son would help the nation achieve that aim. Barchoke's muscles had been tensed, expecting the swish of a blade to be the only warning he was about to lose his head. Hearing Ragnar's words allowed him to relax a little. He may still be breathing, but he hadn't walked out of this office just yet. The director's next words gave him hope he might actually see Harry again. Knowing these two were vital to his plans for the nation, Ragnar poured more soothing oil onto the choppy waters. You have become a father and son team that is respected and revered throughout the nation. This can only help with our aims. What was Centurion Crow's reaction to our news? Having totally forgotten why he went to Hogwarts in the first place, Barchoke now completed his assignment. My son was very enthusiastic, though he did suggest one change. He wishes to be assistant ambassador and serve with his father. The director had his smile back in place after hearing that. Exactly as I was saying, a father and son team that will reshape the country, and that suggestion has my full approval. I had always intended you to be beside your son, providing him with as much guidance as he needed. This is more than we dared hope for. The nation will see you take the lead, and the ministry will fall over themselves to accept knowing that one day their boy who lived would succeed his father. Inform young Cursebreaker Weasley that the ministry deal is acceptable to us. We don't want to get too greedy at the start. It's more important that we actually get invited to the table first. The director ordered Grog to celebrate, but Barchoke respectfully declined, stating he needed to get back to the infirmary. Ragnar sat alone and sipped his drink, contemplating that age-old problem faced by every leader. Finding subordinates capable of assisting their leader with shaping the nation, without them being ambitious enough to want to overthrow that very same leadership. The director was positive that thought would never even enter Barchoke's mind. The senior accounts manager was more than capable enough, but his son could certainly never become director after him, so what was the point? The director had to concede, though, that he had found the proud goblin's limit, a limit it would be extremely foolish for him to exceed. Ragnar was no fool. Uo Irgit swooping into the great hall at dinner time drew every pair of eyes. By the time Padma had untied the message, she was surrounded by their friends from all houses, each desperate to know how Harry and Hermione were. Hermione says they're fine, and staying with Sirius tonight. Harry will be left without even a scar. Apparently the goblins are experts in dealing with injuries like that, though Master Sharpshot is having to spend the night in the infirmary. They should be back after breakfast, if her father doesn't kill Harry when they tell Hermione's parents they're dating. I think that last bit is meant to be a joke. It's hard to tell with those two. The story of what had happened had soon spread throughout the castle, Padma and Neville, ensuring the story was mostly true. Harry didn't want it known that his sword was magical. When everyone assumed he cast the spells using his knife, they were quite happy just to let them continue with that assumption. I can't believe Hermione charged that massive goblin with her sword. I can't believe Harry put him in the infirmary. It was Neville who tried to put their friends straight. Guys, he was attacking Harry. What did you think Hermione was going to do? Just stand there and watch? Padma knew Hermione and Harry better than any of them. Neither of her friends' reactions had surprised her in the slightest. Scared the shit out of her, yes. Surprised, no. When Master Sharpshot hit Hermione, Harry got really angry. Trust me on this. You never want Harry really angry with you. Padma was preaching to the converted, but her words reached further than she thought. There were still witches in the castle, who, though the boy who lived, was fair game. Boyfriend/girlfriend meant nothing to them. It didn't offer any protection the way a formal courtship would. Padma's words, though, reminded them of something. When you hunt big game, sometimes you got mauled. Caution would have to be the name of the game, with the smarter witches willing to adopt a wait-and-see philosophy. The hunt wasn't over until the boy who lived married. Albus didn't have to wait. A certain witch headed right for him. Minerva had also received an owl, and as requested, passed a message on to the headmaster. Barchok will be bringing both students back tomorrow morning, and has agreed to speak to you then. What are you up to, Dumbledore? This was the first bit of good news he'd had in months. Albus just ignored Minerva's lack of respect, and answered her truthfully. Nothing more than a chat. Our last meeting didn't end too well. I just want to inquire if there is any way we can move on from there. Do you want to sit in on the meeting? I have classes all morning, otherwise I would. Albus merely nodded, already knowing that fact before he made the offer. Things may finally be moving in a positive direction, and Albus Dumbledore just might get himself back in the game. Neither Dan nor Emma paid any attention to the old-world elegance of the townhouse they now found themselves in. Bill had said the kids had been injured, and they wouldn't settle until they saw both were fine with their own eyes. Hermione found herself gently scooped into her mother's arms before being passed on to her father. Harry found himself replacing Hermione in Emma's arms, a sensation he could definitely get used to. Dan was first to recover and demand some answers. Hermione, you said you were going to be careful with that sword. Charging into battle with it doesn't sound like being careful to me. What the hell happened? The situation got out of control incredibly fast. I just wanted to help Harry, and anyway, we're both fine. They then faced a question from Emma, a question they both knew would be coming. Why didn't you come home? That had us thinking there was something wrong. It was time to face the music, so Harry jumped right in. This way Dan can't throw me out the door when he hears our news. At Padma's birthday party, I asked Hermione to be my girlfriend. And I said yes. Both parents could have easily guessed their daughter's answer, so Hermione's declaration wasn't strictly necessary. Emma's squeal of joy and her hugging both Harry and Hermione left Dan needing to be even more careful with his choice of words. Sirius, could you point me in the direction of somewhere I could have a quiet word with your godson? The marauder tried to keep a straight face. Go right up the staircase, and you will find the library on your left. Sirius did have an excuse to laugh, though, as both Ravenclaws showed their true colors. You have a library? Was asked in unison. Come with me, Harry, and we'll see if we can find it. Hermione's quick kiss on the cheek for luck probably didn't help her dad's temper, but meant Harry followed Dan up the stairs with a smile on his face. He'd started the day off facing an enraged Master Sharpshot. Compared to that, well, Dan didn't even have a weapon on him. When Dan saw Harry's attention drawn to all the books, he had to remind himself this was not a normal young boy he was dealing with. This lad was a goblin centurion. Harry had already dispatched a troll and defeated his fencing tutor in defense of Hermione. He was hardly likely to be intimidated by her dentist father, especially since Harry didn't even know what a dentist was. Dan still intended to make his point, though. I was led to believe you were not looking for a girlfriend, at least until a certain Dark Lord was no more. Can you tell me what changed? I'll tell you here and now, I think you're both far too young to be even considering becoming more than best friends. Hermione and I are still best friends, Dan. This was more about telling each other, and everyone else. We intend it to be more when we're older. Hearing this was easing Dan's concerns, but he still wanted to know more. Why now, Harry? Why not wait a year or two? Your daughter is beautiful, incredibly smart, and so much fun to spend time with. To be perfectly honest with you, Dan, I was terrified that some other boy might sneak in and steal Hermione away. As I said to Sirius, I don't think I could handle that. For the first time today, Dan saw a vulnerable side to Harry. He didn't think there was a snowball's chance in hell that his daughter would be interested in any other boy. Then again, from Harry's point of view, Dan could now see how he reached that decision. And there was that same snowball's chance that his daughter would say no to being his girlfriend. Harry had more to say, though. There are things happening that will see Hermione and I front page news again. I can't say what exactly just now, but it won't be dangerous, and we hope you and Emma will be there with us. Saying she's my girlfriend might divert some of the jibes that come her way from being on my arm. Does this mean that you're now courting? I thought that procedure meant I was supposed to be consulted first. I couldn't use wizarding or goblin etiquette. That would be seen as me reaching my decision. That's why we're now boyfriend and girlfriend. Other than that, very little has changed between us. It was a relieved father who grasped that last comment and held it close. Something else bothered him, though. We were there when Sirius explained wizarding courting behavior. I take it the goblin version is different. This actually brought a blush to Harry's cheeks, but he stared Dan in the eye and told him the truth. I told you goblins only have one mate. They also apparently know when they've met their mate. My father described it as a male and a female becoming very close really quickly, and then never wanting to be apart. Because of this, they always bond within a year of meeting. If they don't, they wouldn't be considered true mates. The implications of that hit Dan like a punch in the gut. That would mean. He couldn't actually say the words, so Harry finished it for him. It would mean Hermione and I marrying in August, something neither of us are anywhere near ready for. Again, Dan clutched onto that last sentence. Hermione having a boyfriend at 12 suddenly didn't seem as bad when compared to becoming a bride. He also remembered what Hermione said about cultural differences between her friends, and this one was a doozy. Keeping his calm, Dan asked what he thought was a pertinent question. What he really wanted to do was rant and rave about a culture that would see children married before their teens. Do goblins usually find their mates so young? Goblins mature later than wizards, which certainly helped me at school. It would be considered unusual for a goblin under 16 to discover their mate. He was again amazed at how the four of them were such good friends with such wildly different backgrounds. Dan was also delighted he'd heeded Hermione's advice and not steamed right in their pushing his values at Harry, only to discover he had been jumping to conclusions. So, just to make sure I've got this right, you and Hermione are just a normal boyfriend and girlfriend, normal to Emma and me, that is. I hope Hermione will be my girlfriend for a good few years. Is that all right with you? Considering the other options, Dan stood and offered his hand. He would just have to wait and see what those years brought. A voice both recognized shouted from outside the door. Dad, you finished yet? You're hogging the library. He wasn't even going to begin to analyze why his daughter was more concerned about getting into the library, rather than worrying about the talk her father was having with her boyfriend. Dan decided to take this as a good sign until someone told him otherwise. We'd better move, Harry. You don't want to get between Hermione and her books. Padma and I are just as bad. I can see us all spending some time here over the holidays. Hermione raced in, grabbed Harry's hand, and dragged him toward the shelves full of unread books. Dan headed off to find his wife, hoping she had a better handle on this than he did. He had no intention of mentioning the goblin form of courtship to anyone, ever. Thanks for reading. 30. Dumbledore duped. Harry Crow disclaimer. Since I'm not the owner of these characters, I may do things with them that you don't like or agree with. Sorry in advance, but that's the nature of fan fiction. To do otherwise kind of defeats the purpose of fan fiction, and copying JKR word for word would certainly see a lawsuit heading in my direction. If my efforts don't fit your idea of what a Harry Potter story should be, again, I can only offer my apologies and perhaps a suggestion. Writing your own, really, is the only way to ensure the story progresses exactly the way you want it to. It also gives the rest of us something to read. Chapter 30, Bill was pushing his mother's cooking around his plate, rather than eating it. If this wasn't a sure sign he had something on his mind, ignoring Ginny's questions was a dead giveaway. Bill, you haven't been listening. I wanted to know about the party last night. Did Ron behave himself? Sorry, Ginny. Just had a very busy day. Never actually got to talk to Harry and Hermione today. Master Sharpshard was there, and put both of them in the Gringotts infirmary. He was still playing with his food before the fact that there was now total silence at the Weasley dinner table hit home. Bill lifted his head to see the other three occupants staring at him, obviously wanting to know more. Everyone thought the duel was over, but Master Sharpshot came back at Hermione, then got involved before finding herself kicked out of the fight. This enraged Harry, and only his father managed to stop him killing Sharpshot. Both Harry and Hermione were fine after treatment and heading to spend the night with Sirius. His sister's eyes were almost popping out her head as she asked the question they all wanted to know the answer to. Would Harry really have killed him? I think so. Anyone harming one of those girls is going to find themselves in serious trouble. You would really need a death wish to attack Hermione. I did hear she's now his girlfriend. Apparently he asked her last night at the party. Bill was carefully gauging Ginny's reaction to this news and was pleased with what he saw. While clearly not happy to hear Harry officially had a girlfriend, there was no running off to her room in tears. Arranging that meeting in King's Cross was now paying dividends, as Ginny had the memory of their offered friendship to cling to. His mother then tried to change the subject. Those goblins are working you too hard, Bill. We hardly get to see you. The goblins don't pay you gold to sit about and do nothing. Which reminds me, can I have a word with you, Dad? There's something we need to discuss. Father and son took a stroll through the orchard, ensuring they couldn't be overheard. The goblins are agreeing to everything, and the timescale too. There's one thing I really need to talk about, though. Barchok has offered me the position of his assistant. How would you feel about that, us sitting on the opposite sides of the table? This actually caught Arthur on the hop, making him stop and think. That would really depend on the motives behind this move. I thought your main duties were to train Harry. Dad, this morning I watched a boy become a man. Harry is a really focused and driven individual with power and skill to back those up. He's an absolute joy to teach. Today I saw him add a ruthlessness to that mix that scared the life out of me and also filled me with hope. For the first time, I actually believed that young man could fulfill the destiny that's been placed on his shoulders. What does this have to do with you becoming Barchok's assistant? This drew a smile from his eldest son. There's no hidden goblin plots, Dad, though I think Barchok is hoping you and I can still work behind the scenes so we all get what we want out of this. I have been offered a 5-year contract, after which just about any job I want in Gringotts will be mine for the asking. This is a fabulous opportunity, and Barchok has allowed me to tell you the reason behind this offer. After 5 years, they're planning on Harry taking over from me. Eventually, he would become the ambassador. The implications of this hit Arthur like a bludger in the gut, but one massive question remained unanswered. Will he be taking the position as a wizard or a goblin? I'm pretty sure that will still be Harry's decision. This way, though, his father is providing the opportunity for him to have it all. There's a whole wide world out there, Dad, and Barchok seems determined his son will get to experience most of it before he has to make that choice. He is Sirius teaching him wizarding culture. The Grangers are muggles, and Harry's grown very close to them. Harry has also been raised as a goblin, so he was facing an impossible choice. My own reading of this is that they are searching for a compromise that will satisfy everyone, including the Ministry. This news would have Fudge drooling, bring up another problem for Arthur. How much of that can I tell the Minister? Barchok knew you would ask that, and offered a compromise. You can say that goblin culture is based around sons stepping into their father's shoes. You can also say that this is one part of their culture Barchok is hoping his son retains. Whatever decision, Harry makes on just where his future lies. Arthur was certain the minister would easily decipher the message being sent. This could be an enormous coup for the Ministry and the Goblin Nation. It was time to uphold his end of the bargain. Fudge is really playing this cleverly. I honestly didn't think he had it in him. He's going to contact Sirius about the ball to honor the Potters and enlist his help for choosing just who will receive the Potter scholarships. He's proposing the panel consist of Amelia Bones, representing the Ministry, Minerva McGonagall as Hogwarts representative, and Sirius for Harry. Neither father nor son could see there being any objection to that trio. The minister's planning was even more considered and structured. When all the excitement of this announced event is at its peak, and people are scrambling for tickets, the minister is going to approach the Wisengamot with his proposal. By citing that the entire event nearly didn't happen due to outdated means of communication between the ministry and Gringotts, he thinks that will swing a large proportion of the votes he needs behind him. Letting details of the proposed arrangements with Gringotts slip to the prophet should swing some more. Harry attending the ball will be the cherry on top and should finish the job. Like his father, Bill didn't think Fudge was so politically astute. He had even more good news to pass on. Harry wants the scholarships to run for 20 years and is going to pay for the extra 10 out of his own vault. He's quite happy for the ministry to take the credit. Harry really thinks it's a wonderful idea and will back it with his own gold. He's also prepared to give a short speech at the ball, praising the ministry for the scholarships and giving his full backing to the minister's goblin proposal. We could even have him hint that the ambassador's job would certainly be one that would interest him in the future. Arthur Weasley felt as if his ship had finally come in, and he wasn't talking about this year's bumper crop of apples. With Fudge's plan and Harry's public backing, that big promotion was practically in his pocket. No longer would his children attend Hogwarts wearing hand-me-down robes and old family wands. Molly hadn't been pleased when their two oldest children moved away to make careers for themselves. He and Bill were just about to drag the Weasleys up amongst Britain's most prominent families. He couldn't wait to see his daughter's face when he could tell her she would be going to the ministry's summer ball and sitting at the same table as Harry Arthur was really looking forward to going to work tomorrow. He also wondered how much more ministry goblin policy would be decided while he and his eldest son took an evening stroll in the Weasley orchard. Uo Barchoke entered the great hall of Hogwarts with Henrika by his side and was delighted to see the welcome Harry and Hermione received as they walked in front of them. Padma currently had an arm around each of them and didn't look like she would be letting go any time soon, despite assurances both her friends were fine. Barchoke had been watching fights for decades, and his heart was still in his mouth when Hermione drew her blade and charged. It wasn't surprising then that their friends had been terrified. Albus Dumbledore smiling at you was also a terrifying sight. The headmaster was probably attempting to appear jovial and harmless. His eyes betrayed him, though. It was more the smile of a tiger just before it pounced on its next meal. Barchoke knew, though, that when you removed a tiger's claws and teeth, what you were left with was a big pussy. "Good morning, Barchoke. I was very pleased that you agreed to meet with me. Will we head up to my office?" Since she has no classes until after lunch, do you mind if Professor Hobson accompanies us? Dumbledore's expression clearly portrayed that he did, but Barchoke had any objections covered. The professor is working on a book exploring the habits of our nation. We are trying to dispel some of the more unsavory myths that exist about goblins. I feel having her observe relations between wizards and goblins will surely help with this academic endeavor. As one of my son's private tutors, she has access to all of Harry's file. We won't be speaking about anything this morning that she isn't already privy to. With that, Dumbledore really couldn't refuse. When they were all seated in his office, Albus got the ball rolling. "I have been reviewing our previous meeting, and I would like to start this one by saying I was wrong. I have been watching as you have done exactly as you stated, ensuring your son has a well-rounded knowledge of wizarding and even Muggle society to complement his goblin upbringing. Harry really is a son you can be proud of." Seeing that this tactic had knocked both his guests back on their heels, the headmaster continued in the same vein. Knowing the decision he has to make, this would be a large enough burden for any youngster to bear. Harry, though, is even more hanging over him, with Voldemort and the prophecy to be taken into consideration too. I know we've had our differences in the past, but even you must admit, I have a wealth of knowledge and experience. I would like to place that knowledge and experience at Harry's disposal. I'm making this offer since everyone in this room has the same aims. We want to see Voldemort defeated once and for all, and to let Harry make the choice that's right for him. Both Henrika and Barchoke were surprised by this charm offensive, surprised but not fooled. They knew Dumbledore's ultimate goal was to have influence over Harry. This switch of tactics didn't change that fact. The goblin had certainly come prepared. It was only Barchoke's delivery that now needed to be altered. "While I can't help but agree about your experience and knowledge, and certainly on the goals you expressed for my son, The issue standing between us remains the same. A matter of trust, something kind words and reaching agreement on common goals doesn't address. Without that trust, I fail to see how we can progress from our current position. As long as there was no shouting and storming out his office, Albus considered himself still to be in the game. I realize that trust is something that needs to be built slowly, and I'm certainly not so naive as to expect your full confidence anytime soon. Your son, though, will be at Hogwarts for another 6 years. My hope is to earn that trust within this time frame. Now that he had Dumbledore clearly interested, Barchok placed the bait in his trap. I too agree trust must be built slowly, yet every building needs a strong foundation. There is a piece of information I lack, information I am also sure you have. In exchange for this information, I would be willing to bring you into our Horcrux team, supplying all the details we have on this subject. I see this as being the basis of how we move forward, hopefully to one day achieve the level of trust between us you obviously desire. As tempting as that offer was, Albus knew of the goblin's well-deserved reputation for getting the better of any bargain. The information they wanted from him must be vital, and therefore probably worth more than was being currently offered. I would like to hear just what this information is you are looking for before committing myself any further. As you said, headmaster, experienced and knowledgeable, I expected no other answer. We know about the prophecy Madame Trelawney made to you. We even know the where and when it was made. The information we are looking for is how that prophecy ended up in the hands of Voldemort. Madame Trelawney is of course blameless, since a true prophecy is not remembered by the seer who predicts it. That only leaves us with one other name. The canny goblin didn't think Dumbledore could have looked more shocked if he'd dunked the headmaster in hot grog and then had a dragon breathe on him to singe the old wizard's beard off. Alas, what you ask, I am sworn by oath never to reveal. Surely there must be something else. Barchok shook his head, but in a manner that suggested this wasn't quite over yet. I certainly didn't expect an answer today. This is clearly something that will require some thought. You mentioned a timescale earlier, and I think that's what we need here. Let's settle on Harry's birthday. I'll make a point of seeing you on that day. If you are still unable to provide the answer, then we will talk of this no more. You must understand, though, your options for assisting my son or I in anything would then be nil. Good day, headmaster. Dumbledore barely noticed them leaving, still shocked at the question Barchok asked. A quick glance at the master timetable showed Severus free after lunch. He would send for him then. What a choice he was now faced with. Protect Severus or gain an in, with the team taking the fight to Voldemort, a team Harry was a massive part of. Thankfully, he had until the end of July to reach a decision. Ooh, well, what did you think? They had just passed the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office when Barchok asked the question. It took Henrika a moment to consider her answer. I know I missed something. I just can't figure out what it was. You left that office far too easily, because I can see how important this answer will be to you and Harry. A throaty chuckle answered the Vila. There is a saying wizards are fond of, but I can assure you it is goblin in origin. There is more than one way to skin a dragon, and I'm gambling on Dumbledore laying himself bare before the end of the day. Okay, there was an image I could have done without. Can I ask why I was in that office? A distraction, and because Harry has herbology. I dangled a carrot in front of Dumbledore's nose, but that's all it was. Harry would refuse point blank to work with the headmaster. He wouldn't even let me enter that office alone with Dumbledore. He trusted you to watch my back. Harry really has a high opinion of you, Henrika. This brought a smile to the Vila's lips. Yes, Sirius told me Harry was quite protective when asking what his godfather's intentions were toward me. He said it was like being threatened by my brother. This certainly drew an amused laugh from Barchok. I fear any wizard going anywhere near Padma is in for a much rougher time of it, unless that wizard is Neville, of course. I get the feeling those two are just really good friends. It might turn to more later, but they just don't have the feel of a couple to me. Harry and Hermione, on the other hand. I am well aware of my son's feelings for that particular young witch. It pleases me more than I can say that Hermione returns those feelings. What she did yesterday was incredibly stupid, and yet took astonishing courage. Hermione must have known she stood no chance, yet she charged in there regardless. I honestly think the result would have been different had she not. Now, If you will inform Harry at lunch that everything went well, I shall head off back to Gringotts." The goblin was out the castle before it dawned on Henrika that Barchoke hadn't mentioned just how Dumbledore would be skinned. Henrika genuinely liked the little goblin, but still had to stop herself counting her fingers every time they shook hands. Barchoke was one of the cleverest, and yet most devious person she had ever met in her life, who would probably take her counting those fingers as a compliment. Albus once more found himself having to provide a pick-me-up to someone in his office. Severus currently looked as if his legs wouldn't support him. "I think you are overreacting, Severus. I'm sure they would understand your point of view. And I think you are getting senile. The only point they understand is on the end of those blades. These are goblins we are dealing with. We've both seen what Crow can do if he gets close enough. No wand can stand up to his blades. Black spent 10 years in Azkaban. There will be no forgiveness or understanding from that quarter either. Now tell me again how I am overreacting." Both Sirius and Harry would surely take into consideration you were a close friend of Lily's, and had no way of knowing the Potters would be the ones referred to in the prophecy. Harry is much more like his mother in that respect. He thinks before he acts. Yes, but he also has Lily's temper. You told me he cut that big goblin to pieces, and we both know Phileas regards him as practically a guard with a sword. Our charms master fell of his chair yesterday when you told that story. Dumbledore tried to pacify his potions professor. "This is not something that needs to be decided today. We have time to think this over and develop a strategy." Severus finished the glass of brandy, his strategy already formed. He knew Albus would betray his grandmother to get close to the boy. However he dressed it up, Severus would be served up for the greater good of Albus Dumbledore. The only decision Severus needed to make was whether he could hold off until the end of term before slipping quietly away, or if he needed to make a run for it before then. It was 4 weeks to the exams, and then another 3 before the students took the express back to London. His preferred option would be to skip the country the next day, hopefully being far away before anyone realized he might not be coming back. If he did a runner now, missing a few meals, never mind classes, would immediately set tongues wagging. With this dilemma running through his mind, Severus left for his quarters. Albus was so concerned about his friend, he accompanied him part of the way. Neither noticed the bug that landed on the back of Dumbledore's hat and hitched a free ride at the headmaster's office. Rita was certain she had just earned her advance on Dumbledore's expose, this latest revelation ensuring her book would be explosive. Holding Barchoke from taking action against Snape might be her biggest problem, but the goblin was wise enough to know this might just set Dumbledore's alarm bells ringing. At the moment, the headmaster had no idea he was being investigated, and it was certainly in their joint interest that he remained ignorant until just before publication. Yes, they might want Snape to pay, but not at the cost of their main target being forewarned. By the time they announced the publication date to the world, Dumbledore could call in all the favors he wanted. The book would be printed inside Gringotts, and he was all out of favors there. Even if they were reduced to selling the book by owl order, Rita was confident they would still sell every copy they could print. Rita now considered her sacking from the Prophet as one of the best things that ever happened to her. She may have entered the room in Barchoke's pocket, but she was leaving on top of Dumbledore. That was okay in her book. The reporter-turned-author had even settled on a title for her first book. The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore had a nice ring to it. The ring of the tills, filling up with all that lovely gold she was going to earn. The week had flown for the friends. Their only difference was now they had, at Hermione's insistence, allocated an hour a day for exam revision. Master Pitsley asking Harry to stay behind after potions blew their routine week right out of its nice stable orbit. Hermione had of course stayed with Harry, though Rowan a Ravenclaw's charm meant she could still understand spoken goblin. The written word really was gobbledygook to her. Harry's outburst, as he read the hand-delivered note from his father, indicated this indeed must have been bad news. "Harry, I'm quite happy to admit the goblin language has more swear words than probably any other in the world, even if a few of those descriptions are biologically impossible. Can you calm down enough to tell me what the problem is? It's only biologically impossible when certain appendages are still attached to a body." Slicing them off opens a whole different world of possibilities, and I've just discovered someone I would like to take my blade to. She wrapped her arms around him, hoping to provide some comfort and buy some time for her boyfriend to consider his next move. Hermione didn't even want to think about Harry's last answer. Sometimes I can forget you're a goblin, not for long though. What has got my centurion so fired up? Not a flicker of humor. All Hermione could see was rage. She knew this was bad. She just didn't know how bad yet. We always thought Sirius Black had told his master the prophecy and then served the Potters up on a plate. Discovering that my godfather wasn't a Death Eater and didn't even know the prophecy, only that there was one, blasted that theory to smithereens. He was only told of the prophecy's existence as my mum and dad were forced into hiding because Voldemort was already hunting them. That leaves the massive question: who told Voldemort the prophecy? This question set Hermione's thoughts off at warp speed. This would be top secret, so no one at the Ministry would know. I read that a true seer doesn't remember a genuine prophecy. Only the people that are there when it's made will hear it. If your mum and dad didn't tell their best friends, who does that leave? The prophecy was made to Albus Dumbledore. Oh my God. Do you think he would tell Voldemort directly? Number would he get Snape to pass on the message? We hope to find out. Either way, it was certainly Snape who told Voldemort. He's the reason my mum and dad are dead, and why Neville has to visit St. Mungo's to see his. That prophecy could have applied to two boys, both of whom lost their parents over it. Hermione's tears actually calmed Harry down more effectively than any words could. The very thought that he had been responsible for those tears had him wrapping his girlfriend in his arms. Hush now, Hermione, I'm sorry. I'm not going to go charging after Snape, well, not right away. Oh, Harry, I want to go charging after that bastard myself. I am so angry, yet so sad at the same time. What are we going to do about this? Hermione's use of "we" actually put a smile on Harry's face. It might be considered a wicked smile, but it was still a smile. Master Pitsley was merely an observer, and his observations would be getting reported back to Gringotts. Harry might have obeyed an order from his father not to immediately attack the Hogwarts potions master, but he couldn't think of anyone other than Miss Granger who could have talked him out of it. My father is working on bringing Dumbledore down. That's where he dug up this information. If we act on this, the headmaster is bound to put two and two together. My father currently has enough information to do him great harm, but in a few months he hopes to be able to destroy him. If Dumbledore gets wind of this investigation, we run the risk of him going all out to wreck the new Goblin Agreement. We have to take the chance on losing Snape to put Dumbledore's head in the dragon's mouth. She could hear, and actually feel, what this decision was costing her boyfriend. Harry was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Where does Snape's salary get paid to? This drew a chuckle from the Goblin Potions Master, reminding both students he was there. I'm beginning to think you are part goblin, Miss Granger. That was thinking worthy of a friend of our nation. All Hogwarts salaries, except for Dumbledore's, are paid directly into their Gringotts vault. There is already an alert placed on Snape's vault. Should he arrive in Gringotts, Harry's father will need to make a snap decision. If Snape is attempting to disappear, we can help him with this endeavor. Hermione was confused at this, until she saw Harry's broad yet scary smile. Now she was really flummoxed. We can make his wish come true, Hermione. He wants to disappear. No one will ever find him in a goblin cell. It will depend whether he tries to access his vault or decides it would be safer just to skip the country. To flush out who was responsible for running to Voldemort with the prophecy, my father had to let Dumbledore know we were looking for this person, which is why the headmaster would know we were on to him if I suddenly attacked Snape. Dumbledore said he would need to think about it, and has until my birthday as a deadline for his decision. If Snape runs before we're ready to take down Dumbledore, I may have to let him. The agreement with the Ministry is far too important to risk for revenge. A very mature decision, Centurion, and I believe the right one. Your father will certainly agree with me, though insisted you still be given the choice. Please thank my father for me, Master Pitsley. I'm a Centurion and swore an oath to the nation. I have to put personal revenge second to that oath. My father has outlined the timescale here, and I can wait that long. Between training, exams, and then our holidays, I'm sure Hermione will do her best to keep my mind off it. You forgot to mention the Ministry Ball in your honor, just the biggest social event in all of Europe this summer. No, I didn't. And the ministry will be making official contact soon. It's less than 3 months to my birthday, and these things usually take longer to arrange than that. The two then headed off to Ravenclaw Tower. They intended to eat their lunch in Harry's room, since neither was ready to sit in the great hall with Snape and Dumbledore at the moment. With herbology next, they may have control of themselves enough to eat dinner with their friends. Making an excuse for missing lunch would be easy. Skipping dinner too would see questions asked. There were questions being asked the next day when Sirius entered the Great Hall. This in itself was not unusual, as they had lessons with him every week at this time. What was unusual, and the reason for all the questions, were the two people who accompanied him, Minister Fudge and Madam Bones. Albus strode down to meet them, using all his experience to hide his trepidation. He couldn't see any way this would be good news. Sirius I was expecting Cornelius, Amelia. To what do we owe the honor of this visit? The ministry are considering a new incentive that will affect Hogwarts. We came today to talk with Minerva about lending her expertise to this venture. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved or insulted at the minister's words. Albus intended to at least pretend to be hurt. Cornelius, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. If the ministry has any new incentives that affect my school, I demand to be involved. His tone didn't sit too well with Amelia, and she wasn't slow to let him know. This doesn't involve the headmaster, rather your deputy. It will involve extra, unpaid work for Minerva, so we are here today to ask if she wishes to be involved. By this time, they had been joined by Minerva, who wanted more details of what was involved before committing herself. If we can go somewhere private to discuss this, we want to keep it secret until the announcement. Albus immediately offered his office to the minister, though both witches then glowered at him. And just how is that private, when those bloody portraits tell you everything? Albus had the good grace to appear embarrassed at Minerva's outburst until Sirius solved the problem. Arriving with Harry at his side, he offered the perfect solution. I'll need to wait until after the meeting to work on their lessons. The room we hold them in would certainly fit the bill for whatever we're after. Albus' nose was even more out of joint as he watched the group leave with Harry. Things were bad when he didn't even know what was happening in his own school. Henrika followed on with Neville, Padma, and Hermione, knowing the room could easily accommodate whatever was needed for the two groups. Harry was asked if he would like to sit in on the initial briefing meeting, delighting him and confusing Minerva even more. Once Hogwarts' deputy headmistress discovered just what was involved, she wholeheartedly threw her support, time, and anything else that was required of her behind this wonderful idea. Harry had given this a lot of thought and had a few ideas of his own to bring to the meeting. I would like one of the candidates to be Muggle-born, in honor of my mother. I also intend to get involved when they come to Hogwarts. The castle can be a scary place. I want all scholarship students to be charged with looking out for those coming behind them. I certainly intend to offer friendship to the two new first-year students starting in September. I would expect them to carry that on the following year. A tradition has got to begin somewhere. Minerva caught on at once. You're looking for them to become mentors, keeping an eye on the younger ones through first year. Not just first year, Professor. This is being done in the Potter family name. I want this to be like members of a family. Brothers and sisters looking out for each other. We're very lucky in Ravenclaw to have Penny doing that job for us. She's simply brilliant and has been a great help to us settling in. In talking with our friends, not all houses are so lucky. One of my best friends is also a twin, and we have Fred and George Weasley here too. If there was a case for twins being offered scholarships, the Lily Potter Foundation would fund the difference to ensure both got equal treatment, and this didn't deprive another student of a scholarship that year. This was a golden opportunity for Cornelius to observe this boy firsthand, and so far he was very impressed. He had learned through Arthur that goblin children start school at 5, and that Harry had extra tutors too. With early indications that the top two students in first year would be a Muggle-born and a goblin-raised, both of whom attended school since they were 5. It was again raising the question of why they waited until 11 before formally schooling magical children. This might be the place, but certainly not the time to roast that old chestnut. Harry, we also want to honor the last surviving member of that family. On doing some research, we discovered the level of award was already set. For banishing a Dark Lord, we wish to award you the Order of Merlin, first class. Since Amelia was the one who had done the research, she knew what the minister was going to say. This allowed her to watch the reactions of the others to this news. Sirius appeared fit to burst with pride, while Minerva was fighting back the tears that were forming in the corners of her eyes. Harry never even blinked. Minister, the Dark Lord isn't really gone, and I would feel such a fraud accepting on those headings. Cornelius had actually prepared for this possibility. The politician in him wouldn't take no for an answer today. I am aware of that, Harry, just as I am now aware that you train relentlessly in the hope of one day finishing the job you started all those years ago. To me, that in itself makes you deserving of this award. Seeing that this had scored points, the minister pressed home his advantage. I would also like to say, when that time comes, my ministry will stand alongside you in this battle. Madam Bones is quietly bringing her aura department onto a war footing. This won't happen overnight, but when you need us, we will be there with every wand ready to fight. Knowing he was always going to have to accept an award of some description, Harry was delighted by the promise of support, and left with no other choice than to graciously accept. Cornelius intended to announce the awards and the ball in his honor today. He would call a press conference this afternoon so the country could digest the news along with their Sunday breakfast. Harry asked, since she was now heavily involved in the Potter scholarships, if Professor McGonagall could be added to their party for the ball. The minister agreed at once, and then raised the only issue he could see being a sticking point. We are unsure how to address the award. You won the award as Harry Potter, but now go by the name of Harry Crow. Whichever appears on the award, people will rush to make judgments. Cornelius had watched as Dumbledore's planned awards ceremony at Christmas went to hell in a hand-basket. He had no intention of there being the slightest chance of that happening with the eyes of the world on them. All the T's would be crossed, and the I's dotted. Nothing was going to be left to chance. Harry understood at once what the minister was implying. To have either Potter or Crow on the award would be construed as him already having made his choice, something no one sitting around this table wanted. After a moment of thought, Harry made a suggestion. My mum and dad named me Harry, a name my father has used my whole life. Could I be just Harry? The minister looked to Amelia for her opinion. I don't see why not. Might knock a lot of the stuffiness and formality out of the award ceremony, but who's to say that's such a bad thing? With the last hurdle crossed, Cornelius headed off to organize his press conference. When the three trustees began to talk about their next meeting, where they would be discussing the candidates from this year's Hogwarts intake, Harry headed for his friends. Padma got in first. Okay, Harry, how much can you tell us? Well, I think all our dance practice will be needed again, and you might need to protect some poor, defenseless wizard from being attacked by witches. Neville caught Harry's drift at once. I don't know what you're both talking about, but Padma, will you be my date to it? So you want me to protect you from Parvati? Hermione was fighting the giggles. And Susan. Harry was enjoying the gentle teasing and joined in. Hannah, too. Neville was getting desperate now as he pleaded with her. Please, Padma. Oh, who could say no to those baby blue eyes, which is probably why the girls are chasing you in the first place. Let's have a deal. I'll be your date and your bodyguard until one of us gets a boyfriend or girlfriend. The look of relief on Neville's face set all of them off, with even Henrika laughing. The laughter soon stopped when Harry told them just what was going to be happening. Since the whole ball/scholarship award thing was going to be made public tomorrow, they only had to keep it quiet for tonight. No mention was made of goblin ambassadors. That entire part of the deal was still a secret. As Harry explained what was said at the meeting, Hermione spotted a potential disaster in the making. What will you wear? It will be the same problem if you appear in robes or your centurion uniform. Why doesn't he wear his Mr. Darcy clothes? Harry and Neville appeared confused, while Hermione's blush lit the room. Oh, please, Hermione, you gave me the books. It practically leapt off the page at me. Some of those dresses sounded beautiful, too. We could all go dressed similar, neither goblin nor wizard. Hermione may still have been blushing, but she was the owner of a wide smile. That's perfect, Padma. Even my mum and dad could blend in then. Harry, she means clothes similar to the ones you were wearing when we first met. This idea also won approval from Henrika. Oh, I can so see Sirius as Mr. Darcy, and yes, I've read the book too. Harry and Neville were left bemused at why the three were laughing. Harry, I have enough trouble figuring out the differences between the four of us. Did something else just get chipped in there? I'm sure it's a girl thing, Neville. And no, I have no idea what they're on about either. We'll just turn up and have fun. That works for me. Neville remembered what Harry had worn back in September. It was also splashed all over the Prophet with those graveyard pictures at Halloween, and would have no problem dressing similar. Harry and Lord Black, attending the ball, dressed like that could actually start a whole new fashion trend. That thought set Neville smiling, and also shaking his head that he was once more in the middle of all the madness. This year had been the best of his life, and summer was shaping up to be even better. Henrika wanted them back on track, though. This was still a lesson after all. And thanks for reading.